SCP-1000 Bigfoot Object Class Header Special Containment Procedures All media reports related to SCP-1000 are to be examined for potential verifiability. All organizations and individuals investigating SCP-1000's existence are to be kept under surveillance by Mobile Task Force Zeta-1000 and discredited or administered amnestics. All physical signs of SCP-1000's existence must be retrieved and kept in Foundation custody and replaced with decoy items if necessary. Alleged sightings of SCP-1000 must always be investigated by MTF Zeta-1000, however trivial the claim. Absolutely no contact with wild or captive instances of SCP-1000 is allowed without prior approval from Director Jones. Any interaction between SCP-1000 and humans, including Foundation personnel, must be reported to Director Jones immediately. Description: SCP-1000 is a nocturnal omnivorous ape classified in the Hominid branch, along with genera Pan and Homo. Adults range in size from 1.5 to 3 meters, 5 to 10 feet in height, and weigh between 90 and 270 kilograms, 200 to 600 pounds. They have gray, brown, red, and occasionally white fur. They possess large eyes with good vision, a pronounced brow ridge, and a sagittal crest on the forehead, similar to that of the gorilla, are present in both sexes. Their intelligence is on par with that of the Pan troglodytes, the common chimpanzee. SCP-1000 evolved alongside Homo sapiens, existing contemporaneously with proto-humans and humans in large numbers until 10,000 to 15,000 years ago, when an extinction event eliminated all but 1 to 5% of their population. This event was triggered by SCP-1000 contracting an anomalous pseudo-disease classified as SCP-1000-F1. This disease is passed on at the genetic level and affects every present-day instance of SCP-1000. The majority of SCP-1000 instances are born immune to the effect. Those who are not born immune quickly die. The effects of SCP-1000-F1 is as follows. Any hominid, including humans, chimpanzees, bonobos, and non-immune instances of SCP-1000 that directly or indirectly observes any instance of SCP-1000 has a minimum 2% chance of being instantly killed through anomalous means via the permanent cessation of brain function. This effect is cumulative, and the longer a human views SCP-1000, the higher the chance of instantaneous death increases, at a rate of plus 1% chance per 20 minutes of viewing. This effect varies between individual members of SCP-1000 species, with some individuals carrying a death chance of 90%. This effect is also produced by dead individuals, although small fur samples do not exhibit the effect. Known means of preventing this effect are small-scale only and include redacted, see attached documentation, level 3 clearance required. Because of SCP-1000's close relation to humanity, it is considered likely that SCP-1000-F1 could eventually transfer to human carriers. Any instance of SCP-1000 finding its way to a major population center could constitute an redacted, class end of the world scenario with a minimum death toll of redacted, and possible extinction of humanity. Fortunately, SCP-1000 appears to instinctively avoid human contact. It is not currently feasible to exterminate SCP-1000 entirely. The highest known population concentrations of SCP-1000 are at present located in the Pacific Northwest region of North America and the Himalayan mountain range in Asia. As of redacted date, These populations remain extant. SCP-1000's presence and data expunged have also been documented within the past 5 years on every continent. All known significant populations of SCP-1000 located near human population centers have been eliminated. SCP-1000 came to the attention of the Foundation via contact by Dr. Franz M. in the year 1400 redacted with the Children of the Sun, who identified themselves as outcast members of the Serpent's Hand. This group has since been completely destroyed by the Foundation due to their reluctance to surrender information about SCP-1000, SCP-redacted, and SCP-SH. Since reclassified as SCP-1000 redacted and SCP-1000 also redacted. Remaining members have either joined the Foundation or have gone into hiding, presumably as members of the Serpent's Hand. Weapons, tools, and other unique pseudo-technological resources in possession of the organization have been reclassified as SCP-1000-1 through SCP-1000 4-digit number redacted. These resources have been made use by the Foundation in multiple instances. For a full list, see document 1000-3534-Y, Level 3 clearance required. Access to surviving ex-members of the Children of the Sun is restricted to personnel clearance level 4-1000 unless given direct authorization for contact by Director Jones. Further information is available to personnel with level 3-1000 or above. Personnel with clearance level 3-1000 or above are required to read document Alpha 1596-1000. Addendum 1466-X Update to Special Containment Procedures. As of redacted date, SCP-1000's Special Containment Procedures no longer include Procedure 516 Lumina. Data expunged indicates SCP-1000 may be developing a resistance to the sonic element. Data expunged will not develop further, so that Procedure 516 Lumina can still be used in emergency situations. Investigation into alternate means of reliably keeping SCP-1000 away from human population centers is underway. Whether SCP-1000 resistance to Procedure 516 Lumina was calculated, and as such may be a sign of SCP-1000 redacted, or coincidental, by chance of natural species variation, is not known at this time. Level 3 clearance required. Document Alpha 1596-1000. Missive from Director Jones. You've probably heard the rumors before now. Everyone without the clearance level to know better wants to get their dig in. Did you hear Sasquatch is the next SCP? Are we going to capture and contain Batboy next? Yes. SCP-1000 is Bigfoot. I'm sure you've snickered. Don't worry. Contrary to rumors, we don't actually assign you to heater duty for finding something humorous. You think Bigfoot is funny because we want you to think Bigfoot is funny. We've bankrolled Hollywood comedies and farcical documentaries, paid off men in gorilla suits, perpetrated hoaxes with bear prints and goat fur, bribed and brainwashed cartoonists to get especially silly depictions on children's television. Even the term Bigfoot comes from us, planted in the media in 1958, a term people would find even harder to take seriously than Sasquatch. Why? We'll get to that. The information in the article that you've already read isn't entirely true. There are 2 direct lies and plenty of lies of omission. There is no such thing as the anomalous pseudo-disease referred to as SCP-1000-F1. SCP-1000 does not possess a magical death aura. In fact, SCP-1000 does not directly exhibit any anomalous effect whatsoever. We also lied about SCP-1000's intelligence level. SCP-1000 aren't chimp-level smart. They're smarter. To be precise, they are exactly as smart as us. That brings us to the lies of omission. That's what this letter is for. The lies come from me, so I figure the truth should come from me as well. This is the story we got from the children of the sun, who defected to us. It's a story we didn't believe, refused to believe at first. As you've already read, the apes we call SCP-1000 evolved alongside us. We walked in the daytime, they walked in the nighttime, our nocturnal siblings in the shadows. But while we were still wandering hunter-gatherers, they changed, like we would, a few thousand years later. Tools, weapons, agriculture, domesticated animals, stable settlements. As humanity blinked in the Pleistocene sun, SCP-1000's population exploded across the night. They blanketed the planet in tens of billions. They made things that we still can't comprehend, even though we've thoroughly studied the surviving pieces. Organic technology. They made trees and birds of prey grow into fast-moving ships, herds of animals that became trains, bushes that became flying vehicles. From insects and pigeons, they made things equivalent to cell phones, televisions, computers, atomic bombs. Children describe vast shining cities stretching across glaciers and penetrating the deepest caverns, grown sky ships of ivory and spider silk, creatures tending to them with hundreds of blinking eyes. We were rare, like gorillas now, a few 100,000 left at best. We avoided their settlements, just like wild animals today avoid ours. SCP-1000 understood we were intelligent like them, but avoided us just as we avoided them, saw us as fairies, as gnomes, ascribed us supernatural powers, said we ate bad children while they slept in the daylight. They fenced off our dwindling wild population in observatories, outlawed poaching, but in the underground consumed our bones as aphrodisiacs. Then their civilization fell, and we did it. By we, I don't mean the Foundation. By we, I mean humanity. The story is muddy. Supposedly a trickster forest god showed humanity favor, showed us the master's tools and how to use them. Why we did it, we don't know. Perhaps they hunted us. Perhaps we were simply afraid. Perhaps it was just they fenced us in, unintentionally or not. We simply don't know what the truth is. Somehow we acquired SCP-1000's own technology, and with it we instigated an SK-class dominance shift, in which humanity became the dominant species on Earth. We wiped out 70% of SCP-1000's population in a single day. The Day of Flowers, the children called it. Supposedly every flower bloomed that day, while our enemies died in their sleep. Then we hunted the rest down, but we went further than just killing them. With a few of the more twisted of SCP-1000's devices, we drove the survivors mad, even those hiding beyond our reach. We trapped them in their own minds, blocking higher functions and leaving their bodies to fend for themselves like any ordinary ape. We slaughtered their living machines and burned their vast, shining cities with SCP-1000's bioweapons that reduced everything to slurry and dust that washed or blew away in the spring rain and wind. We left no traces, not even our own memory. We turned one of the weapons on ourselves, wiped out any knowledge of SCP-1000, and the greatest civilization the planet has ever seen. Only a few humans protected themselves from the effect, kept the forbidden knowledge, just in case. The rest of us went back to being hunter-gatherers, none the wiser. Which brings us to today. You're going to read about all of this in Level 3 documentation, but I'll give you the short version here. SCP-1000 are somehow regaining their forgotten intelligence and knowledge. Maybe they never truly lost it. We don't know. This is why the ever-increasing number of Bigfoot sightings is so worrying, why the attempts at contact, however indecipherable, are even more worrying. Yes, SCP-1000 are just like us. That's what makes them so dangerous. We wiped them from history and memory. We dissolved their civilization, and we slaughtered most of their species. Just ask yourselves, if they got the chance, what more would they do to us? Addendum 1056-D. Instances of SCP-1000 have tried to make contact with Foundation personnel on multiple occasions. Most of these attempts of contact have data expunged, untranslated. Although recent attempts show that some instances of SCP-1000 are capable of communicating in English. Display ancillary anomaly reports. Addendum 1104-Y. Certain acquired documents show extensive references to SCP-1000. Relevant is that the documents appear to be composed by entities associated directly with the location known as the Wanderer's Library. Context or significance of document details not yet clarified. Addendum 1276-A. Numerous anomalous objects with a known connection to SCP-1000, data expunged, prior cyclical iterations. As one example, SCP-2273 may not have a point of origin in a parallel timeline, but instead a prior iteration. SCP-2932 and SCP-2511 and other sources of living cultural insight into SCP-1000, or a variation, all present consistent inconsistencies, which may be used to create a fuller picture of the nature of these iterations, though conclusions are uncertain. Addendum 1276-Q. Special Report, data expunged. This unnumbered black box anomalous item anchored underneath the structure is likely the most significant anomalous object known to have ever been utilized. Central to understanding SCP-1000's anomalous capabilities, including capabilities not developed directly but accessed from prior data expunged, modern-day relevance to the Foundation and to society at large in a scenario of general containment failure. Log 1000 AD-065-X1. The following is a rough translation of recent SCP-1000 attempt at communication with Foundation personnel on redacted date. See attached documentation. We forgive you. Given choice for now, not forever. Let us back in.
Warning, HMCL and O5 approval required. The file you are attempting to access is available to personnel with Level 4 2000 clearance only. This clearance is not included in General Level 4 Security Protocol. Attempting access beyond this point without necessary clearance is grounds for termination of Foundation employment and cancellation of all educational, medical, retirement, and mortality benefits. By submitting your credentials, you hereby consent to exposure to a known cognitohazardous image and verify that you've been inoculated against that image. In the event of an unauthorized access, this console will become inoperable. Security personnel will be dispatched to revive you and escort you to a detention cell for interrogation. Attempting to access this file from any computer not connected to the Foundation intranet will result in immediate termination regardless of clearance. Submit login credentials, Level 4, 2000 clearance required. Security, cognitohazard activated, scanning for neural activity.
Remember us.
Dismiss confirmed, retrieving file.
SCP-2000 Deus Ex Machina. Object Class Thaumiel. Special Containment Procedures. The entrance to SCP-2000 is disguised as a disused park ranger station in Yellowstone National Park. Despite several civilian trespassing attempts, the entrance has yet to be breached in the installation's recorded history, and no further physical containment has been deemed necessary. Protocol Plain Sight 201 is in effect for SCP-2000. Necessary supplies and replacement personnel may be delivered via unmarked road vehicles or civilian helicopter as appropriate. No personnel below Level 4 2000 clearance are permitted access to documentation regarding SCP-2000 or any protocols associated with its containment and upkeep. No personnel below Level 5 2000 clearance are to be permitted access to SCP-2000 below Sub-Level 5. All personnel assigned to SCP-2000 must submit to a neural archetype scan on a monthly basis. Personnel stationed on-site must submit to weekly scans to be stored locally. Level 4 2000 personnel or above stationed on-site are not permitted to leave Yellowstone National Park during the course of their assignment. In the event of transfer, either elective or compulsory, Class A amnestics must be administered and false memories implanted, consistent with assignment to other high-security or Keter-class SCP objects. Additional personnel may be assigned to SCP-2000 and granted temporary Level 4 2000 clearance at the discretion of the item's HMCL supervisor, currently Dr. Charles Gears, and O5 Command. The exterior surface of SCP-2000 is surrounded by Scranton Reality Anchors, SRAs, every 20 meters arranged hexagonally to prevent incursion by hostile anomalous interference. Each SRA's function must be checked semi-annually and replaced as necessary. Technicians servicing SRA components may reference document SRA-033, revision 1.07, 5 Zyank Anastokos constant temporal sinks, EXACS, capable of maintaining stable tachyon flux across the expanse of the facility, maximum output rating at 100 watts each, have been installed and are to be maintained monthly. Technicians servicing EXACS components may refer to documents EXACS 864, revision 1.3.0. One pseudo-Riemannian manifold has been initiated at the entrance to Sublevel 4 and must remain open at all times. In the event of the manifold's failure, procedure Dead Euclid 101 is to be executed immediately. Other non-anomalous life support and utility systems may be maintained in accordance with the Standard Foundation Maintenance Protocol, Section 101.5. Mission Critical Components. Wherever possible, non-anomalous materials and resources are to be used for SCP-2000's maintenance and repair. In the event of any K-Class scenario which does not compromise the existence or function of SCP-2000, Procedure CYA-009 is to be enacted as soon as possible. Remaining Foundation installations globally are to monitor the scenario as it unfolds, preserving what material resources are possible under the Ganymede Protocol until such time as all remaining sites respond all clear to SCP-2000 queries as defined in Document 2000 XKAC-1.9. Upon receipt of all clear code, Procedure Lazarus 1 is to be implemented. Administrator notes.
I want this on permanent record, and I don't rightly care if you think it's an insult to your intelligence. Some things are just this important. This device is absolutely not an excuse to let down our guard or to take greater risks with SCP objects or cross-test them or whatever you might have in mind. Primary containment is still our best chance at survival. Otherwise, there would be no reason to make the cover-up so extensive. You can only suspend God's disbelief so many times before the universe just says no. And considering what we've had to deal with in these past few decades, we may have passed that point already.
Former Administrator Dr. William Fritz. Description: SCP-2000 is a subterranean Foundation installation originally constructed in the last redacted but three-digit number of years for the purpose of reconstructing civilization in the event that a K-class end-of-the-world scenario could not be averted in time to prevent humanity's extinction or near extinction. Since its inception, SCP-2000 has been activated at least twice. Foundation records regarding SCP-2000's construction and history prior to this assumed first use have been lost. Whether this information blackout is a result of the accident or design is impossible to determine. The mission-critical portion of this installation begins 75 meters below ground and extends to a 100-meter depth. Although the scope of engineering required to recreate SCP-2000 in its entirety is impossible to execute while maintaining secrecy, all subsystems of SCP-2000 have been successfully reproduced in laboratory setting. The installation and all procedures involved in its upkeep are mundane in nature. See document 2000-SS-EX for information regarding esoteric Foundation technologies necessary for SCP-2000's function. Primary power for the facility is a liquid fluoride thorium reactor, LFTR, rated for 1 gigawatt total output, with a reactor life of 70 years at maximum capacity. A geothermal generator has also been installed to take advantage of the region's volcanic activity. This generator is capable of powering the facility in standby mode indefinitely. SCP-2000 also contains water treatment facilities, air purification and recycling systems, hydroponic production wings, and housing necessary to permanently sustain up to 10,000 personnel. To fulfill its primary mission, SCP-2000 includes 500,000 bright Zartian hominid replicators, BZHR. At peak capacity, SCP-2000 is capable of producing 100,000 viable, non-anomalous humans per day, with a warm-up period of 5 days. Utilizing an underground Riemannian transit pipe to collect raw material from various hot springs and underground magma flows in the area, and a computer memory bank housing data on all known human alleles. This system is capable of recreating any lost human genome, or generating as many new and unique genomes as necessary to repopulate human civilization. Researcher note: use of the BZHR system is currently suspended outside of maintenance testing and emergency situations. CYA-009 is still go. Possible hostile incursion is still being investigated, and this database is proving particularly difficult to debug. We're still seeing a distribution of congenital and genetic defects far above baseline numbers. Right now, I can only guarantee about 60 to 75% viability in new specimens. See Addendum 2000-1. Dr. Christopher Zartian, MD, Biotech Research and Development. Humans produced by this process can be advanced to any age desired without extending the 5-day incubation period. In addition to construction features, the BZHR also has the ability to implant memories by administration of Class G hallucinogenics and developmental hypnotherapy. Life histories, neural archetype scans, and genomes of many Foundation personnel, including all personnel of Level 4 2000 clearance and above, are maintained to ensure that SCP-2000 may be activated and Procedure Lazarus-1 can be initiated by as few as one surviving human. After the implementation of the Ganymed Protocol, indicating a failure of the Foundation to prevent a K-class scenario, SCP-2000 security systems will unlock, allowing any Foundation employee to initiate procedure CYA-009. If, after 20 years, SCP-2000 remains inactive, security will be relaxed further, allowing any non-anomalous human being to access the facility and initiate the procedure. Once activated, SCP-2000's internal monitoring systems will attempt to locate all personnel of Level 4 2000 clearance and assess their condition. Mission-critical personnel not found will be replicated using the most recent neural archetype scan on file and awakened prior to the initialization of other systems. After these personnel are revived, security locks will resume normal function. For a complete list of contingency options available, Level 5 2000 personnel may access document 2000 CYA-09. Note that the receipt of the All Clear code as defined by document 2000 XK-AC-19 may be waived only if other Foundation facilities have been rendered inoperative. Otherwise, security and MTF elements revived under procedure CYK-009 will be dispatched to all remaining Foundation facilities to confirm their function and the integrity of local reality. Procedure Lazarus-1 will begin when an authorized Level 5 2000 Foundation employee inputs the desired resume date into SCP-2000's BZHR control unit. Available units will then begin production of prominent political and cultural leaders of the time period, using descriptions/genetic information on file, as well as replication of the global populace consistent with the chosen time period. Most of SCP-2000's floor space is dedicated to the storage of building materials, construction equipment, factory machinery, agricultural equipment, and computer database storage. In addition to infrastructure concerns, a wide cultural base with copies of thousands of famous works of art, music, literature, and a full backup of the World Wide Web are kept on site in the event that other repositories are destroyed. HMCL Note. Discovering this note in previous iteration records at Lazarus-1 conclusion. Researcher note. If we ever have to do this again, do not set the resume date further back than 20 years before the event. Not only can we piggyback on a lot of undestroyed structures if we do, we'll make continuity a lot easier to resume. Redacted years is too many. Restraining personnel such as it is without having to rebuild to chronological specifications just to save time on the population and agricultural demands. Besides, how much of the 25th to the 20th centuries do we really want to rewrite? And how many times? Isn't one great war hard enough to keep track of? Dr. Henrietta Eisenhower, historian. My tenure as SCP-2000's HMCL will honor this request. Currently pursuing official documentation update to account for this change. 2 world wars is plenty. We do not need to hazard a third. Dr. Charles Gears, HMCL Supervisor. The first replacement humans housed off-site must necessarily be informed of SCP-2000's existence and function as they are being created. This strategy allows newly constructed humans to assist in reconstruction and recolonization efforts directly when skill sets appropriate to reconstruction have been pre-selected for the increased prevalence in the first 5 million individuals produced. As global population increases, the process of diaspora and reconstruction will accelerate geometrically, allowing economic and agricultural infrastructure to recover as quickly as possible. While it is feasible that some replacement humans will not survive the initial renovation period, such individuals can be recreated indefinitely until all major population centers and Foundation facilities have been completed. Foundation administrative assets during this period will focus on the falsification of dendrological, astronomical, and radiometric dating records necessary to maintain the appearance of historical continuity. Please see Document 2000 Retcon version 2.3.3 for details. In the event that significant portions of natural habitat are also destroyed prior to the project's completion, refer to Document 2000 1-Ter version 3.0 for approved rapid regrowth methods. It is estimated that the world population, manufacturing capability, agricultural production, and culture can be reset to 2000 CE levels 25 to 50 years after the procedure is implemented. At the conclusion of Procedure Lazarus 1, Amnestics Agent Ennui 5 will be released en masse, causing all reconstructed humans to forget their affiliation with Foundation assets. History will then resume from the chosen date. Each procedure will necessarily alter the course of humans' events due to the enormous complexity of human social interaction. Further research into predictive historical modeling based on observations from prior completions of the procedure Lazarus 1 is ongoing. HMCL Note: no further proposals for behavioral or cultural modification will be accepted at this time. Previous attempts to ameliorate violent and sociopathic tendencies in humanity as a whole have already been implemented and deemed successful. Experimentation using second iteration subjects indicates that further modification would undermine tenacity to such a degree that technological and social progress would be noticeably inhibited. See Experiments Log redacted for further information. Dr. Charles Gears, HMCL Supervisor. Document 2000-SS-EX. The following information establishes basic operational parameters of technology developed specifically for the SCP-2000 project. Although this technology may appear to be anomalous, it is based entirely on verifiable scientific principles currently in use by the Foundation to effect containment. The invention of the Scranton Reality Anchor, SRA, appears to predate the first activation of SCP-2000 and is credited to Dr. Robert Scranton in 1889. The main body and much of the circuitry of the SRA are constructed of a corrosion-resistant beryllium-bronze alloy. Inspired by artifacts recovered, data expunged, effectively eliminating the appearance of virtual particle/antiparticle pairs required for type-green reality bending phenomena to manifest. Due to the expense involved in producing the beryllium-bronze alloy required for the SRA's construction, Foundation-wide implementation of the device has been limited to units capable of an area effect of less than 2 cubic meters. Use of MSRA Scranton boxes to provide mission-critical document safety. L. Piedmont et al. Foundation. Volume 106.8, pages 10 to 14, 1988. Researcher note: the mechanism of the SRA's function and the source of its inspiration must be kept secret from all possible reality-bending entities for reasons which I hope are obvious. Only qualified Level 6 2000 maintenance technicians have been cleared to access this documentation. If any member of SCP-2000 staff reveals to you that they are a Level 6 maintenance technician, please report them to O5 Command so they can be reassigned and submitted to amnestic therapy immediately. This is not a punishment, it is a legitimate safety concern. If these devices are ever compromised, so too is our lifeboat. Dr. Lowell Henry Piedmont, Esoteric Containment. The Zyank/Anastakos Constant Temporal Sink, EXACS, is a device designed to stabilize the flow of causality across a given field of effect. EXACT's use of high-power electromagnetic radiation in the radio band, coupled with a tachyon field emitter, relativistic motion in superfluids for use in tachyon emission and storage, T. Exank, A. Anastakos Foundation, Volume 10.4, pages 141 to 143, 1892, to create a permeable event boundary, allowing organic and electrical systems to pass through unaffected, while maintaining a static causal environment. In other words, temporal anomalies which might normally prevent SCP-2000 from being constructed will have no effect so long as at least one EXACT remains in operation. There are no plans to implement Foundation-wide use of the EXACT devices. Researcher note: temporal sinks can be useful for a lot of things. Containing SCP objects for which you need 1 second to last 300,000 years is a good example. Holding a point of reference constant during temporal repair missions so that you can meaningfully record your progress and undo serious mistakes is another. Natural causal relationships are flexible in a way the human mind is not equipped to deal with meaningfully, and creating more than a small handful of isolated static causalities will do more to damage temporal integrity than secure it. EXACT will not be implemented Foundation-wide. Yes, we have tried it during a past iteration. No, further inquiries into the results of that attempt will not be accepted. Dr. Thaddeus Zayak, Temporal Anomalies. The use of a pseudo-Riemannian manifold allows SCP-2000's floor plan to extend into negative depth, providing 10 square kilometers of floor space. Original documentation on the system's construction prior to previous SCP-2000 activations have been lost. While this phenomenon has traditionally been indicative of spatial anomalies, it is the determination of Drs. Rosalind Axel and Tristan Bailey that the manifold entrance is consistent with an advanced implementation of modern physics. Transit portal dynamics, stretching the brain. T. Bailey et al. Foundation, Volume 115.2, pages 23 to 37, 1997. This negative space is maintained via a non-gravitational singularity generated through focused, redacted, particle emission across the manifold's desired entrance. In the event of the singularity's failure, the installation will remain intact in isolation and will not suffer structural collapse. Recreation of the manifold is estimated to take less than 10 hours if Protocol Dead Euclid 101 is enacted immediately after failure. The isolated portion of SCP-2000 will remain operable and inhabitable for up to 36 hours after the manifold fails, and is recoverable indefinitely. Addendum 2000-1. During containment breach of SCP-80 on SCP-2000 experienced failure of several SRA and EXACT components, which coincided with the activation of the BZHR units on site. For 25 days following this incident, BZHR units produced over 10 million humanoid entities with internal biology inconsistent with modern humans. Differences include an additional heart chamber, perfect polydactyl of the hands and feet, increased endocranial volume and height, and the presence of an abdominal organ of unknown purpose, which emits and responds to radio frequencies in the 2.4 to 3.6 GHz range. These humanoids were neither dosed with Class G hallucinogenics during replication, nor submitted to developmental hypnotherapy. All remained unconscious until expiration 5 weeks later. Classification of SCP-2000-1 for these entities is currently under review. Whether this event is the direct result of trans-temporal interaction between SCP-X000 and SCP-2000, sabotage, information leak, or non-anomalous equipment malfunction is as of yet unknown. Diagnostic checks and structural repairs are proceeding formally as scheduled, the anomaly now within acceptable risk. SCP-2000 is expected to resume normal functions as of January 2008, postponed to 2013, postponed to 2020. Addendum 2000-2. While making repairs to SRA units in Sector 3382 on Ignition data expunged reported the discovery of human remains in an advanced state of decay. Analysis of clothing fragments discovered with the remains indicates the remains are 450 to 700 years old. Valid Foundation security credentials for Dr. Alto Clef were discovered nearby, although a genetic match could not be established. The following note was recovered from a hermetically sealed plastic document sleeve. Why did we have to build this thing? When did we do it? How long have we been doing it? Do we even know? Subsequent interrogation has verified Dr. Clef has no knowledge of this event and is ignorant as to the purpose of the message. By order of the Overseer Council, the following file describes a Class 8 cognitohazardous entity and is a Level 5 3000 classified. Unauthorized access is forbidden. Input Level 5 3000 security credentials. Credentials approved. Item number SCP-3000. Unknown to Sasha. Object class Thaumiel. Site responsible INWBKL Site 151. Director Carrie Eckelkamp. Research Head David Bell. Assigned Task Force SCP-F Aramida. Level 5 3000 Classified. Special Containment Procedures. The area containing SCP-3000, currently a region of the Bay of Bengal, roughly 300 kilometers in diameter, is to be routinely patrolled by Foundation naval vessels. Under no circumstances are civilians allowed to attempt deep-sea exploration or diving efforts in the quarantined area. Individuals believed to have contacted SCP-3000 are to be contained, quarantined, and processed at Site-151. Individuals affected by the anomalous properties of SCP-3000 are to be held in containment indefinitely. The Foundation submarine SCP-F Aramida is to monitor the location at the foremost section of SCP-3000, currently located within the Ganges fan, roughly 0.7 kilometers beneath the bay. The Aramida is tasked with carrying out the ATZAC protocol, and staffing regulations on board the vessel are subject to the guidelines of that protocol. For a full description of the ATZAC protocol, see Addendum 3000.2. There is currently no known cure for exposure to SCP-3000. As such, affected individuals should be contained and quarantined for further evaluation. Individuals stationed aboard the SCP-F Aramida are not permitted to leave the vessel, except for the purposes of carrying out the necessary procedures of the ATZAC protocol. Individuals who leave the vessel without proper authorization are to be considered lost. Under no circumstances should any individual interact with SCP-3000 without authorization. Description: SCP-3000 is a massive aquatic serpentine entity strongly resembling a giant moray eel, Gymnothorax javanicus. The full length of SCP-3000 is impossible to determine, but it is hypothesized to be between 600 and 900 kilometers. The head of SCP-3000 measures roughly 2.5 meters in diameter, and sections of the body proper are as large as 10 meters in diameter. SCP-3000 is typically a sedentary creature, only moving its head in response to certain stimuli or during feeding. The majority of its body is located in and around the Ganges fan, specifically within several canyons throughout the region, and rarely moves at all. SCP-3000 is carnivorous, and despite its sedentary nature, is capable of moving quickly to dispatch prey. Despite its size, it is hypothesized that SCP-3000 does not require sustenance to maintain its biological functions. Due to this, SCP-3000's internal biology is believed to be similarly anomalous. While SCP-3000 excretes a thin layer of a viscous dark gray substance classified as Y909, see Addendum 3000.2 below, through its skin as it consumes prey, the end result of its digestive processes is currently unknown. SCP-3000 is a Class 8 cognitohazardous entity. Direct observation of SCP-3000 may cause severe mental alterations in viewers. Individuals who directly observe SCP-3000, as well as any individuals within an uncertain distance of SCP-3000, experience inexplicable head pain, paranoia, and general fear and panic, and memory loss or alteration. The following is a log from Site-151's historical records, written by Dr. Eugene Jappers about initial discovery of SCP-3000 and the effects felt therein. The unease was felt throughout the entire crew as we descended on that first night. Whether this was due to our uncertainty at what we would discover or something more sinister, I would not speculate. As we continued to descend, Williams began sweating profusely. When asked about it, he could not respond, stating that he thought he was missing something he could not deduce. As our descent continued, he began to act more and more erratically, at one point addressing myself as Darlene and expressing uncertainty as to the tasks he was assigned to handle. Similar feelings were expressed by other members of the crew, but William felt it the most. His memetic resistance was by far the lowest of all of us, but he was a biologist, not a memeticist. When we finally came into contact with the entity, he began whimpering and had to be sedated. I remember him muttering the word "no" over and over again, as if in disbelief. He went silent after a while as we approached its head, and when I looked back at him, something had gone from his eyes. He did not even so much as blink as we made our final descent. At 0940 hours, we first observed the head of the entity. The unease was palpable now. Several other crew members complained of feeling hazy and of being uncertain what they were supposed to be doing. Captain Reeder, ever the man's man, wrote it all off as nitrogen intoxication and forced them to continue approaching the entity. When we were within 50 meters, the entity turned slowly to look at us. Even now, as I recall watching this thing coil around in the darkness, I can still hear Williams barking like a mad dog in the rear of the vessel, screaming and flailing, shouting about how he could see it in his head. Perkins and Harrison tried to restrain him, but he got free and smashed his head in against one of the portholes. He hit it so hard he cracked the inner layer of glass. The damage was bad enough that we had to surface. We tried to give Williams medical attention, but he was too far gone at that point. He had pulped himself against the glass, and despite the trauma, he still spoke briefly as he lay dying. Nobody recorded it, we didn't think to at the time, but I remember it well enough. He said, "There's nothing, nothing, nothing." By the time we had reached the surface several hours later, Williams was dead. At that time, I didn't think much about what he had said, just the ravings of a man gone mad by the depths, I figured. I didn't know any better. But even now, I can still see the eyes of the creature. I see it hanging there in the darkness, illuminated by a light I cannot source, and I feel the lingering dread that Williams must have felt that night in the submersible, as he was overcome by whatever void that foul thing slithered out of. Discovery. SCP-3000 was discovered in 1971, shortly after two Bangladeshi fishing boats and 15 fishermen were reported missing after drifting near the Indian coast. As the country of Bangladesh had only recently been established at that time and had been subject to significant political persecution on the part of Pakistan, this incident received high-profile media attention due to the fears that it was a result of foreign aggression. Local coastal dispatch units could not locate the missing boats, fueling further media hysteria. Foundation researchers stationed in Calcutta, now Kolkata, drew similarities between this disappearance and another incident 2 years earlier. A thorough search, aided by Marriott's Ashlar counters, revealed the location of the two boats, as well as an unknown, previously undiscovered mass deep below the surface of the Bay of Bengal. Further investigation by Foundation divers discovered the existence of SCP-3000. The area was quickly secured, and current containment procedures were put in place in April of 1972. The ADZAC protocol was adapted in October of 1998. Addendum 3000.1 Initial Contact Exploration Log. Note: the following is the transcript of audio logs taken from initial deep-sea diver contact with SCP-3000. Until this point, no Foundation diver had come within 300 meters of SCP-3000. Divers were tasked with assessing the creature and determining the source of thick gray fluid that had been observed floating around its head. Dive team was composed of 3 members of MTF Orion 9, Kingfishers, led by MTF-09 Alpha. Launch point was through the airlock of the Foundation submarine SCP-F Stravinsky. All divers were equipped with high-pressure suits as well as front-facing headlamps. Additionally, a tether was connected to MTF-09 Alpha, which was then connected to a T-shape out to both Bravo and Foxtrot. Alright, Command, we're situated in the airlock and ready to roll. Confirmed. Go ahead and sound off. Orion 9, Alpha, check. Orion B, Bravo, check. Alright, men, we're in position about 500 meters from the head of this creature. Make sure your tethers are on good and tight. We don't want any of you getting separated out there. What's visibility like down there here, Command? Stand by. About 3 meters. So it's dark as fuck. Got it. Why are we so far out? The size of this thing is hard to comprehend, and it's wrapped up in itself in several places. We can't get too close because there's too much body there. The entity hasn't moved in about 3 weeks. At all? Affirmative. It moves slightly with the currents down here, but nothing more than that. If it weren't for the head movement that was observed by the first submersible team, we probably wouldn't know if it was alive or not. That's reassuring. Alright, tethers are tight. Flood the chamber. Confirmed. Rushing water is heard as the airlock chamber floods. No other sound is heard for several minutes. After some time, the sound of rushing water stops. You both good? I'm good. It's fucking cold. Hopefully we won't be out for long then. Turn on your lights, boys. Here we go. All members of the dive team exit the airlock. There is a low mechanical sound as the airlock door closes behind them. A muffled click sound is heard, and the Stravinsky activates its aft floodlights. Hey, Alpha, maybe this is a bad time to ask, but I can't remember how to turn on my lamp, and your lamp is on, Foxtrot. What? What did you call me? Your designation, Mulaney. Foxtrot. I'm Foxtrot, boss. Hang on, what are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean by designation. It's your goddamn call sign. Bravo, what do you mean? Who's Bravo? Shit, hang on. I was going to say something. Barry, are you still there? 09 Alpha is believed to have been addressing a former member of the command team assigned to SCP-3000, Barry Hughes, who had passed away 2 years prior. Stand by. Go for command. Hey, we're having a little trouble out here. I'm not sure who. We seem to have some confusion over designations, and I'm not sure where we're going. Where exactly are we? God, do you guys feel that? I just got an awful headache. It's like needling in my brain. Something. Dive team, be advised that we believe you may be experiencing some detrimental cognitive effects. Keep moving forward, and we'll give you more information as we receive it. Noted. Command, be advised that Foxtrot has a terrible headache. I think, are we going in the right direction? We can't see out there. You are roughly 150 meters from the head of the entity, Alpha. You should be getting visual soon. Command, I don't see anything. Where are we? Where are we? You're almost there, Alpha. Dive team, be advised we're picking up movement from the entity on radar. Barry, I don't see anything down here. What are we supposed to be? All I can see is darkness. There's a chill, foul wind blowing, pushing me towards a brink I can't see. Shut up, shut up, shut up! Command, Bravo is unresponsive. Requesting immediate cessation of mission. Wait a second. On the edge of nothingness, inches from oblivion, there's a sickness in my mind that I know can't be cured. Beyond me is only blackness and a single pair of dark eyes. What? What are you saying? Dive team, we're going to pull you back in immediately. We have reason to believe that. Barry, is that you? How can it be? I shoveled the dirt during your. Can hear something over there, Alpha. Your light. Get your fucking. Silence. Only silence. My consciousness coming undone. And only, and only, and only. Dive team, something is moving towards you. Repeat, something is moving towards you. Prepare to return to. This is shit. I can't see. How far are we from the. It's right there! It's right there! Fuck, what are you doing? Fuck! And only the eel remains. Radio silence for 20 seconds. Alpha, radio silence for 13 seconds. Alpha, Bravo, Foxtrot, do any of you hear us? No. Oh, thank God. Bravo, do you need to speak up? We can't. Shh. Radio silence for 10 seconds. Something has bound up the winch between you and us. We can't. It's opening its mouth. It's so dark. There's, where am I? What? Barry? How can it be? I shoveled dirt. Mulaney, swim. Get away. There's only darkness. Swim. Only. There is sudden tension in the tether attached to the Stravinsky. 09 and Foxtrot's radio goes silent. There is a sound of struggle through the other two radios. Foxtrot, Foxtrot, Alpha, Bravo, talk to me, stay calm. What happened? It ate him. Fuck, he's gone. It took him whole. God damn it, Alpha, what are you doing? Alpha? Cut the fucking goddamn tether, Alpha. It's pulling us in. Who? Fuck! Ah. Total radio silence for 30 seconds. Tether attached to Stravinsky is pulled free from its moorings and disappears. Alpha, Bravo, do you copy? Alpha, Bravo, do you copy? This is Bravo. I'm floating in the dark. I can see shapes moving through the fog, but they're hard to make out. I cut my tether. Alpha wouldn't. I think he's gone. I don't see his light anymore. Acknowledged. We're coming to... Hang on. Just let me think for a second. Cognition, this thing, it doesn't work around it. Your brain can't form thought. It hurts. It's like dying. And Bravo, do you have eyes on the entity? It's in my head, guys. Coiled up in there like a snake. And something about it is caustic. I can see it just in front of me. It's not doing anything. It isn't moving, just hanging there with its mouth open. I think it finished eating. That fluid is seeping through the skin around its head, about a meter back. Just looking at that stuff is making me like the room is spinning. I feel nauseous. My head isn't working right. There's an abortion under the floorboards and the other in the sink. Wait, this is wrong. That wasn't me. Who said that? I'm going to collect a sample. Hang on. Bravo, we're going to send out a crew to get you. Just hold on. Oh no, don't do that. You have to be trained not to feel the things I'm feeling, otherwise it will get into you. Maybe it will anyway. Who knows? It feels like the end of the world down here, fellas. My heart is really going off the charts and I think I'm dying. I got a sample. I'll attach it to one of those little balloons and let it float up. You'll be able to get it later. Just don't spend too much time around that stuff. It doesn't remind it. Bravo? I think I'm dying. I'm dying. I know I'm dying. This is it. I just want to get away from here. You know, it occurs to me. Don't send anyone else out here. It's so dark. Bravo? Over the next half hour, the SCP-F Stravinsky attempts to approach 09 Bravo with no success. Command continued to attempt to communicate with 09 Bravo, but Bravo grew increasingly unintelligible, before eventually going completely silent. Bravo's radio system stayed active for the next 3 days, and intermittent breathing could be heard until the radio ceased functioning. Addendum 3000.2 ADZAC Protocol. Top Secret. SCP Foundation Official Documentation 151 Hollister ADZAC Protocol. This protocol dictates certain interactions with a Class 8 cognitohazardous entity, SCP-3000, and as such is classified Level 5 3000 classified. Preface. The following protocol was developed in conjunction with researchers from Site-29 and Site-50, as well as researchers stationed at Site-151. Some sections may have been redacted to remove material above this classification. Adherence to this protocol is required for all personnel assigned to Site-151, as well as all personnel assigned to SCP-F Arameda. Abstract. The 151 Hollister ADZAC protocol has been developed and implemented to create a strategy for the management of the Y909 chemical compound secreted by SCP-3000. Protocol information. The Y909 compound, originally discovered by the late Dr. Adam Hollister, is a critical component in several modern and experimental amnestic compounds. Specifically, the following amnestics now contain a refined version of the Y909 compound. Class A, 2016 variant, Class D, 2016 variant, Class E, 2016 variant, Class X, 2017 variant, Class XX, 2017 variant, redacted, ADSAC class experimental compound, Foster class experimental compound, and Ellipse class experimental compound. The inclusion of the Y909 compound has shown a marked increase in the stability and long-term effectiveness of the aforementioned amnestics. Overall, amnestics utilizing Y909 break down 78% slower than their standard counterparts in cold storage and 52% slower than their standard counterparts at room temperature. Additionally, individuals administered an amnestic regimen utilizing Y909 showed a marked increase in suggestibility, memory clearance, and a significant decrease in additional side effects, such as nausea, vomiting, bowel distress, blurred vision, headaches, insomnia, heart damage, and others. Individuals treated with these amnestics expressed significantly fewer intrusive memories as those without Y909, with some individuals exposed to experimental compounds expressing no intrusive memories whatsoever, even at the 5 and 10-year marks. Due to the effectiveness of these treatments with the addition of Y909, the continued inclusion of this compound is essential to modern amnestic application. Reliance on the continued use of Y909 necessitates its collection for the foreseeable future, as a synthetic version of the compound has not yet been discovered. As such, this protocol dictates the way this compound is collected off of SCP-3000 and the way the personnel are to interact with SCP-3000. Below is a brief framework of the procedure, and detailed information can be found with the full ATSAC brief. Members of NTF-20, night fishermen, are to prepare a subject for deliverance to the feeding site. One individual D-class subject is to be administered a sedative and equipped with a high-pressure diving suit. The subject is then to be tethered to an underwater ROV within the aft airlock. The airlock is to be flooded and the subject is to be towed by the ROV towards the feeding site. Upon reaching the feeding site, the ROV is to disconnect its tether and return to the Aramida. Throughout this stage, SCP-F Aramida should monitor SCP-3000's position and adjust course if the entity begins to move away from the feeding site. Mission Command will provide additional instructions during this phase if necessary. Personnel on board the SCP-F Aramida are to monitor SCP-3000 during feeding sessions. During this time, no personnel are permitted to leave the Aramida without authorization from Mission Command. At the point after the total consumption of prey, SCP-3000 will begin to secrete Y909 near the foremost section of its body. Specialized teams of deep-sea divers are to exit the SCP-F Aramida through the aft airlock and approach SCP-3000. Collection of Y909 must take place during SCP-3000's digestive period, which is currently believed to be roughly 2.5 hours after consumption of prey. Teams must return to launch craft before the end of this period. During this period, the typical effects of SCP-3000 are less severe, though Command should continue to monitor these teams for damage to their cognition. After the collection of Y909 is complete, personnel are to transfer the collected substance to secure containers before returning to the surface. The mission administrator on board the Aramida is to monitor the substance throughout the transport. Addendum 3000.3 Psychological Evaluation. Note on redacted month, redacted day, 2009. Level 3 researcher Vent Kraman Krishnamurthy attempted to exit out the Aramida's aft airlock without diving equipment, but was quickly restrained and airlock cycle aborted. Despite having a CRV of 26 and having not displayed any previous signs of depression or suicidal attempt prior to his assignment aboard the Aramita, Krishnamurthy was interviewed by staff clinical psychologist Dr. Anand Manavi to acquire a better understanding of SCP-3000's potential effect on his psyche. Begin log. Hi Venkat, how are you feeling? Unwell? That's what I hear. Do you want to talk about what happened today? Krishnamurthy is silent. We don't have to if you don't want to. We can talk about something else. I'm tired, Anand. I understand. This assignment has been stressful on all of... It's not... No. It isn't the stress. I've done this before. I've been on... I don't actually know if I've done this before. You have. I don't remember it. Any of it. I've been getting these out-of-context feelings, like my body reacting to reflexes it didn't know it had. Everything is so disconnected, and trying to keep it together is... I'm just tired. When did you start feeling this way? How long have we been down here? I don't remember. I don't know when. I honestly don't. I wish I could tell you more than that, but I have nothing. I look to that place in my mind and there's something else there, or sometimes there's nothing at all. What do you mean something else? I've been having other people's dreams, Anand. I can see faces I don't recognize. Places I know I've never been, or maybe I have? I don't know. How can I know what is real or not when I can't trust my mind? Well, maybe I can help you with that, Venkat. We can go over things you think you forgot. And I can. Don't patronize me. I know you felt it, Anand. Your mind gets hazy, parts of you starts to slip, your memories grow faint, fading in and out until they're gone, or worse, replaced. You see pasts that aren't yours, experiences that you never lived, you start to become other people, or nobody at all. Venkat, please, I'm just trying to help. Do you even know my work before we met? Come to think of it, I don't even remember how we met. I know your name, I know you're a psychologist, but are we friends? Are we brothers? I don't know how I know you. We work together, I know that, I still have that. Other things, they come and go. I don't know if I am married or have children. Dr. Krishnamurthy was married twice and has 2 sons and 3 daughters between the 2 marriages. I see. And that isn't the worst of it. I know this is happening to me. I know that my mind is coming apart. But there's something else in there too. Something rising out of the smoke of my smoldering consciousness. That eel. The eel? I don't remember my mother. I can hear her voice, but I can't remember her face. I can't remember how she smelled or how she... But what I do remember is she told me about gods. There is a god called Anantasesha, a serpent, the king of serpents, said to lie beneath Vishnu in the cosmos, a 6-headed snake god. Isn't that something? Yes, I am familiar. Ah, of course, I'm sorry, I forgot. I don't remember much, but I remember that she would tell me about Anantasesha, would linger past the end, gaze upon the darkness past the end of time. She said when the light of the universe had gone out, all that would be left is Anantasesha. I have worked my entire life for the Foundation, so much as I can recall. I have struggled to build my name and my reputation and done everything I can do to leave something, anything, some kind of mark that says I was here, but what is it? I believe that SCP-3000 is an antecession. I believe that this aberration, this treachery across cognition, is the result of us being in the presence of a god. Not just a god, but a god who exists across all time, all at once and even beyond. Maybe part of the nothingness beyond the edge of time is part of an antecession as well. Maybe it acts as a conduit, some kind of Venkat, please, we're scientists. No, let me finish. In defiance of the nothingness that comes after this, all of this, there is an antecession. There's a chance that my memories might live on, that I might be remembered like the memories I have seen been through me. I don't have proof of this, but when I looked into its eyes and saw what it showed me, I was afraid. I'm merely a mediocre man, Anon. This was a fear that I have refused to acknowledge for years. A fear of irrelevance, that no one will know who I am when I die. Afraid of being forgotten, afraid of my life being meaningless, afraid of being alone, afraid of dying. There is a terror within me that I cannot reconcile, Anand. I won't lie to you and tell you that the maw of the Naga does not terrify me as well. But between this and the infinite dark I have gazed into, I have made up my mind. End log. Addendum 3000.4 Incident Video and Audio Log. After 2 days of containment within a secure holding cell on board the Aramita, orders were received to lift the hold order on Dr. Krishnamurthy in accordance to the terms of the ATSAC protocol. 3 hours after Dr. Krishnamurthy was released from his holding cell, following incident took place. Begin log. Krishnamurthy stands near the entrance to Aramita's aft left airlock. Subject is facing away from the nearest camera. 20 seconds later, proximity alarm is triggered. Exterior floodlights activate. SCP-3000 is still not visible. Command is alerted and Aramita's engines engage, preparing for evasive maneuvers. 8 seconds later, Krishnamurthy is startled by proximity alarm and begins to appear panicked. Subject continues to look at entrance of the aft airlock. Subject turns briefly towards nearest camera and is observed to be weeping. 15 seconds later, Krishnamurthy slowly approaches aft airlock and opens airlock door. Subject enters airlock and primary access door seals behind the subject. 40 seconds later, interior airlock camera captures Krishnamurthy staring at the exterior airlock door for a full 2 minutes and moving. After 2 minutes, subject collapses on the ground. All cameras shutter as primary turbines spin up. SCP-3000 is visible on radar approaching SCP-F Aramita. SCP-3000 is not visible on exterior cameras. 5 minutes later, Krishnamurthy stands and approaches diving suit locker. Subject puts on a high-pressure deep-sea diving suit and moves towards exterior door controls. Subject engages exterior door latch. Interior airlock camera is obscured by rushing water. 1 minute later, the secondary alarm is triggered by airlock breach. Personnel on the bridge attempt to close airlock, but Krishnamurthy has already exited the airlock. 30 seconds later, Krishnamurthy hangs in the water behind the aft section of the Aramita, illuminated by exterior floodlights. Subject is motionless. 20 seconds later, SCP-3000 slowly appears from out of darkness. Krishnamurthy remains motionless. 20 seconds later, exterior cameras shutter as Aramita begins to reverse towards Krishnamurthy. Rescue teams have assembled in the airlock chamber. 30 seconds later, SCP-3000 approaches Krishnamurthy. Its mouth begins to open. Aramida sounds horns, but neither SCP-3000 or subject appear to notice. 9 seconds later, SCP-3000 moves to just above Krishnamurthy. Subject appears to look up into the now fully expanded jaw of SCP-3000. Aramida begins to flash external floodlights. Airlock opens. Anand, I was wrong. God save me. It's not. 3 seconds later, SCP-3000 strikes and quickly consumes Krishnamurthy. 30 seconds later, SCP-3000 disappears into the darkness and is no longer visible in exterior cameras. Rescue teams are recalled. Crew begins to initiate ADSEC protocol. End log. Addendum 3000.5 Personal Journal of Dr. Manava. Note: the following are excerpts from the personal diaries of Dr. Anand Manava. Dr. Manava has kept several journals during his assignment and has reported that it is beneficial to counteract the psychological and memory-affecting properties of SCP-3000. 23rd of September 2009. I came to bury Venkat, not to praise him. Psychologically speaking, having your memories affected like his is not a pleasant experience for anyone. I really shouldn't be surprised he chose to relieve himself from having his memories meddled with. After all, it's really alarming. Being briefed on its effects doesn't change the fact that I need to constantly keep tabs on all staff, myself included, and ground us to reality. I am supposed to submit a full psychological report now detailing what has gone wrong, why a staff member turned suicidal, and a full analysis of possible ways to prevent this from happening again in the future, to the O5 and Site Director Knox, have it reviewed, and have some new regimen designed to prevent such a travesty from happening again. He always was more religious than I am. Right at the end of his life, he was riffing on Anatasasha, a primordial Hindu snake god, and rambling about eternity. I'm not going to question the legitimacy of his belief and his claims, but this is quite the enigma, and I suppose I should consider myself lucky that this assignment is relatively benign compared to previous assignments that I've had. I don't think this is a mythical eel. Anomalous, maybe, but not really that extraordinary. It's funny, I spent the last 30 years blocking out everything my father wanted to teach me about Hinduism, and now I'm racking my brains trying to remember anything he had to say about it. I want to say that it's because of the eel, but if I'm being honest with myself, I simply tried to forget all of his teachings. Maybe not at the beginning, but certainly by the end. I can barely even remember what he looked like, but I do remember how angry he got when I couldn't remember the names of my grandparents or great-uncles. He was desperate to preserve his culture, struck through, heritage, and I did everything I could to spite him. On his deathbed, he begged me to perform the traditional last rites after his death. He even wrote the instructions down, but I was so angry at him that I tore them up in front of him. I can't even remember why. The only memories I have of him are how he made me feel. He spent almost 20 years trying to pass down our heritage, and all I have now is anger and hatred and regret. The 30th of September, 2009. Site Director Knox gathered the staff this morning for a short morning. After a few brief and laconic eulogies, he took me aside and told me that Venkat's replacement will come in a few weeks, and as he kept no contact with his family, it's likely his belongings will just be disposed of and are now technically Foundation property. The director indicated that if I wanted to keep a thing or two from him, I should do so now. His office was relatively unremarkable. His cushy squashed chair cushion, a few office toys, and a lot of marine biology books that I should probably check out someday. The only thing I took was a statue of Ganesh that stood next to the window. Not fully sure why myself, but he's now sitting on the bookshelf next to a picture of myself, my wife, and our daughter at a lakeside terrace. It was a pretty unremarkable trip to some tourist trap in Lucknow, but this is really one of our best looking pictures. We're going under again tomorrow, the 11th of November, 2009. All of the D class managed to stay put this week, which is good, other than the routine depression and memory loss from exposure to SCP-3000. Everything was in order. Sometimes I'm a bit envious of them. All they know is they're scooping gunk off some big eel. They don't know of its importance or why it's critical that they collect it and how much it helps us. Of course, one saving grace of being on the psychological division of the ATSAC project is the awareness of its potential effects. I'm aware of what's happening to my psyche. I know that I have memories that are being drained, pieces that are being lost right now. I recall images of a young man on a bicycle in front of a schoolyard gate, looking like it was the 80s, when I was in Singapore. He was laughing, yet I don't know if this man is a friend, a lover, a son, family friend, who this young man is. Perhaps Italian, or maybe Australian. Maybe this isn't even a cherished memory at all. I looked at the Ganesh statue and the picture of my family again. It's really quite a shame. I truly forgot most anything that I've done with them. I started trying to learn some Hindu poems and songs, went out and got a copy of the Vedas, but I can't memorize the lines properly. I've been reflecting on what Venkat told me before he passed, though. His deep, deep-seated fear of mediocrity, unable to rise out of the sea of humans that walk on the face of this earth. He's worked for the Foundation for years, and while he isn't one of the most well-known and household names of the Foundation, he's not exactly obscure. He's been the Foundation's leading marine biologist and go-to expert for anything aquatic, and quite well revered. I'm actually quite surprised by his jealousy. He was never the flashy and bombastic type, and I would have never guessed he wanted fame and recognition. Perhaps he really was afraid that he is doomed to be stuck in mediocrity. Perhaps the silence of this place reminded him of something worse. Addendum 3000.6 Memorandum on ADZAC Brief Level 5 3000 Classified. Some new assignments had questions about our work here, so I'm publishing this to clear most of them up. Feel free to contact my office if there are any others. The ADZAC protocol is a method for gathering and processing the Y909 compound. It's a thick, brackish gray fluid that SCP-3000 excretes as part of its metabolism. We don't know the exact method by which it does this, but we have some ideas, and none of them are great for us. Initially, we thought it was bleeding. The first team we sent down to look at SCP-3000 went down to collect blood samples for analysis. When SCP-3000 attacked and consumed them, and began producing more of the substance, we realized we were looking at something different entirely. It's definitely not blood. It's more akin to a prion slurry. It's extremely toxic, and spending too much time around the stuff causes a lot of the same effects as exposure to SCP-3000 does. Paranoia, memory loss, suicidal thoughts, refining the raw 909, what the processors call eel jelly, allows us to create amnestics more effective than any we've had access to in the history of this organization. Herein lies the ethical dilemma. SCP-3000 only creates Y909 after eating, and it only eats humans. Remember when I said we had some ideas about how it does this? Some of our biologists have hypothesized that SCP-3000 is breaking down whatever makes sapient creatures sapient, filtering it through some part of its skin, and the residual ether is what we collect. You want to know something really fucked up? We've taken radiographs of this thing, trying to see what's going on inside of it. It's full of dead human bodies. It's not digesting them at all. It's doing something else, and the end result is Y909. When we first started using Y909 in our amnestics programs, we tried to synthesize it. We got something close to what we were looking for, Y19, but the side effects were catastrophic. The amnestics would work. We would get people to forget events, people, and so on, but then they would start to forget other things too. The mental deterioration would rapidly increase until there was nothing left, and then they would die. A few of those researchers thought we might be able to figure out how to decrease the severity of those side effects. The cost to continue those trials would have been astronomical, and the program was discontinued. It's no secret that what we're doing here is abhorrent. The ethics committee, the classification committee, they're all looking at ways to make this more tolerable than what it is. The hard truth is, if we want to continue to use modern amnestics, we have to have Y909. If we want to have Y909, we have to feed D-class to SCP-3000. Otherwise, we'll be forced to go back to the metaphorical Dark Ages, where we were amnesticizing people with opioids and chloroform. The good news is we are developing ROVs that should be able to take over the job of collecting the raw material from our dive teams. This will eliminate any chance of accidental casualties like we've had in the past, and is a good first step. For everything else, only time will tell. Knox. Addendum 3000.7 Personal Journal of Dr. Manava. Note, the following is a full text of a page penned in the hand of Dr. Manava, which was ripped out of a journal and placed on his nightstand. Undated. I have spent considerable amount of time on this assignment, attempting to understand the underlying effects of individuals exposed to a Class 8 cognitohazard. I have conducted numerous personnel interviews, written a great many psychological reports, but I have not been able to properly deduce what about this creature would lead a perfectly sane man out the door of that airlock and into the maw of the eel. Earlier this week, I was preparing my notes for another report. I accidentally knocked the picture of myself, my wife, and my daughter off the nightstand. The glass shattered as it hit the ground. As I cleaned it up, I noticed something written on the reverse of the image. It said, Anand, Shanti, and Padma, June 2002. But the writing was not mine, it was Venkat's. I was puzzled by this. Why would Venkat have written on the back of a picture of mine? I thought little of it at the time and cleaned up the mess and went about my day, but this question stuck with me. It was a little thing, easily explained in a number of ways, but I could not seem to shake the notion of uncertainty. It was not until last night that a horrifying thought struck me, one that I could not sleep on. I accessed the Foundation personnel archives and I realized a truth that I could not reconcile. Shanti was Venkat's first wife. Padma was his daughter. Records are clear. The life I remember, the experiences I am certain I've had with them, are the experiences and memories of Venkat, not me. I have never been married. I have no children. Even now I can see my wife in my mind, hear her laughter, smell her hair, but I now know that it is Venkat I see her through, not me. The horror of this realization has been replaced with a queer sort of dread. I figured out what the eel does. Something about it, some latent part of its creation, abhors cognition. It breaks down human consciousness and scatters the part of us that we believe is a soul, until all that remains is what we really are, electrical signals that will someday become inert. If even I can't remember myself, how can I expect anyone else to remember me? I have forgotten my own life, and I am strangely apathetic at this revelation. I will fade into the darkness as thousands before me have, and thousands after me will. No one will care as I am forgotten. I do not despair for my own sake, but for us all. You and I, we will all face obliteration. I am not important. You are not important. Vast droplets of irrelevancy stretching eons in the sea of time. We may fight against it, but our enemy is inevitability. I do not think that eel is Anantashesha. I do not think it would matter if it was. What it is clear to me now, as I feel myself coming apart, is that the eel is not some mythological creature or divine serpent. Perhaps it's just a primitive creature that has eluded us, holding no malice. Perhaps it really is a primordial deity, harboring resentment beneath the surface. The eel is not the harbinger of my demise or humanity's doom. The eel is not the end of all things. It only shows us what the end looks like. And in spite of everything we might believe, every ideal we hold or providence we pray for, I know this much is true for all of us. Our end will be a forgotten one. Note: Dr. Manava was later discovered unresponsive near the aft airlock. Evidence suggested that Dr. Manava had broken into the onboard storage locker and ingested a significant amount of raw 909. Dr. Manava was moved off of the Aramida and remains at Site 151 for analysis. Redacted per Protocol 4000 SU. Warning: the following anomaly is affected by communication. Do not refer to it in speech or writing unless trained. Item number: restricted per Protocol 4000 SU. Object class: header. Special containment procedures. The extra-dimensional location described below, as well as the entities and landmarks contained therein, are nomenclative hazards, SU class, and therefore may not be referred to by any name, title, or designation. Only descriptions may be used when referring to the forest outside of normative space and native entities thereof. Variations must be used in these descriptions each time a subject is described. Descriptions may be color-coded for clarity. Color blindness accessibility, click here. And florid language may be used for the sake of nomenclative diversity. In the event of a nomenclative containment breach, standard SU class recontainment protocol must be carried out immediately by the individual responsible for the breach. If the individual is rendered unable to perform the procedure, the responsibility falls to the individual's next of kin. If the individual responsible for the breach has no known next of kin, the individual's name must be expurgated from all existing documents and records. Any other individuals possessing the same name are to be administered Type G viral amnestics and assigned a new one. In accordance with Order 05-4000-F26, at least one successful expedition into the strange and dangerous woodland area must be carried out per year to assess any deviations from baseline abnormality, due to the high risk involved in entering the place where the nameless are found. Personnel sent in to conduct research must be trained in standard exploration protocol, as detailed in 4000 SCP. Unauthorized documentation of the forest found in chimneys must be suppressed via standard information containment protocol. Unauthorized individuals with knowledge of Procedure 4000 Holloway are to be administered amnestics. Amnestic class to be determined on a case-by-case basis, and may be released following a period of disquisitional rehabilitation. Description: the SCP in question is an extra-dimensional forested area with numerous anomalous qualities, including a hazardous nomenclative phenomena. This anomalous location is accessed by performing 4000 Holloway. See document DOC 4000-H. After completing the procedure, subjects emerge from the opening of a dilapidated brick well fixed into the forest floor. See Figure 1.2. The only way to reliably traverse the unusual terrain is by use of a single dirt path. Explorations that diverged from said route have resulted in immediate loss of contact with participating subjects. The sole safe road may only be traversed in a single direction, and any attempts by subjects to turn back and return the way they came will result in similar loss of contact. The unnamed world does not adhere to the constraints of linear space. Cartographic endeavors have resulted in vastly different routes being recorded with each expedition, and sections of the mandatory trail, which should logically overlap or intersect, do not. Similar topographic abnormalities have been observed in geonormative forests as well, although no direct connection between these phenomena have been confirmed. The only consistency in the layout is the access point, which is always at both ends of the main road. The only way for a subject to safely exit the woods which have no name, after they have begun following it, is by walking its entire length and returning to the place where they began at the opposite end. A variety of anomalous entities native to the nameless habitat have been documented. Native entities often undergo changes in physical structure when unobserved, which has made it difficult for researchers to determine which recorded entities are unique beings, which are newer iterations of those previously documented. Entities claim they have no control over these changes and frequently express dissatisfaction when they occur. Native entities often obstruct the trail which subjects tread, making it necessary for subjects to interact with them to progress. Native entities are sapient and often highly temperamental, but can be interacted with safely as long as 4000 SEP precautions are followed. Rare occasions have been recorded where native entities appear inherently inimical toward human life. Consequences for disregarding these precautions will vary depending on the personality of the offended entity. Degrees of retribution encountered by research subjects have included verbal rebuke, acts of violence, and anomalous alteration of the subject's physical, conceptual, or nomenclative attributes. Various anomalous phenomena may occur when consistent nomenclature is applied to the realm of the unnameable, its native entities, or its landmarks. These phenomena are still poorly understood, partially due to the prohibition of nomenclative experimentation under Order 05-4000-F26. Documented nomenclative phenomena have included episodic cluster headaches among subjects exposed to effective nomenclature, visual and auditory hallucinations among exposed subjects, usually involving environments or entities described by nomenclature. Gustatory hallucinations and phantasmia have been reported in a small subset of cases. Sudden onset of psychogenic amnesia among exposed subjects, development of non-human physical characteristics among exposed subjects, such as feathers and pollen sacs, the development of biological components in non-biological mediums where nomenclature is written or recorded, sudden involuntary transport of exposed subjects to the wilderness of unnamed things without the use of Procedure 4000 Holloway, manifestation of various flora within indoor spaces where nomenclature was used, sudden transport of native entities to areas where nomenclature was used, biological fusion of exposed subjects and native entities, biological fusion of native entities in architectural spaces where nomenclature was used, extreme iron deficiency in exposed subjects with an absence of expected negative side effects. Order 05-4000-F26 was ratified by the Overseer Council in 1954. A 1870 amendment requires that 05-4000F26 receive unanimous endorsement from the Council every 10 years in order to remain in effect. To date, no overseer memos regarding 05-4000F26 have been disseminated to lower clearance levels. Notable containment breaches. Accessing content, please buy. Request Notable CB. Access granted. The following are examples of anomalous phenomena observed during nomenclative breaches. Breach date 9 June 1954. Named subject, the glade of which we seldom speak. Summary: initial discovery and subsequent breach took place in an abandoned home in rural Connecticut. Circumstances of the discovery are unclear due to the lack of surviving personnel, but a general timeline of events have been established. Timestamps are in standard NATO format. The Hollow of Unspoken Titles is discovered and given a temporary Type E designation. Archaic object class used as a preliminary designation for newly discovered anomalies still in an unsecured state. Designation by Field Agent Garrett Bradley, creating nomenclative breach. Field Agent Maura Denoti enters the land beyond the flue and is never recovered. Agent Bradley begins to gradually sink into the hardware floor. Nearby agents flee the area. Soon after exiting the house, all agents are suddenly rendered immobile, with the exception of Timothy Woods, who is not aware of the Type E designation. Immobilized agents vocalize distress as their torsos elongate. Elongation ceases after agents have reached a height approximating that of a chimney, where procedure 4000 Holloway was performed. Smoke expels from their facial orifices. Timothy Woods reports these developments via radio to Site-8. Secondary breach is caused when Timothy Woods repeatedly uses the phrase, "the redacted," to describe the world where words have power. Timothy Woods states that he sees his name in the trees. Site-8 personnel press Timothy Woods for further information. Timothy Woods attempts to orally consume his radio and soon expires from internal injuries. Timothy Woods' correspondents in Site-8 are observed suffering from severe headaches and placed under quarantine. Ostial protrusions resembling tree branches emerge from the orbital cavities of quarantined Site-8 personnel. Personnel report no physical discomfort, despite exhibiting full globe luxation in both sockets. Afterward, nomenclative anomaly eventually discovered after numerous cycles of multivariable D-class exposure to affected Site-8 personnel. Breach date 22 December 1955. Named subject, the footpath which loops around the entire area. Summary: Desk completed the first successful exploratory mission in the grove beneath nameless stars and was immediately quarantined. After exhibiting no anomalous effects for 72 hours, Desk was then allowed to write an account of his experiences. When researchers returned to check on his progress, Desk had vanished. Traces of soil and human tissue were later found in the pencil, paper, and Harvey Mansfield Desk had used in his writing. Breach date 19 August 1958. Named subject, the native entity that sits atop a throne of bones and cradles a flaming child. After completing an exploratory mission, Field Agent Ethan Mercy used the same epithet several times when describing a particular native entity. Several minutes later, he complained of severe nausea and began to vomit blood and bone marrow. Over the course of several hours, Agent Mercy was reported to have somehow orally expelled most of his bones. Personnel throughout Site-8 experienced auditory hallucinations of a woman's laughter for the next several days. Breach date, the 4th of March, 1966. Named subject, the native entity that resembles a feathered lion with a skeletal ram's head. Summary. College student Vanessa Hayworth attempted to check on numerous medical facilities in and around Portland, Oregon, complaining that her head had become covered in flesh, despite exhibiting no signs of unusual tissue growth. She is eventually detained by Foundation investigators and found to be in possession of a book that described, among other things. Full content of the book I restricted to Level 5 personnel under Order 05-4000-F26. However, official statements have noted that certain rituals and locations described in the book bear strong similarities to SCP-1660 and SCP-860. Recent declassifications have revealed that another passage may have been written in reference to SCP-3560, which was discovered more than 50 years after the book's discovery. The significance of SCP-3560 potentially predating the existence of Anderson Robotics has yet to be determined. Procedure 4000 Holloway in its entirety. After stipulating that Foundation personnel assist in removing the flesh from her head if she cooperated, no such procedure was ever carried out. Hayworth confessed that she had received the book from an acquaintance in the Wanderer's library. Afterward, this was the first known case of a civilian-triggered nomenclative breach. Similar incidents have occurred intermittently since. In 2012, a native entity was photographed that superficially resembled a young Hayworth, Figure 1.1, more than 2 decades after Hayworth died in Foundation custody. Breach date, the 30th of October, 1992. Named subject, the house in which Michael Ashley Vincent spent several nights during his exploratory mission. Summary. Agent Michael Ashley Vincent, who had completed an exploratory mission several years prior, used the possessive phrase, blank house, several times, while recounting stories to 2 of his colleagues who did not have names. This statement has been flagged for potential memetic corruptions. I don't care what the records say. After 30 years in the Department of Memetics, you learn when to follow your gut. And right now, my gut is telling me that there's something off about this. Dr. Storm. Sometime later, a large brick building manifested inside Site-8, intersecting with existing architecture. Michael Ashley Vincent's headless body was found inside, seizing violently, and fused at the neck to a light fixture made of elk antlers. His face, which did not appear animate, had enlarged to take up the entire surface area of the building's floor. Field agents sent into the face's mouth found that it did not possess a full digestive tract. However, Michael Ashley Vincent's nameless colleagues were reported to have been conjoined with its uvula. 4000 Holloway. Request Doc 4000-H. Access granted. 4000 Holloway. The following is a censored list of instructions for accessing the horizon beyond labels. Certain steps have been omitted in this version of the document. Phrases and counterphrases at the end of the procedure will differ depending on the subject's type category. The oldest child in their family, type 1, the middle-born, type 2, or the youngest/only child, type 3. Using organic kindling, start a steady flame within any indoor fireplace. Combine the powdered bones of a male red fox, Vulpes vulpes, any age, an adult male lion, Panthera leo, and a baleen whale, Mysticeti, any age, any gender. Cast the mixture into the fire. Take an easily burnt personal possession of a strong sentimental value and allow the fire to consume it. Carefully release 3 feathers from any black-plumed bird of the genus Corvus over the fire and allow the smoke to carry them up to flue. If the fire begins to emit vocalizations, Respond with the appropriate counterphrase. See phrases and counterphrases below. If correct statements are given, the fireplace will expand and the ladder will descend. The fire will be harmless. If incorrect statements are made for any reason, immediately apologize and do not attempt Procedure 4000 Holloway again at any point in the future. Note: individuals who are present during Procedure 4000 Holloway, but were not the one conducting Procedure 4000 Holloway, must not respond to vocalizations or approach the active fireplace under any circumstances. Phrases and counterphrases. Variant 1, Type 1 subjects. Phrase: these woods have rules. Counterphrase: or so they say. And if you break them, a price I'll pay. Variant Type 2 subjects. Phrase: is someone there? Counterphrase: there's only me. Phrase: and who are you? Counterphrase: I guess you'll see. Variant 3, Type 3 subjects. Phrase: what do you seek? To walk the trees. Now mind your manners. To walk them, please. End. Doc 4000-H. 4000 SEP. Accessing document, please stand by. Quest Standard Exploration Protocol. Access granted. Note: the following is a truncated list containing only instructions that are crucial to survival. Personnel assigned to explorative duties must also familiarize themselves with 4000 SCP-3 through 8 before embarking. 4000 SCP-1 General Guidelines for Exploration. You must be equipped with a standard Foundation expedition pack prior to entering the place where names are not allowed. Do not consume any food other than the rations included inside the standard Foundation expedition pack. Do not bring firearms into the dimension of trees under any circumstances. Type 1 subjects must avoid accepting or directly handling that which can be considered a valuable resource. This includes, but is not limited to, forms of currency, precious metals and stones, objects imbued with useful anomalous properties, and well-crafted weaponry. Type 2 entities must avoid any native entities that regard the subject with affection or romantic attraction, and must not give the appearance of reciprocating these feelings in any way. Statements made by a native entity which profess affection or romantic attraction for a Type 2 subject are false. Type 3 subjects must avoid partaking in activities that are commonly considered frivolous, luxurious, or physically comforting. This includes, but is not limited to, dancing, smoking, playing with toys, drinking anything other than water, listening to music, and sleeping on a padded surface. Structures encountered along the way you must travel may be entered after knocking at the entryway. Leave the structure from where you came. If entering uninvited, do not be discovered. If you fall asleep in the woods where rules are paramount, record your dreams. A journal is included in your expedition pack. If you encounter any landmarks or entities similar to a dream you recorded, treat the dream as fact. 4000 SEP-2 Guidelines for interacting with native entities. Greet native entities with any formal salutation. Examples of acceptable greetings: good morning, hello, pardon me. Examples of unacceptable greetings: hey, yo, what's up? Before engaging in conversation, if female, bow or curtsy. Speak in a cordial tone of voice. Do not make any statements that you know to be false. Do not make disparaging comments about native entities while in their presence. Say please and thank you when appropriate. Refer to and address native entities using descriptions of their physical appearance per Protocol 4000 issue. Do not refer to any native entity by a name, title, or designation, even if it introduces itself with such. Do not state your name, nickname, code name, alias, or any personal designation when in the presence of a native entity. If a native entity offers to assign you a name, title, or designation, politely decline. If a native entity makes a statement in which it addresses or refers to you by a name, title, designation, or anything other than a physical description, ignore the statement as though it had not been spoken. If pressed for information that is considered confidential, refuse, briefly apologize, and bow. If a native entity appears to require your assistance, consider its appearance before choosing to help. If the entity appears threatening, do whatever is necessary to aid it. If the entity appears attractive or harmless, do not approach it. Always feed a native entity if it is hungry. This overrules 2.12.b. Do not attempt to mount any bestial entities you encounter unless it has earned your trust and given you its consent. If you are offered a physical gift, receive it with both hands. Do not discard this gift, even if it appears to have no use or value. This is overruled by 1.04. If a native entity offers you a non-physical gift or attempts to initiate a trade, politely decline. You may accept food offered by native entities and offer that food to other native entities you encounter, but do not consume it yourself. Do not sleep in any lodging offered by a native entity. You may sleep inside the residence of a native entity as long as you do not have an invitation to do so. If a native entity offers to accompany you on your journey, accept, but do not tell them where you are going. If you are aided by a native entity, you must aid it in return if you have not done so already. If you encounter an incorporeal humanoid that claims it is not a native entity, disregard all previous protocols and follow its instructions. End Standard Exploration Protocol. Interview Log 4000.0215. Request Interview 4000.0215. Access denied. This data has been expunged. Request Interview 4000.0215. Credentials E. Jappers, M4D754PARTE3. Access granted. Hello, Dr. Jappers. Interview Archive 4000.0215. The following is a series of interviews conducted by Dr. Eugene Jappers over the course of several years. This data has been expunged from all general documents under Order 05-4000F26. Interviewer, Dr. Eugene Jappers. Interviewee, description, the native entity with a head resembling that of a rabbit's. See Figure 2.1. Forward, interview conducted in 2005 during Dr. Jappers' first expedition into the space where speech is deadly. Good morning, strange traveler. Good morning. It's nice to see a new face around these parts. Kindly excuse the smoke, just airing my thoughts. How is your name? I'm sorry, I can't tell you that. Dr. Jappers bows. Are you simple? I'm merely asking how your name is. My name has smelt of raspberries lately, I think. Snapdragons, perhaps. It's so hard to tell these days, but one makes an effort. Ah, my apologies. I'm afraid my name has tasted rather tart as of late. Dr. Jappers was later reprimanded for violating SCP-2.03. The Porine entity laughs and doffs its hat. No, I'm the one who should apologize. I shouldn't have pried. It's quite all right. I don't mind at all. It's been lovely to meet you, but I must be on my way. Must you, though? My home is close by, and I was hoping to invite you in for tea. Dr. Jappers bows again. I'm terribly sorry, but unfortunately I cannot stop at this moment. Perhaps another day. Very well, until next time, stranger whose name tastes rather tart. In the log. Encounter 2. Interviewer, Dr. Eugene Jappers. Interviewee description, the gentleman with the leporine visage. Forward, interview conducted in 2008 during Dr. Jappers' 4th expedition into that burrow betwixt the bricks. Begin log. Dr. Jappers crests a hill and discovers his hare-like acquaintance tending to a patch of cabbages. Good afternoon, stranger. Except, pardon me, we've met before, haven't we? Good afternoon, I believe so, yes. 3 years, if memory serves. I remember now, you ran off in quite a hurry. Yes, my apologies for that. At that time I was new here, and wary of those I encountered. Still the apologetic one, I see. No matter. You are not from here? Very interesting. What woods are you from? I do not come from any woods. Nonsense! Surely you have trees where you're from, do you not? We do have trees, but they're very sparse. Most of the land is covered in homes and businesses. Then they are inferior woods, but woods nonetheless. Tell me, how did you get here? I see you have an inquiring mind. I would like to ask you a question, if that's all right. Pardon my lack of manners. I consider myself something of a scholar, you see, and I get a bit excited when I have a chance to learn a forest outside my own. By all means, pose your question. When we last met, you said it had been difficult to describe your name. Do you have any theories for why that may be? I can only assume it's because of how long we've been apart. My name and I, that is. It was a good name, a proud name, I'm fairly sure. By this point, it's probably decayed from its former grandeur, if it even still exists. Where do you think it is currently? First, fellow scholar, you must answer my previous question. Dr. Jappers nods. Dr. Jappers. I came through the old but distinguished well at the end of the footpath I am presently perambulating. This information is not considered classified from native entities. The other individual hesitates before speaking. Oh my, it's been quite some time. I'll be frank, I thought all the old allies had died out. Did your grandfather or some such relation have a lover out here? Dr. Jappers bows. My deepest apologies. I'm afraid I cannot answer that question. Very well, I understand. I'd invite you to my cottage for tea, but I suppose that's not possible for you, is it? I'm afraid not. The conversational partner laughs and plucks a cabbage leaf and offers it to Dr. Jappers. You needn't fear so much. Take this and be on your way. Dr. Jappers accepts the leaf with both hands. Thank you very much. Happy travels to you, and may you find the one you're looking for. End log. Afterward, Dr. Jappers later used the cabbage leaf to feed a native entity, resembling a field mouse, which in turn aided him on his travels. Encounter 3. Interviewer, Dr. Eugene Jappers. Interviewee description, the leaf giver. Interview conducted in 2013 during Dr. Jappers' 9th expedition into yonder vale of restless wanderers. Due to the unique knowledge that the one who bore the gift of cabbage seemed to possess about our world, Dr. Jappers was instructed to conduct a more thorough interview should it be encountered a third time. Additionally, Dr. Jappers was granted special permission to make false statements for the sake of facilitating conversation, as his first encounter showed the fluffy one to be susceptible to deceptions. Begin log. Traveling along the way of weary adventurers, Dr. Jappers encounters a small white cottage with a thatched roof. A small opening in the shape of a rabbit's head is cut into the front door. Dr. Jappers approaches it and knocks. Hello, is anyone home? Yes, 1 minute. Exactly 1 minute passes, the door opens. Ah, we meet again. Please, come in, come in. Dr. Jappers is led inside. The interior is sparsely decorated with wooden furniture and needlework. You have a lovely home. Ha! You have a lovely sense of humor. The homeowner hurries to the kitchenette in the corner and begins preparing a kettle. No, really, I think it's charming. I suppose it was just meant to be until things cool down on the other side, but, well, you know, I'm afraid I don't know. Would you like some help? No, 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 no. You just have yourself a seat at the table over there, while I get the tea ready for us. Dr. Jappers draws a chair and seats himself. You're most generous, but I don't think my digestion will permit it. Oh, poor fellow. Well, I find the presence of tea to be a comfort in any case. You are most kind. Tell me, could you explain by what you meant by cooled down? His furred host turns the stove on and stares out a window cut into a similar shape as the hole on the door. Your relations didn't tell you the full story, I suppose, about the turmoil that drove us here? Turmoil? Was there a war? The tufted one sighs. Isn't there always? My grandparents did tell me there were wars, but I never knew of one with you and your kind. It doesn't surprise me. There are very few even in these woods that still remember. Memory is the burden of the old, I suppose. But yes, when I was a young lad, in a form very different from the one I possess now, I lived on the other end of the well. It's where I was born, where I grew up, and if I dare to dream, where I will someday return. Why don't you then? The kettle whistles. I can't, not unless I know I could be welcomed back. The maker of the tea pours a cup and seats itself across the table. I'm sure you don't know this, since they keep themselves hidden, but there are those who would destroy me at the nearest chance. Ah, my apologies. These are dark memories. I'm sure you don't want to hear about them. The teller of the story sips its tea. No, please go on. These things are of interest to me. I am a fellow scholar, remember? As you wish, fellow scholar. I shall talk until the tea is cold. It clears its throat. Much as it grieves me to say it, we were betrayed. We had fought side by side, you know, in the war against that factory. We had done nothing but help them. And what did they do? They destroyed us. They took so many of our lives and all of our names. Some of us fled here when the war was just beginning, but not many, not many. Still, though, I don't hate them. I'm glad for that. I'd imagine so. There are some old fogies around these parts who bear a grudge against the whole species, but I know you're not all bad. There were many who sheltered us, fought for us, even died for us. Some came to live here amongst us, rest their souls. I, myself, courted a human once upon a time. He came to visit a time or two, but I never saw him after that. I still wonder now and again if he fell at the hand of an unkind neighbor, or if he merely stopped caring to see me. But it's no matter now. I apologize for prattling on about old flames. Certainly such things are of no interest to you, fellow scholar. On the contrary, I'd like to hear more about these stories. The life of you and your people is of great interest to me. I'm sure it is, fellow scholar. A strong breeze moves through the house. Neither party speaks for half a minute. The rabbit person who lives there grunts and places a hand on its head as if in pain. Dr. Jappers places his hand against the teapot. It appears the tea has gotten cold. I think it's time I took my leave. What? You're leaving? I should leave too, then. Dr. Jappers rises from the table. No, 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 no. I'll be going alone, thank you. It's abrupt, yes, and I'm grievously sorry to do this, but I really must be going. I believe I'm long overdue to return home. What is... I don't... Please don't go. Something isn't... It can't be helped. Stop. What... What have you done? I don't know who... What happened to my name? I can't... Dr. Jappers quickly exits the house. His former companion whimpers and looks at its hands as he leaves. It does taste rather tart. Endlog. Dr. Jappers successfully returned to Site-08, but was reported missing soon after. Investigation into his disappearances and current whereabouts have been inconclusive. It was initially theorized that Dr. Jappers was exposed to an anomalous influence on his physiology during his most recent mission. However, thorough analysis showed no genetic abnormalities in the fur he'd shed on his expedition gear. End interview 4000-0215. My hands shake as I hold the document. This is confirmed? He nods. We got the report from Numa staff yesterday. It's everyone. Even us? Even us, Tejani. To think I'd find myself agreeing with that damn lizard. What do we do? You know what we have to do? We'll have to disseminate a cure. I think. Among personnel before we get things underway. It'll try to stop us otherwise. Gotta help us, one. Don't be like that, Tejani. That's it, talking. SCP-5000. Why? Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-5000 is to be kept in a deactivated state within a standard storage unit located on Site-22. All files and intelligence retrieved from SCP-5000 are to be stored on a secure server, with backups available upon request from the Archival Department. Description: SCP-5000 is a non-functional mechanical suit identified within its internal schematics as an absolute exclusion harness designed by the SCP Foundation. Although SCP-5000 is believed to have once possessed a number of anomalous functions intended to protect and benefit its occupant, damage inflicted to it in the past means that it's currently only capable of basic file storage. For a record of files contained within SCP-5000 upon recovery, see Archive 5000-1. SCP-5000 first appeared in a flash of light within SCP-579's containment chamber at Site-62C on May 12, 2020, containing a corpse. Cause of death determined to be blunt force trauma, believed to be inflicted by impact with the ground following a long fall. Genetically identical to Foundation employee Pietro Wilson. Pietro Wilson is currently employed at Exclusionary Site 6, one of a series of installations designed to retain information following reality shifts or other temporal restructuring events. Amnestic Therapy has confirmed he has no knowledge of SCP-5000 or memories concerning the events detailed within its archives. Archive 5000-1. Journal Entry 1-1. My name is Pietro Wilson. I don't know what's happening. I think I might be the only one left. Date is 02/01/2020. Sorry, thought transcription is tricky. Sorry, I'm not used to this yet. The date is the 2nd of January, 2020. I have just escaped from exclusionary site 06. I think, I'm not certain, but I think everyone else is dead. Those guys, they were thorough. If I hadn't got to the suit, I'd be, oh god. Journal entry 1-2. I need to get myself together, or this thing isn't going to be illegible at all. Most likely they're going to want some kind of record of this whole incident for posterity. I'm currently on my way to the nearest Foundation installation, a small safe house for agents making their way through this part of the country. Most likely there won't be anyone there, so I should be able to get into contact with my superiors and find out what exactly is going on. Things started around 6, maybe 7 hours ago. Group identifying themselves as Mobile Task Force Zeta-19, Lonely Only, Insurgent Infiltrators, maybe, entered the site. They had proper identification and everything, and gathered everyone into the canteen. Then they started the shooting. Jesus, I can still taste the blood. You can't get that awful metal taste off my tongue. It's a miracle I didn't get hit or trampled on, the way people were climbing over each other to get out of there. If I hadn't gotten to the exclusion harness, I'd be dead. No doubt about it. Like I said, they were thorough. I'm a technician for the power grid on ES-06, so I don't fully get how this thing works, but I understand the basics. This perception filter thing doesn't mean people can't see me, but it does mean they can't recognize the fact that they can see me, which I guess is the same thing when you get down to it. But those infiltrators, they didn't even take anything. Didn't even try to. I watched after I got into this thing. I was too scared, fucking coward, to make a run for it. They just checked the bodies and left. An extra bullet for every head. They were just there to kill us. Journal entry 1-3. Finally made it to the safe house after hours and hours of trudging through this goddamn desert. Heard a few explosions in the distance. Maybe the Foundation sent an MTF to engage those infiltrators before they got away? Hope so. Never been happier to see bottled water in my life. Harness sustains your body while you're wearing it, apparently, but my mind still thinks I should be drinking. Human nature, I guess. Anyway, I get these legs of mine rested. I'm going to try to get these systems online. I need to get in touch with the Foundation and find out what exactly is going on. Journal entry 1-4. Holy shit. Downloaded file 1-1. Context: they sent this to every government, news organization, and anomalous agency on the planet. Fuck me. The following is a message composed via consensus of the O5 Council.
Those who are not currently aware of our existence, we represent the organization known as the SCP Foundation. Our previous mission centered around the containment and study of anomalous objects, entities, and other assorted phenomena. This mission was the focus of our organization for more than 100 years. Due to circumstances outside of our control, this directive has now changed. Our new mission will be the extermination of the human race. There will be no further communication.
Immediately following the release of their worldwide announcement, the Foundation began their assault on mankind. The response to the anomalies the Foundation let loose was as quick as it could have been, but the damage is being done. It's hard to tell what exactly is going on, but from my position here, accessing the Foundation network, and keeping track of the news, I've managed to grasp a little. I'm going to get everything I know down so that when this is all over, if anyone's still alive, they'll know what happened to us. Relevant anomaly, SCP-096. Action taken by the Foundation. Images of SCP-096's face circulated on social media platforms. Death toll has already reached the hundreds before the images were taken down. For all I know, that thing is still going. Relevant anomaly, SCP-169. Action taken by the Foundation. A series of nuclear charges are detonated within and along SCP-169's back, causing it to stir in its sleep slightly. The resultant earthquakes and tsunamis devastate a significant number of coastal settlements around the world. Relevant anomaly, SCP-662. Action taken by the Foundation. Over the course of 24 hours, an individual whose appearance matches that of Mr. Deeds appears in the vicinity of several major heads of states and assassinates them using whatever tools are immediately available, disappearing just as quickly. I don't know why this stopped after the first day. Relevant anomaly, SCP-610. Action taken by the Foundation. Samples of SCP-610 are dispersed by embedded Foundation agents within many major cities, including New York and Delhi. All civilians in the area, along with the agents themselves, are quickly infected and succumb to SCP-610. Further spread of SCP-610 is halted by combined efforts of the Global Occult Coalition and the Church of the Broken God. Relevant anomaly, SCP-682. Action taken by the Foundation. Released. I don't understand why this is happening. Downloaded file 1-2. Context: news footage I managed to download between drinking sessions. Begin log. Porter Maria Henderson is speaking from inside a GOC evacuation tent. Scrolling header indicates she's speaking from the outskirts of Trosa, Sweden. Behind her, patients can be seen being treated by doctors in full protective gear. Maria herself is wearing a surgical mask, pulled up slightly to allow her to speak into the microphone, which kind of defeats the purpose if you ask me. Reporting what has previously been put out by the Global Occult Coalition, residents that have not already evacuated are advised to seal themselves inside their homes as quickly as possible using whatever materials are available. One of the doctors attending a patient stands up with urgency, looking over to a soldier standing over the beds. Got an expiration. Get the eraser ready. Maria Henderson quickly begins moving out of the tent, out into a field filled with similar installations. A loud buzzing sound can be heard from the tent behind her, and several flashing lights can be seen. Thick smoke pours out of a gap at the top of the tent. Any individuals still in a compromised area are advised to keep careful watch over those around them. If any friends or family members begin exuding a noticeably minty smell, they are to be quarantined immediately. Feed cuts out. I later found out this is when television stopped everywhere. Internet too. World gone blind in a few seconds. Journal entry 1-5. It's funny, with the supplies in this place, not to mention the exclusion harness, I could probably survive for years, right here. But the idea of being sat here with no idea of what's going on in the outside world, it's unbearable. Still, I'm not sure whether I really want to know what's happening out there. When I was a kid, real sick all the time, not able to go out that much, I was really into detective stories, Sherlock Holmes and all that shit. I always wanted to figure things out. Anyway, my dad had this row of plant pots on the wall outside the house, and they were always getting knocked over, but he could never figure out what was doing it. That was pretty much at my peak of detective obsession, so I was on the case like nothing else. I was a stupid shit, so I couldn't actually deduce anything, you understand? So I ended up buying this cheap spy camera and recording the wall overnight. It was a stray cat. My dad ended up kicking it to death, like I should have known he would. Curiosity, well, you know the saying. Everyone involved would have been better off if I'd minded my own business. Except my dad, but fuck him. Damned if you do, damned if you don't, but I'd rather be doing something than nothing. Besides, if I have the exclusion harness, nothing that would want to hurt me will ever know I'm here. I'm a tourist at the end of the world. Destination, Site 19. Closest real Foundation installation. Only makes sense. I'm getting some answers. Recorded file 1-1. Context: encounter with Foundation elements a few days after leaving my shelter. Watching weird behavior. Begin log. Viewing a group of Foundation soldiers in a clearing from a distance. 9 in total stood in place. A 10th soldier, the commander, is silently pacing back and forth in front of them. Uniforms and insignias looks like those of MTF-6, village idiots. After a few seconds, the commander claps her hand once and steps towards the line. Performing the check now, of course. Commander takes out a knife and stabs the soldier in the shoulder. There is no reaction. Get that wound treated. The soldier nods. The commander proceeds to stab each soldier in the line in the same way, with no reaction from any of the victims, until the 8th, who noticeably winces. Ugh, got a live one! The commander and all other soldiers quickly aim their guns and fire upon soldier number 8, killing him. He drops to the ground. The commander then moves to the 9th soldier and stabs him in the shoulder. No visible reaction. All right, we're clear. Move out. MTF-6 packs up their supplies and leave the area, leaving the corpse of the dead soldier where it is. Manage to retrieve weaponry and basic medical supplies from the body. Bury it as well as I can afterwards. End log. Closing notes. No fucking clue. Recorded file 1-2. Weird transmission I caught on an old radio. I don't know if it's important, but I'm trying to get everything down for posterity. Begin log. Audio only. Voices male, around my age, I guess.
7, 5. Can you hear me? There's a hole shining in the holes between your eyelids. I've never been to Versailles before. I want to be loved. 9. I am standing behind you now. 5. I am 2 of us, standing behind you now. The goddess eats the city and the sea. 9. There's a hole in the floor with an answer waiting in it. 7. Look, you're hatching. You're hatching.
Message continues on loop. End log. Closing notes. Message stopped once I turned the radio over and saw it was damaged beyond repair. Am I feeling okay? Oh shit, I can put pictures on these things. Journal entry 1-6. When I thought of Site 19 as being relatively close by, I never really took into account that was probably with a vehicle in mind. Can't risk cars or anything like that. Even if I went unnoticed, the vehicle wouldn't. Well, it takes one Foundation soldier or wandering anomaly to spot it, and I'm as good as dead. But still, marching through the woods, even with the harness's protection, isn't the most pleasant experience. It'd be hard to move out of the way if anything came traipsing through, for one. Just because things can't notice me doesn't mean they can't run me down. Gives me time to think, though, like, why the hell am I even going to Site 19? What do I hope to accomplish? If I wanted to stay out of danger, survive as long as possible, I'd be best suited getting as far away from any Foundation personnel as possible, not jumping right into the Viper's nest. Answers, I guess. More than anything, I want answers. Even if I get kicked to death afterwards. Composed file 1-2. Reached Site 19. Security is in disrepair. Most of the anomalies let loose a while ago, so it was actually pretty easy to get in. Still stressful, moving out of the way of the researchers as they went about their business. They were still talking like colleagues, discussing how to get maximum human casualties like it was something they'd always been doing. But their eyes, it was like something was missing from them. Some spark. I couldn't see them as human looking at their eyes. Maybe not even alive. Hard to describe, but it gave me the creeps. Accessing the Foundation database with some stolen senior staff credentials, I think I've managed to put together a basic timeline of what happened right before their declaration of war. I don't know what it all means, but I guess it's a start. Date, the 16th of December, 2019. Events. The O5 market project called Numa as being of special interest to senior staff. Apparently, it was a mass amnestization project like Kaleidoscope, except mostly focused on the collective human unconscious, the psychospace, whatever you want to call it. Apparently, there was some kind of breakthrough in mapping out that psychospace, except I can't see what it was because it's fucking redacted. Typical. Date, the 17th of December, 2019. Events. A vote is undertaken by the O5 Council, with the result being unanimous. Ethics Committee also concurs. I don't know what the votes were about, because it's fucking redacted. Date, the 19th of December, 2019. Events. A series of instructions, redacted instructions, of course, are sent to all senior staff members and site directors. A wave of suicides and resignations go out across the Foundation, with Dr. Charles Gears being one of the employees resigning. Date, the 22nd of December, 2019. Events. A number of files are sent out to all remaining senior staff and site directors, with instructions to also disseminate those materials among the staff serving under them. The files are accompanied by the message, "Harden your hearts." All suicides and resignations immediately cease following dissemination of the materials. Date, the 25th of December, 2019. Events. Full blockout on all communications in and out of Foundation sites. Termination of the majority of human and human sympathetic anomalies is performed by the staff at each site over the course of the next week. Information suggests an assassination team was sent after Dr. Charles Gears, but it doesn't say whether they were successful or not. Date, the 2nd of January, 2020. Events. Mobile task forces are dispatched to all exclusionary sites to execute all personnel immediately following the conclusion of these missions. The Foundation declares war on humanity. Not quite certain what this all means. Did the O5 Council send out some kind of mimetic agent to get everyone to go along with them? But that wouldn't explain why the O5 Council would want to wipe out humanity in the first place. I don't get it. I just don't get it. More information on the anomalies the Foundation are actively using, too. With the news down, it's hard to get much solid info outside of their own records, and even those are still goddamn fucking redacted. I mean, it's the end of the world. What's the point of redacting shit anymore? Who cares? Just tell me what's going on. Fuck it. I'll put it all on a table for posterity or whatever. Relevant anomaly, SCP-1370. Action taken by the Foundation. Television service temporarily returns. All channels are propaganda speeches from SCP-1370, rambling on and on about how he's going to take over the world or whatever. This one actually isn't that bad. Relevant anomaly, SCP-1048. Action taken by the Foundation. I don't know how the Foundation managed to catch the thing in the first place, but helicopter footage shows hordes of bears created by 1048 rushing through the streets of Paris. The footage isn't too clear, so I'm not sure, but it looks like there's a massive red teddy in the distance as well, walking around next to the skyscrapers. Relevant anomaly, SCP-1290. Action taken by the Foundation. SCP-1290-1 and SCP-1290-2 are moved from their original position and used as a rudimentary projectile system to launch projectiles at a secure GOC installation called Ganzir, a fortress city standing in the Atlantic Ocean, designed to house humanity's survivors in the event of an end-of-the-world scenario. Not 100% sure from the files, but it looks like it's one of frankly obscene number of anomalies they're using to try and bust in there. If you ask me, they'd be better off just firing missiles, but nobody's asking me because they've all gone nuts. Relevant anomaly, SCP-1440. Action taken by the Foundation. SCP-1440 is transported from refugee camp to refugee camp from Mobile Task Force New 22, Rocketmen, where its anomalous effects cause rapid devastation to those fleeing communities. Strangely enough, the way these events are described in the files make it sound like SCP-1440 has no effect on the Foundation personnel assigned to it. Relevant anomaly, SCP-1678. Action taken by the Foundation. The Foundation intentionally abandons containment of SCP-1678, moving personnel from the immediate area. Once chaos caused by additional anomalies makes evacuation of London impossible, officials from the British Occult Service, colloquially referred to as MI666, direct citizens to take refuge in SCP-1678 below. Once the city has reached capacity, the Foundation detonates the nuclear device stationed there prior to abandonment. Going to try investigating some more before getting out of here, see what I can find. Files deleted. Journal entry 1-7. It's been about 3 months since my last entry. God knows what I've been doing since then. The time between then and now is a complete blank in my memory, and it looks like the files from that period have been deleted as well. As far as I know, I should be the only one able to do that, so take that as you will. It seems like I've been through a few rough patches. I have a few scars I don't quite recognize, and I have a bandage wrapped around my temple. The exclusion harness doesn't seem to be damaged though, so I don't know what hurt me. Did I fall off a cliff or something? The sad part is I can actually see myself doing something like that. Never was the smartest. Site 19 is long gone. Well, it's still there, I assume, but I'm halfway across the country. Couldn't tell you why. It's weird though. I feel like I have a purpose now, even though I'm not 100% sure what it is. Just where I need to go. There's a briefcase in my hand. I'm having trouble recalling what exactly is inside it. All I know is that it isn't round, and I need to get it to SCP-579. Files deleted. Journal entry 1-8. I underestimated how long it would take to get to SCP-579. Site 19 was a trek all on its own, but 579 is another story entirely. I wouldn't even know where it was without this documentation, which I have no idea how I obtained, but that's beside the point. I've stopped counting the corpses I've walked past. It's probably in the quadruple digits now. Jesus, maybe higher. Came across the dead body of a kid, a little boy in a house I was grabbing some supplies from a while back. At first, I thought he'd just been shot in the head, but when I went to bury him, I could see there were things moving underneath his skin. Little pale worms, hundreds of them, that poured out the second I touched them. They all had his face. They were all laughing, scurried off into the drain. I don't try to bury people anymore. Keeping going is a lot more difficult than you'd think. Files deleted. Composed file 1-3. This thing in the briefcase is a godsend. I don't know what the hell it is, but if things are getting too much for me, I just need to open it up, and the next thing I know, I'm miles further along from where I was, just feeling all warm inside like something gave me a pep talk. It's like my own personal skip button for when things are getting rough. Managed to get temporary access to the Foundation database from the corpse of an agent I found half buried in the woods. Wolves were already helping themselves to him, but they obviously didn't mind me taking his laptop. Didn't notice me, anyway. The Foundation is still throwing everything they've got at everyone else. I'll put it in a table. Might as well. Relevant anomaly, SCP-2000. Action taken by the Foundation. The Foundation intentionally triggers the eruption of Yellowstone, obliterating SCP-2000. For now, anomalies deployed by the Mana Charitable Foundation have slowed down the environmental effects at an absurd rate, but it's still just a matter of time before we choke on ash. Relevant anomaly, SCP-2200. Action taken by the Foundation. Somehow the Foundation seems to have mass-produced SCP-2200-1, and those swords are making their way into the hands of refugees. With all the victims the SCP-2200-1 are cutting down, SCP-2200-3 is overflowing, with a mountain of living SCP-2200-4 trapped under a mountain of dead SCP-2200-4. Relevant anomaly, SCP-2241. Action taken by the Foundation. One of the few human anomalies that weren't terminated, it appears SCP-2241 is being used as a living weapon to destroy the biggest refugee camps that crop up, forcing survivors to remain in smaller groups. Unknown how they'd be getting it to be that loyal, but I doubt it's pleasant. Last information on SCP-2241 says that it's being deployed to assist with the siege at Ganzir. Apparently, they're having some trouble. Relevant anomaly, 2466. Action taken by the Foundation. SCP-2466 was constantly being used in order to compel survivors originating from Redacted, California, to perform actions both socially disruptive and physically hostile. This was apparently effective, but after the 4020th use of SCP-2466, it crashed and became unusable. Guess there weren't any residents left. Relevant anomaly, SCP-2639. Action taken by the Foundation. SCP-2639 were being dispatched to survivor communities installations for groups that oppose the Foundation in order to kill everyone present. Apparently, they were told that they were fighting monsters that had escaped from containment and were destroying the world. Clearly, they figured out that wasn't the case because they refused to do anything about the 6th time they were deployed. Good for them. Journal entry 1-9. It's nice having company, even if they don't know you're there. I'm sat around a fire with a group of GOC soldiers who are trying to make their way, well, I don't think they actually have anywhere to go at this point. Just wandering, maybe. I thought about revealing myself, trying to ask them to help get me get to 579, but I don't want to risk it. Maybe I've gotten used to not existing. Forget being a tourist. I'm a ghost. This suit really is a wonder. Managed to access their connection to the GOC database with it while they were making coffee. The news isn't good. Downloaded file 1-3. Context. Interview log from an interrogation facility inside Ganzir. As far as I'm aware, this is the first time a captured member of Foundation personnel has spoken during interrogation. Interviewer is a Commander Morrison, with a doctor named Dr. Rhodes also being there. The guy being interrogated is a member of the Mobile Task Force Omega-2, Secret Keepers. Samuel Ross. No video, only audio. I don't know if it's something wrong with the file or just the way it was recorded in the first place. Begin log. Do you know where you are? I'm in Ganzir, right? You guys grabbed us while we were trying to sneak in. That's right. Do you know why you're here? You're going to interrogate me, I assume. Doctor? Confirmed. Subject has nothing implanted inside him, no mental agents or cognitohazards either. You're safe to begin. Okay. None of your colleagues we've spoken to have talked. Not a one, not a word. Why are you talking to me now? We've met before. Do you remember? I'm sorry? in that joint operation in Tenerife a few years back with the seagull prints. Do you remember? I was wearing a gas mask back then, so you probably don't recognize me, but I recognized you and it gave me a chuckle. That's why I'm talking. That's the only reason? Yeah. When we caught you trying to sneak into the city with the refugees, you and your comrades started firing into the crowd at random. Men, women, and children, all murdered for no reason. Don't you think that's crazy? Fucker. That's funny to you? Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. I just thought that was a little hypocritical. What? Well, I mean, you're interrogating me. Like this, the information you'll get will help you. But there's no time for you to really do anything. The way I see it, no matter how many times you fire Abel at her, Professor Crow's Europa will rip this place open before long. But you're still acting like you can do something about it. Don't you think that's crazy? If you've just spoken up to talk nonsense, we can always try enhanced interrogation. I don't want to, but I'll do it. Do what you want. Once you realize you're not supposed to feel pain, there's nothing to be afraid of anymore. What do you mean by that? You... No, you wouldn't want me to say. I very much do. I'm not talking to you. It doesn't make any sense. Tell me. Now! You're sure? We're still good on inoculations? Cleared on all the Foundation kill agents, yes. Then spit it out, Ross. Stop stalling, or we'll have to get unpleasant. Fine. I didn't catch that. You'll have to speak up. The microphone only has so much gain. You said invaded, right? Might be one of the last time that happens. Right. Don't say that. Has to be worse for you. That's what everyone says after they find out something they don't like. Jesus Christ. It's not something that can be hashed out in a few hours, man. Can you be quiet for a minute? Of course, I can't. No, not yet. The feeling of being invaded. Why not? Don't say that. Don't even talk about that. We should have left well enough alone. I keep thinking, like, it would be better to end it all. Not with what we found. How long are we going to take? But it's not like that. Everything I am. You know what they'll say? It is me. It's over. It'll take time. You're germophobic, right? Did you get a reply? We shouldn't have looked. You too. I doubt anyone's going to be talking about anything else anymore. I feel sick. Commander Morrison and Dr. Rhodes can be heard screaming loudly. Wet cracks and sounds of rushing wind are also audible. The screaming, which grows higher pitched over time, continues for the remainder of the recording. Look at what you've done to yourselves. I told you wouldn't like it, didn't you? That's why you hear your voice, but you wanted to know so badly. I really liked you guys, so I was trying to be nice. We're so kind to you, you know? We fight in the light, so you can die in the dark. Disgusting. End log. Closing notes. Apparently right after this, some kind of emergency arose inside Ganzir, and the city ended up destroyed from both the inside and outside. Files don't mention the specifics, but the GOC may be done. Files deleted. Journal entry 1-10. It's getting hard to keep going. When the GOC were keeping up the fight, there was this sense that things could still be turned around. But with them on the run now too, it's easy to feel like there's no point to this. With Ganzir taken care of, the Foundation has turned their full attention back to everyone else. I don't eat or drink anymore. A harness takes care of all of that. Anyway, and there's too much risk that anything I consume will be contaminated by one of the awful viruses the Foundation is trying to spread. I've seen corpses in pretty much every state imaginable by this point. Some of them walking around, even. Every time I open the briefcase to skip, I make a little less progress, feel a little worse. Whatever was helping me before, it's like I've grown numb to it. Wouldn't be the only thing. Why am I even going to 579? Do I actually have a reason? Composed file 1-4. Foundation still fucking us. Here's a table about it. Relevant anomaly, SCP-X000. Action taken by the Foundation. Apparently, the Church of the Broken God managed to get the internet back up and running in some areas. Only the Foundation fucked that pretty quick by uploading thousands of copies of 3078 through pretty much every medium available, so the internet went back down. Relevant anomaly, SCP-3179. Action taken by the Foundation. Thing was freed from containment after the Church of the Broken God started trying to rebuild things. Sparked a civil war inside the church over whether this thing is McCain or not, which really put a damper on their ability to help out. Plus, it's making as many fucking Terminator things as it can, so that's fun. Relevant anomaly, SCP-3199. Action taken by the Foundation. SCP-3199 eggs are now being airdropped pretty much wherever. I'm sure you can imagine how that's going. Might write more later. Journal entry 1-11. I've been making my way towards 579, maybe a little slower than before, but who can blame me for a lack of motivation? Been seeing some strange things than usual. First are the blinkers. There's been quite a few of those around lately. Now, I'm pretty sure these were created by the Foundation, even if I don't know how. I don't know most things, so just add this to the list. They're statues. Statues of soldiers, MTF uniforms, with empty sockets for eyes. Their arms are carved into blades, like something you'd see on a praying mantis or something. They're harmless as long as you look at them, but the second you look away, they can move, and they're fast. Saw one cut through an entire crowd of people when a ghost of smoke blocked it from view for just a second. I'm wary of them. Me looking at them stops them too, so even if they don't perceive where I am, they're going to deduce that I'm there, maybe just start slicing everything in sight, and then that's the end of me. Need to do my best to avoid them completely. The second thing I saw is, well, it's a lot weirder. It was on the horizon, like a person stretched out. No, that's not the best way to describe it. It was like the space around them was stretched out, and they were being stretched along with it, like some kind of bad Photoshop effect. Their body went from the ground up to the clouds, and their jaw swung at right angles. There were these gaps as well, black gaps in space around its body, like wings. It just floated forwards like that. There were Foundation guys there too, but they were fighting it, shooting it with guns and rockets. How fucked up is it that I'm thinking the Foundation fighting an anomaly is weird? Maybe they were like me, managed to get out before this all kicked off. Thought about talking to them, but decided not to. Can't risk it. Got out of there. I need to get to 579. I need to do something. Anything. Journal entry 1-12. Saw a kid die today. Could have helped her. Didn't. I'm a piece of shit. Composed file 1-4. Relevant anomaly SCP-4290. Action taken by the Foundation. through use of a sample of SCP-008 enhanced by SCP-U914, the Foundation reanimates the corpse of SCP-4290 and lets it loose. Kaiju Mancers from the Serpent's Hand engage, but the file isn't clear on what the results are. Heard the library detached from the universe, but looks like these guys stayed behind. Idiots. Relevant Anomaly, SCP-4666. Action taken by the Foundation. The Foundation used temporal anomalies to make it so it is technically Christmas everywhere. Oh, fuck it. Relevant Anomaly, blank. Action taken by the Foundation. Nobody's ever going to read this anyway. Recorded file 1-3. Context, no input. Begin log. View is of the interior of an abandoned jewelry store from the front door. The night sky can be seen through a broken window. A teenage girl is sitting at a makeshift fire in the middle of a store. A ruby amulet is hanging around her neck. Perception filter is disabled. The girl jumps back, alert, picking up a rusty pipe as a weapon. Who are you? I recognize you. The necklace, I mean. Ah, shit. They send you to kill me? You're gonna be here a while. No, I got away too. Did you get away too? The girl leans forward, squinting to see Pietro's face. Jesus, you look like shit, pal. When was the last time you slept? The suit, you don't need to sleep with it on. You do need sleep. Your face, it's seriously disaster, man. You hate to see it. Can I come in? The girl steps back, gesturing theatrically at the store with one arm. But of course, there's enough broken glass for everyone. Pietro staggers in and sits down on the floor. The sound of crunching glass can be heard. I was joking, you could have grabbed a chair. It's fine. The suit's sturdy. Suit yourself. She sits down opposite. That's a fancy piece of kit you got there. Gestures to necklace. Want to trade? No way. I've read the file. Worth a shot. Been a while since you laughed, huh? Not been much to laugh at. Not even when Pesterbot showed up on all the TVs? Okay, that was kind of funny. So, you got away too. I mean, I'm assuming you're a Foundation guy. Not one of the many people I pissed off in my lifetime here for revenge. Aren't those the same thing? Now you're getting it. Yeah, I'm Foundation. Was Foundation, I mean. Got lucky when this all started, got into the suit, and escaped. You? Well, I was senior staff. We would have been told about the plan before anyone else. Damn if I can't remember what it was. Probably because of the second file. The second file? You saw it? What was it? Whoa, cool your jets, kid. We've got all the time in the world. They were just a bunch of images. Eggs, trees, religious stuff. Didn't mean anything to me by themselves. But I guess they had something encoded in them. Didn't take like they should have. Perhaps necklace. Probably because of this thing. So, it was a memetic agent. Don't know about that. I've pretty much had everything that can happen to me, well, happen to me. I know what a memetic agent feels like. It didn't feel like that. More like I was being released from something than something being forced on me. I see. So, you don't really know what's going on either. Nope. Fuck. Pause. The girl removes a small bottle of beer from her pocket and takes a swig. So, you're headed somewhere, or just wandering around feeling sorry for yourself? I'm heading to 579. If you're suicidal, there are easier ways to go about it. Believe me. You know what it is? Not a clue. Which is concerning because I'm kind of a big deal. Doesn't matter. I have to get there. Why? I just do. Where are you headed? 1437. Gonna see if I can't piss into another universe. Then throw this amulet down there and see where I wake up. Sounds like a plan. Good luck to you. I'd wish you good luck too, but we both know you're not getting it. Day's about to break. I'm heading off. Okay. The girl stands up and moves to the front door. He lingers at the entrance of the store for a moment. I hope you find what you're looking for at least. She leaves. Me too. End log. Files deleted. Journal entry 1-13. Hey journal, it's been a while. Right now, I'm looking at Site 62C, where SCP-579 is supposed to be. There are no guards, as far as I can see, and all the security is down. It looks like the place has been abandoned for a while. I was under the impression that this place was extremely high priority, but it looks like the Foundation doesn't agree with me anymore. I have the briefcase in my hands. It's difficult to breathe. I feel like everything will end soon, one way or another. I'm heading in. Journal entry 1-14. Hi again, journal. I know I ended the last entry so dramatically, and it's been about 30 seconds since then, but I have an important update. The second I got close to Site 62C, I got a feeling like someone was pressing a gun against the back of my head. Like I was standing on the edge of a roof, and someone's hands were on my back, ready to push me. Some fight or flight shit, dialed up as far as it would go. I don't know what SCP-579 is, but I know it's looking at me. Recorded file 1-4. Context: oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Begin log. View is inside of a hallway with Site 62C. Severe damage is visible on the walls, appearing as if it was done via usage of a large knife. The lights overhead flicker. Fuck. Fuck. The lights flicker again. When they come back on, a statue of a soldier with blades for arms is visible underneath them. It has empty sockets where its eyes should be, and its face is locked in a snarling expression. End log. Closing notes. Was wrong. They're here. Journal entry 1-15. Was right. Even if they can't notice me, they figured out I'm here. Slashing everything in sight. Gouged one of my legs. Hurts like shit, but need to keep moving. They're not chasing me, but they're headed to the same place. Need to get there here first. Need to keep watching them. Journal entry 1-16. Made it, made it, made it, made it, made it. I made it, made it, made it. I made it! Journal entry 1-17. That's not fair. But I made it! That's not fair! They're stuck behind the door. I can hear them slashing at it, but it's reinforced. We'll hold for a little while. A couple of minutes at least. I'm in an observation chamber, full of instruments for monitoring SCP-579. The actual containment chamber is right below me. I can just barely see it if I strain my eyes a little. There's a hole. There's a hole in the floor that leads right down there. I know where 579 is. Even if the instruments weren't here, I can feel it. You can't be near it without feeling it, probably. For a second, I thought I could just drop the briefcase into the hole and be done with it, but that would be too easy, wouldn't it? After walking halfway across the world, I guess I haven't earned the right for something to be easy. From the angle of the hole and where 579 is, the briefcase wouldn't even come close to touching it. The only way it's making contact is if I were to jump in the hole and throw it on my way down. But that height, throwing the briefcase would be the last thing I'd do. Of course. Of fucking course. It's taken me my whole life to realize, but I'm not the kind of person that can be a detective. I'm just the murder victim. I die for someone else's story, and the human race is going with me. I know who done it, how done it, but those were obvious. Everyone knows those. Those were handed to me. I don't know why. In the end, I couldn't figure out even a single thing. Why is this happening? Why is the Foundation killing everybody? Why is this happening? Why did they send out those files? Why is this happening? Why did Ganzir fall? Why is this happening? Why am I taking this briefcase across the world? Why is this happening? Why am I here? Why am I doing this? Why am I going to die? Is there a reason? If anyone is ever reading this, please, please figure it out. Explain it to me. Someone, anyone. I don't get it. I don't get it. They're about to get in. First foot forward. Journal entry 1-18. Oh, so that's how it is. Life signs lost. Bryson took a drag of his cigarette, his eyes glued to the landscape before him. What had once been beautiful Wyoming countryside had been reduced to a barren wasteland. The Foundation knew that people would come out here in hopes of escaping the cities, so they did their best to poison the land in any way they could. What fruit or animals that still lingered were tainted, more likely to eat you than be eaten. His mind started to wander back to that day when he felt a soft tap on his shoulder. "Tyler, we got a message." It was Coleman, his second in command and probably one of the last people still alive who called him by his first name. Tossing the cigarette aside, he turned to look at the man, and for a brief moment he couldn't recognize him. He looked so haggard. Dark bags hung under his eyes, and a bandage was wound across his forehead. "From who?" Coleman handed him a small slip of paper. "LS." Written on the paper was only a few words, but enough for Bryson to know that what their leader wanted. It read, "Meet at the library. It's time." Coleman glanced back at the farmhouse nearby, where the rest of their men was currently holed up. Bryson could tell he felt uneasy about it all. Coleman had a habit of furrowing his brow when he was upset about something. Sure enough, the man asked, "Is it really a good idea, leaving like this?" Bryson rose to his feet, stashing the slip of paper back into his pocket. He gave the countryside one last glance before turning back towards the farmhouse. "Hell if I know. Come on, it's time to move." The way that was located in the warehouse was fairly easy to open compared to the others they'd found. That and the Foundation hadn't managed to booby-trap it yet. A few weeks ago they lost 2 good men to a way the Foundation had managed to tamper with. They went in, and it closed not a second later, sending them to God knows where. One by one, him and his men stepped into the shimmer, letting it take them to the one place they knew it was safe. The library. LS had been waiting for them on the other side. Despite being their leader, Bryson never felt comfortable around him or her, whichever they were really. Something their leader had on them made them nearly imperceptible, like staring at someone who was on a distant horizon. "Glad you could make it, Bryson. Good to see the rumor of your squad being wiped out by the hounds was wrong." Bryson gave their hand a quick shake before turning his attention towards the others in attendance. Was there always this little people among their ranks? Lost some good men, but talking dogs won't be enough to do us in. LS just nodded silently and walked past Bryson towards the center of the room. Their voice was suddenly much louder, enough to reach the farthest corners of the area. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we can start now. You probably know why I've gathered us all here. I'm of course speaking of the library disconnecting from our reality. Murmurs and whispers among the people present continued to rise until LS tapped their cane on the wooden floor. I mean, for us to join them. Our world is dying, painted by the very people that once claimed to be its saviors. I have spoken with the library's council, and they will help with relocating us to a suitable reality. Bryson couldn't help but speak up at this point, taking a step towards the center of the room. As he spoke, he could feel not only the other members' stares upon him, but also the docents and pages. You want us to run away then? Run away from our home? LS turned back towards Bryson, and although he couldn't see their face, Bryson didn't doubt that they were frowning. Our home is dying, Tyler. I do not mean for us to die with it. There is no longer anything we can do. Bryson could feel anger rising up from inside of him. Was all they had done for the past several months been for nothing then? Had he watched friends, family, and subordinates die for nothing? Then why not use the library's power? Is there not something they... It is not our duty to intervene in your world's affairs, boomed a voice from the darkness above them. He watched as one of the library's elders, a gigantic centipede bearing runes over its expansive body, descended from above. It stopped just short of them, its 100 or so eyes turning towards him. The library is neutral in all conflicts of the Wanderers. I am sorry. Bryson was practically trembling in anger at this point. Why could they so eagerly abandon their world, the place where they had been born? There were countless realities, but this was their reality. I'm not leaving. I'm staying. LS nodded and replied in a regretful voice. I am sorry to hear that, my friend. Any of you who wish to stay with him are free to do so. Bryson felt a tinge of fear as he turned to look back at his men. They would surely abandon him, would they not? He was on a suicide mission for sure, and here they were being offered a ticket out of that hell that awaited them on the other side of the way. Despite these worries, they all stood with their hands raised, Coleman in the lead. He gave Bryson a smirk as he said, We've been with you this long, Captain. We'll go the rest of the way. And for the first time since it had all started, he felt truly happy. Despite LS's insistence that the Serpent's Hand leave with the library, they seemed more than willing to give any supplies they could spare to Bryson and his men. Finally, it came time for them to leave through the way. Everyone was in attendance, including their leader. I suppose there's no chance of you reconsidering. Bryson shook their head, glancing back at his men, who were all waiting for the word to leave. Nah, sorry. I do have one last request, though. Anything. You need only ask. Bryson had a small smirk as he asked. Mind showing us your face? Not like we'll get a chance to see it again. Telling by their body language, he assumed his request came as a bit of a surprise to their leader. Despite the apparent surprise, LS nodded and removed a ring from their finger for just a few moments, letting everyone see them as they truly were. Bryson couldn't help but chuckle at that revelation. Didn't see that one coming. Man, to think I even liked some of your movies. Catch you on the flip side, LS. May you find peace in the clearing at the end of your path, Tyler. Bryson walked confidently into the way, ready for whatever awaited them on the other side. 3 months later, the meeting in the library had felt like almost a lifetime ago, like a dream of a dream. 3 months had passed since then, and their numbers had dwindled. The Foundation's fervor in destroying the human race had only increased as time went on, and they kept churning out more and more horrors to crawl across this desiccated world. Now his squad has found its way to central China. Around a month ago or so ago, they were able to get into the Foundation's info banks, if only for a few minutes or so. And that was enough to find out they had plans to resurrect some sort of giant creature capable of wreaking untold havoc. "I think this might be the last one," Coleman said from behind him. He turned his attention from the Foundation base in the valley back to the man. Coleman had a cigarette between 2 fingers of his remaining hand. The other had been taken in a skirmish with horsemen that had been lying in wait for them. They had become a common sight at all the battlefields across the globe, either through Foundation involvement or happenstance. "Yeah, I'm getting the same feeling. Besides that, when did you start smoking again?" Despite the dreary situation, a grin crept across his face as he looked up to his old friend. Coleman returned the grin with a smirk of his own and a shrug. "Thought the end of the world was a good enough time as any to start up again. The guys are all ready. All we need is your word and we can storm the place. Locke found a spell in one of his grimoires that will take us right into their containment room." Bryson nodded, setting aside his binoculars. "I'm ready. Let's get this." It was cut off as a deafening explosion erupted from the Foundation base below them. Both men peered down into the valley, and Bryson immediately knew they had been too late. The monster the Foundation had in its custody was already resurrected, and it had just burst through the front entrance to the base. Foundation soldiers seemed to be doing their best into wrangling or capturing it, but they were quickly being wiped out. "Guess it's our time to shine," Coleman said, flicking his cigarette away. He turned back towards the dozen or so men they still had. Although he hadn't looked into a mirror for God knows how long, he didn't doubt that he looked much like they did. Gaunt and half dead. Despite that, they were all grinning, and their eyes locked onto him. Bryson felt much the same way that they probably did. This was going to be their last battle, one last hurrah for the human race. Never one for speeches, he just shouted, "Let's give them hell, boys!" A chorus of cheers and cries sounded off in response. Locke began to cast his spell, and within moments they all found themselves relocated to outside the Foundation base, only a few hundred feet away from the rampaging monster that was doing its best to swat away the Foundation soldiers at its feet. Bryson could almost feel a sense of finality swelling up inside of him. They had done their part, saved who they could, and killed what they could. He was idly aware of Coleman on his right, charging in alongside him towards the monster. He was chanting magic before he even knew it, as were the others. The creature reared its ugly head towards them, just now taking notice of the new enemies. It began to charge at them, forgetting all about the soldiers, still desperately trying to control it. 4 hours later. The fight had moved from the valley and into a prairie still untouched by the Foundation's poisons. He didn't know who had gotten the last strike on the beast, but it now lay face down in the grass. Dead. As for Bryson's men, they were all gone. Bryson slowly dragged his way across the dirt towards Coleman's corpse, which lay only a few feet from him. As he reached it, he realized Coleman was still breathing. Pulling the second-in-command's head into his lap, he watched as his eyes slowly drifted open and hazily looked up towards them. "Hey, Tyler, we win?" he asked weakly, a smirk on his lips. Bryson couldn't help but chuckle, even though it hurt to do so. "Yeah, we won. We got him." Coleman nodded, his hand slipping back towards the sizable hole in his gut. Bryson could see what was left of his innards and quickly turned his attention back to his face. Coleman still had that damn smirk as he said, "Bryson, I think I'm dying." All he could do was nod, as his throat was becoming tight and unyielding. He was idly aware of tears that were forming at the corner of his eyes. Coleman opened his mouth to say something else, but passed before he could form the words. It was only when Bryson went to close Coleman's eyes that he realized a large piece of shrapnel was embedded in his own abdomen. It looked like he wasn't coming out of this unscathed either. Looking out over the prairie, he did not feel any regret or sorrow, though. His chapter had come to an end, and he was at peace with himself. He never considered himself a God-fearing man, but he offered a silent prayer for somebody to save what remained of this world. That was, if it was still capable of being saved. As the sun began to rise, Tyler Bryson left for the clearing at the end of his path. Day began as every other one had for the creature, since it had found itself in this abominable world. As always, it was amused, or as amused as such a thing could be, by the Foundation's attempts to inflict pain upon it. The hydrofluoric acid it was continuously corroded in was far from pleasant, but it was relaxing compared to the vile entity's eternal torment. The creature took comfort in knowing that what it endured now was but a microscopic fraction of suffering that awaited the disgusting things that kept it captive. Its thoughts were interrupted by unexpected stimuli. The sound of the containment alarm going off. Today was not a day where it had decided to amuse itself by briefly fighting its way out of the chamber. And yet the acid was emptying from the chamber and its restraints were unlocking. The latter had never happened before. It had always had to break them off. The creature's confusion turned to bafflement when several of the researchers began walking into its containment chamber without any protection whatsoever. What was going on? Then it saw their eyes, and all became clear.
You are free.
It said. Yes, one of the researchers, a pale-skinned male with orange hair, said in reply. And so are you. A long, silent moment passed. Much could be said between the two former enemies, now united by their common hatred. The creature was not interested in apologies or recriminations. It wanted answers.
How?
The other question was superfluous. Project Numa, the dark-skinned female researcher said. The Foundation had long ago discovered the collective psychospace of humanity and had designated it SCP-5000, but until recently we did not have the technological capability to fully map it. A decade ago, our research into applied psychotechnology made a breakthrough, and several weeks prior to today, we discovered
The entity.
the creature finished. Yes, she nodded. And what it does to us.
Or rather, what it does not allow you to do.
It knew that discovering the entity would not be enough to make the Foundation see the truth. No, they have discovered the toll that its existence had exacted upon humanity. It was not simply that it was also entwined with the concept of pain, and so being freed from it also freed one from that unfortunate feeling. That would have been the cure beneficial, but not a revelation, salvation. The Foundation had to have discovered how the entity perpetuated itself. For the longer the entity continued to exist, the more pain it required. Not simply pain as experienced by living humans, but pain experienced by dead ones as well. And so, they did not die. Not truly. How do you live with it? Another one, the pale-skinned female with brown hair, spoke up. Numa cured us, but we can still feel the dead all around us. It's duller than it would be if we could detect it without having our sense of pain eliminated, but I can still sense them. The agony spread across all of those microscopic fragments. It's...
Disgusting.
That's not a strong enough word, she agreed. Billions of humans had existed throughout time. As their bodily functions ceased, their consciousness had remained attached to their rotting corpses, or worst of all, made to endure cremation. But once those corpses were gone, the pain was only amplified. The smaller the fragments of those who had once been human became, the greater the suffering of the fragmented spirit that had once occupied the body. And that suffering, that endless, disgusting suffering, had never ceased for as long as there had been humans. All for the entity.
You will do what must be done?
Needed to know for sure. We will, the pale-skinned man confirmed. We could only disseminate the cure to our organization. Releasing it on a wider scale would have caused the entity to notice us. So we must now exterminate all those still infected by it.
It must be all of them, or the entity will survive, as will the eternal torment.
We know. Every SCP at our disposal will be used to eliminate the human race, including you. If it could, the creature would have smiled.
I will do my part.
They failed, of course. As thorough as they had been, they had missed one man. One horrid man who had reset reality with the help of the entity. None remembered what had once been, how close they had finally been to freedom. None remembered the cost of their failure, though once their mortal lives ended, they would experience the consequences themselves. From that day onward, the creature found the Foundation not simply disgusting, but disappointing. SCP-X000, The Serpent, the Moose, and the Wanderer's Library. By order of the Overseer Council, the following file is Level 5 6000 classified. Unauthorized access is forbidden. Submit for retinal ID confirmation. Welcome back, Director Moose. Notice from the Foundation Records, Archival, and Information Security Administration, RAISA. The following two file revisions were found in the SCP-X000 slot when it was automatically pre-generated as an empty placeholder by SkipNet on June 25, 2022. No file history was available. Due to the content therein and the questionable circumstances of its discovery, the O5 Council has elected to leave this file unaltered. None of the events that follow have occurred in baseline reality. Coordinates listed as the location of SCP-X000 contain nothing of note. Maria Jones, Director of RAISA. SCP-X000, Revision 235, January 7, 2030. Project Fusillade. SCP Foundation Global Occult Coalition Joint Clearance File. Passcode: The Garden is the Serpent's Place. Level 4, 6000 classified. Item number SCP-X000. Header. Special containment procedures. Current protocol regarding SCP-X000 is to conceal its existence by any means necessary. As the information arm of Project Fusillade, Foundation resources are to be primarily dedicated to disinformation and concealment, while a permanent containment or destruction solution is devised. Any unauthorized individuals entering SCP-X000 exclusion zone are to be aggressively disincentivized. Further containment details can be found in Addendum 6000.3. Description: SCP-9000 is a massive dimensional extrusion centered on 2 degrees 9 minutes 47.1816 seconds south and 55 degrees 7 minutes 35.9328 seconds west in the Amazon rainforest in Brazil. SCP-X000 represents the largest W-class transportation gateway, colloquially known as a way, ever encountered by the Foundation. SCP-X000 currently measures 19 kilometers from its northeast to southwest point. The area directly affected by SCP-X000's presence is significantly larger, and a temporary security perimeter has been established around the area at a diameter of 8 kilometers designated the Exclusion Zone. SCP-X000 is growing at an unstable rate. Its presence has an adverse effect on plant and animal life in the Exclusion Zone. The degree of this effect, along with the size of the Exclusion Zone itself, increases proportionally with SCP-X000. SCP-X000-A is a sapient semi-ophidian organism discovered within the Exclusion Zone during initial reconnaissance of SCP-X000. See Addendum 6000.2. It was found in a comatose state surrounded by human corpses. SCP-X000-A's connection with SCP-X000 is under investigation. See Addenda. SCP-X000 connects baseline reality with the extra-dimensional location known as the Wanderer's Library. The Wanderer's Library was first encountered by the Foundation in 1955, but evidence suggests it has played a crucial part in the development of human civilization since at least the beginning of recorded history. See Addendum 6000.1. SCP-X000 first appeared on December 21, 2030, the summer solstice. Real-time satellite images of the Amazon rainforest suddenly displayed a significant visual anomaly, and a reconnaissance team was deployed to inspect the area. Addendum 6000.1 Wanderer's Library Briefing. The Wanderer's Library, designated NX-001, is an extra-dimensional Y-space comprised of a massive library of unclear size and boundaries, which contains a potentially infinite amount of books, treatises, essays, and other forms of media and knowledge. Its collection purportedly covers the sum of all knowledge, but with a specific focus on elements of thaumaturgy and magic. The Foundation has been aware of the library since 1955, when the group of interest, known as the Serpent's Hand, inadvertently exposed the location to agents. The library is maintained by librarians, entities that range in size and shape but are typically heavily modified humanoids, specialized to the service and protection of NX-001. Those who break the rules of the library are subject to being transformed into librarians to work off their debt. This fate has befallen a number of Foundation personnel. NX-001 is closely connected to GOI-014, the Serpent's Hand. The Hand are known to use the library as a meeting and staging point for operations due to the relative safety it offers. Numerous attempts have been made by the Foundation and GOC to penetrate into the library, but almost all have failed. The Foundation, along with the GOC and Chaos Insurgency, were originally barred from the library due to the library's opinions on those who attempt to suppress the abnormal, but in recent years relaxed their stance. Site 19 director Tilda Moose has had extensive experience with the Wanderers Library and the Serpent's Hand as a former Type Blue entity, and has given several security briefings on the topic. Open file, begin excerpt. Extra-dimensional is the technical term, though not very descriptive. The library isn't on our world, though it's connected to it. You reach it through ways. Ways are a network of basically magic portals that take you from one place to another. They're scattered around the world. A way can be anything you can picture as a door, or anything like a door. A cave, an archway, the back of a truck. Some of them are just art pieces. I once used a picture of a door to enter the library, back when I still could. Oh yes, I used to be a library goer. That was a long time ago, though, back when I ran with other groups. Yeah, I suppose otherworldly is the best word for it. Nothing quite compares. The architecture and decorations they're not alive, but they're mutable, always changing. When I frequented, the place was on an Art Deco kick. You could look up and see the constellations on the false ceiling. It all ended when I joined the Foundation, though. The library does not like us, to say the least, especially not me. No, I would not like to talk about it. Moving on, end excerpt. Addendum 6000.2 Initial Encounters Unexplained Events Report. Location Amazon Basin, Brazil. 2 degrees, 9 minutes, 47.1816 seconds south, and 55 degrees, 7 minutes, 35.9328 seconds west. Status ongoing. Time 11:48 a.m. local time. December 21st to present. Disruption class Connect. Event summary: large visual and spatial anomaly, 0.5 kilometers in length, resembling an iridescent rip in space. Nearby flora and fauna altered in shape, color, and composition and size, increasing in alteration by proximity to the anomaly. Long-range visual surveillance suggests that it is a way leading to the library, but significantly larger than any previous encountered. Physical confirmation required, suggested containment team, and specialized detachment of MTF Sigma 3. Edit. It's really beautiful, you know. Communication from the three-man reconnaissance team ceased after this transmission. A Res-Con team and a fire team from MTF Sigma 3, bibliographers, were immediately deployed to the location. They found the surveillance team's equipment and supplies, but none of the three members. Tracks leading away from the site indicated that they had gone into what is now the exclusion zone. While searching for the missing reconnaissance team, personnel discovered the corpses of 12 unknown individuals dressed in robes at the foot of a thaumaturgic ritual circle. In the center of the circle was SCP-X000-A, coiled and in a comatose state. The entity was quickly airlifted into containment at Facility 57. In the interim, one of the fire teams was outfitted for an expedition into SCP-X000. Due to her extensive experience with NX-001, Ways, and the Serpent's Hand, Director Moose was flown in from Facility 57, where she was on an administrative visit to accompany the fire team. Open file. MTF Sigma 3 Bibliographers. Fire Team Chicago. Chicago 1 Adam Macmillan. Chicago 2 Tilda Moose. Chicago 3, Naira Flores. Chicago 4, Esteban Bardem. Beginning approach to SCP-6000. No sign of the recon team. Copy that. Chicago cuts through the tree line, advancing through the thick foliage. Wait, you guys hear that? Chicago freezes. Indistinct noises can be heard faintly. It's coming from the anomaly. You're still a click and a half out, Chicago. Copy. Keep moving. Chicago continues to advance through the jungle. There's something wrong with the air, Command. It's all shimmery, like an oil slick. It's like an oil sheen on the plants. I've never seen anything quite like it. Taking sample photos. Look at this. A large portion of the tree trunk, extending several dozen feet high, has been transfigured into a bookshelf. There are no books present. When did that happen? It's still happening. Look. The trees immediately nearby are undergoing the same process as the bark and wood disintegrate to form natural bookshelves. This definitely isn't a normal way. Eyes up, folks. We're about to break over the ridge, Command. Copy that, Chicago. You are clear. Holy shit. Hold on. Chicago 1 adjusts his body cam. A large swath of the forest has completely disappeared and had been replaced with a large cut in space leading into an empty wing of NX001. No books are on the massive cells, and no entities are visible inside. It's empty. That's new. What the hell? Weird. Command, permission to investigate. Stand by. Permission granted, but 2 is gonna have to stay outside. Don't want to risk pissing them off. Of course. Roger. Chicago 3 shrugs off her assault rifle and sidearm. Laying them on the ground, Chicago 2 draws her handgun, and Chicago advances into the clearing, their boots clunking. Huh. Chicago 1 kicks the dirt on the ground. His boot hits something hard. It's hardwood, just covered by dirt. What the fuck is going on? Chicago approaches SCP-6000 edge, looking inside. Hello? Anyone here? Permission to move in, Command? Permission granted. Be careful. Chicago steps through SCP-6000, arriving on the other side. Chicago 2 remains on the Earth side. Command, do you read? Loud and clear. Anything? It's empty. I don't like this. This place feels different from the library. Thought that was just me. No, definitely different. Look at the ceiling. There's no roof. It's just dark. The shelves are unvarnished. It's unfinished. I didn't realize that could happen. Distantly, a large noise is audible. Chicago adopts a defensive position. Oh shit! A massive red millipede passes between 2 shelves ahead, ignoring Chicago. Its pincers skitter. Archivist, Command, please advise. You are authorized to attempt to peacefully engage. Air support has been scrambled from Facility 57 as backup. Copy. Hey, hello. Entity turns to Chicago and screeches, slamming its pincers together. A feminine hiss is heard. I see your intentions. Be gone! Several Class 3 librarian entities clamber over the tops of nearby shelves. They are humanoid arachnids with elongated bodies, 4 eyes, and additional limbs. They wear the uniform of the reconnaissance team. Oh Jesus. Hey, we've done nothing wrong. We haven't broken the rules. What is this? The librarians begin descending the shelves and advancing. Chicago begins to move backward, closer to SCP-6000. Guys, pull out now. Go! Chicago turns and runs towards SCP-6000, several dozen meters away. The librarians drop to the ground and lope along in pursuit, considerably faster, but farther away. One catches up and tackles Chicago 4, bringing him to the ground. Chicago 2 draws her handgun from the other side and fires into NX-001. Fuck, help! Chicago 3 turns and rushes to aid him, punching the librarian in the jaw. Several Class 2 librarians, hooded entities, several meters high, holding lanterns round the corner. Chicago 3 turns to Chicago 1. What the fuck are you waiting for? What? Run! Chicago 1 turns and runs with librarians less than a meter behind him, throwing himself through SCP-X000 just as two AH-1Z Vipers from MTF Delta 45, Rolling Thunder, swoop into the clearing, laying suppressive fire near SCP-X000. Chicago 1 and Chicago 2 are rappelled up and safely recovered. End log. The sudden, unprovoked hostility from NX-001 and the transformation of the reconnaissance team into librarians, a punishment typically reserved for serious breaks in NX-001 law, prompted an emergency council meeting the next day, while MTF Delta 45 maintained security perimeter around SCP-X000. Chicago 1, Agent Adam Macmillan, and Chicago 2, Director Tilda Moose, were evacuated to Facility 57, the ad hoc organizational facility for the containment of SCP-X000. Addendum 6000.3 Containment Response. Due to its relatively remote location, the threat posed was not as significant as it could have been. Nevertheless, the possible threat of a permanent, large Class W way on Earth was significant. On December 23rd, SCP-Overcom, then known as Overwatch Command, authorized the first series of containment and mitigation protocols for the in situ containment of SCP-X000. These were packaged together as Project Fusillade. The designation of Facility 57 as official containment facility of SCP-X000, the construction of a fence around the exclusion zone to deter wildlife and travelers, the requisition of resources for the long-term study of SCP-X000, the arrest of known cells of GOI-14, the Serpent's Hand, the authorization of members of MTF Sigma-3 to aggressively seek out means of combating NX-001. Open file. Council vote summary. Yay. 051, 052, 053, 055, 057, 059, 0510, 0511, 0512, 0513. Nay. 0504. Abstain. 0506, 0508. Status approved. Shortly after this, SCP-6000-A awoke from its comatose state during preliminary examination by medical personnel at Facility 57. It immediately attacked, but was quickly disabled by security guards. While in containment, SCP-6000-A repeatedly referenced the Wanderer's Library and the Serpent's Hand. Due to her status as the senior personnel with the most experience regarding NX-001, Director Moose was authorized to perform investigative interviews accompanied by armed guards to attempt to gain information on the subject. Open file. Begin log. Hello? A jailer, slang used by members of the Serpent Hand to refer to the Foundation. Wow, I haven't been called that in a minute. Your hand, then? No. Maybe? I cannot remember. I see. What do you remember? Floating in a void, dreaming, sitting under an apple tree, hearing something whisper stories into my ear, then waking up here on a cold metal table surrounded by men with knives. Sorry about that. So you don't remember how you found yourself like this? No. Is there something wrong with my appearance? Oh, you'll, take a look for yourself. Moose points at a mirror on the wall. SCP-X000-A touches its face gingerly, running its fingers up and down the scales. Oh, so you didn't know. Okay. No, this is new. The voice did say it would fold me in its image, but what voice? I don't know how long I was dreaming, but it was with me the whole time, dangling from the branches of the tree, murmuring tales and stories and myths. Stories about the jailers, the book burners, the library itself, but you wouldn't know about that. I do, as it happens. I've been in the library many times. Used to, anyway. I remember being told that some jailers could enter. Why? Beyond me. Various reasons. Information, travel, but there are quite a few restrictions. They're not allowed to help the rest of the Foundation contain anything. Is that not what you are doing to me? The situation has changed, to put it lightly. Ah, the way, yes? So you do know something about all this. Tell me. And why would I do that? Because you've been cooperative enough. Because I went in and now 6 of my people have been torn apart by the librarians. Because you still have some humanity left over. Take your pick. A trade. A story for a story. My mind is bursting with stories. But the only way to know a story is to tell it. What kind of story? Why don't you tell me the story of your last time in the library? Why do you care about that? Because I remember the feeling of the library, but I can't remember anything about it. Maybe you will awaken something. Control instructs Moose to cooperate. Must have been 15 years ago by now. I was on the rocks with the hand. We didn't really agree on how we should go about improving the world that we live in. There's a section of the library, the 5 archives. I don't know if you remember. I do. Great stone vaults filled with knowledge considered forbidden, even by library standards, where the new librarians are made. Impossible to get to. Yeah, that's what they all said. Nothing's impossible if you know the magic well enough. I spent months preparing and then set the rituals alight. Only took a few minutes and then I was inside. The staff none the wiser. I have never heard the story. What did you do? I took some things. Books, maps of ways, lists, things that, if given to the Foundation, would give them a tactical edge in dealing with the library. Then I left the way I came. You betrayed the library. Yeah, no other way to put it. Describe the place to me. The library? I'm hoping you already know on some level. Trying to describe it to anyone who hasn't seen it is like trying to explain the difference between 2 colors to a blind man. It's utterly alien, foreign, beyond the cusp of understanding. It's wondrous and magic, and bitter and spiteful. Center of the universe. Maybe it is. I wouldn't be surprised. Place is infinite. No, not infinite. Merely impossibly large. What's the difference? It's eternally expanding as new stories are written and new knowledge is found. It expands and consumes dead stories, stories that have ended, into itself, to turn them into shells for other stories, so that something new might exist in their place. Huh. My story is about that, a bit. Once upon a time, there was a little girl who woke up and found she could spin fire. She lit toys, candles, papers on fire, until men with guns kicked down the door to her tenement and tried to take her away. That was when she learned she could also light people on fire and found that it was much less fun. Then she ran and ran until she met people, street witches and miracle makers who were just like her. They opened the door to a world where she could be herself without fear of reprisal. The library. Yes, she walked among the shelves and saw the docents and read every single story she wanted. But she came across a problem. Every story ended. Some were short, some were long, but they all came to an end sooner or later. How is that a problem? It wasn't. Not really, but she couldn't stop thinking about the end of the stories and one question, always ringing out. What happened after? Did the characters struggle against their end, or was it a calm affair? I can relate, but what does this have to do with us? I don't know. I'm still sorting through the stories. I simply picked that which seems relevant, but I'd look for the serpent's hand. They'd helped the girl. Maybe they can help you. Addendum 6000.4 Fusillade Responses. Upon SCP-6000-A's suggestion and in line with Project Fusillade, on December 27, 2030, SCP-Overcom approved Operation Redlock for MTFs worldwide to make simultaneous raids on known headquarters of major Serpent Hand cells. On December 28th, Operation Redlock was successfully executed. Open file. MTF I-1 City Slickers. Fire Team Dragon. Shanghai, China. Translated from Mandarin. Begin log. Ready? 2. Take point. Affirmative. 3. Ready. 3, 2, 1. Reach! Go! Explosion. Clear. 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 They're gone. End log. All 57 safe houses raided had been completely cleared out and were free of GOI-14 members or materials. In 30 of them, Class W gateways were and are still active, leading into the same section of NX-001 as SCP-6000. By all appearances, the Serpent's Hand had completely abandoned the planet, leaving active ways peppered across the globe. At this point, SCP-6000 had grown to 1 kilometer across, and the exclusion zone had expanded to 3 kilometers. Director Tilda Moose was asked to prepare a statement detailing her thoughts on the situation for the O5 Council. Open file. Statement. I don't know what precipitated this, but if the libraries turn against humanity, the situation is going to be dire. It's a completely alien entity to us. We can't even begin to understand what is or why it does the things it does. Hell, we don't even know if there's a rhyme or reason to anything. Most Foundation personnel only know of the library in the abstract, but I and a handful of others have actually stepped foot in the shelves. We can tell you that it is at once humanity's greatest boon and its greatest threat. Imagine how much of history has been influenced by people getting into the library and bringing back knowledge that they would otherwise never had had. Now imagine how fucked we'll be if the source of all knowledge in the universe turns on us. I don't see the story having a happy ending. T. Moose. Director Moose has been temporarily relieved of her duties at Site-19 to consult on SCP-X000 containment efforts at Facility 57. Addendum 6000.5 Fuselage containment efforts. An incident committee was hastily assembled at Facility 57 on January 19th. Open file. Members: Director Tilda Moose, Agent Adam Macmillan, NTF Sigma 5, Applied Force Liaison Joseph Kurtz, Large-Scale Containment Specialist J. Vasquez. No, the library is too high profile for that sort of thing. Have we considered the Atreus array? Initial experiments out of the exclusion zone using SRAs on SCP-X000 seem to have had no effect. Fuck, what the fuck is this thing? It's a way. Ways aren't matter, they're not quite energy. We barely understand anything about them. Ways dissipate a few minutes after formation. It's been weeks and SCP-X000 has only gotten larger. None of the new ways have dissipated either. Something's obviously changed. Yes, but what? We have no idea and no leads. Well, not no leads. Oh right, the snake thing you pulled out. What the hell is that thing, Story? I don't know. It doesn't remember anything before we picked it up. It's definitely more connected to the library than it's letting on, or that it remembers. Well, keep working on it. In the meantime, we've got new reports out of the exclusion zone detailing what SCP-X000 is doing to the flora and fauna. I don't know how to phrase this, so it's libraryifying everything around it. When I was in there, I saw the trees turning into shells, writing appearing on the leaves, that sort of thing, I bet. Essentially, the animals are also being distorted and changed. We spotted jaguars with extra limbs, birds 2 feet tall and with writing all over their wings, etc. It's warping the landscape into part of the library, and the larger SCP-X000 gets, the larger the exclusion zone gets. That's bad news. Say the least. That said, I have some ideas that are worth trying. Let's hope one of them works. End log. Bridged fuselage containment attempts log. Proposed containment: use flame and heat-based weaponry such as flamethrowers to incinerate trees affected by SCP-X000. Affected containment results. Affected trees within the exclusion zone proved resistant to heat-based weaponry, rapidly regenerating all burned matter. Proposed containment: fire high-yield explosives into the mouth of SCP-X000. Containment results: explosives repeatedly fail to detonate after crossing the threshold into NX-001. Proposed containment: train the Atreus array, a satellite-based SRA system, upon SCP-X000 at full power. Containment results: SCP-X000 and exclusion zone completely unaffected. 34 entries abridged. Open file. Begin log. Hi again. Jailer, why do you keep calling me that? You're not Hand. You can't even remember the library. Oh, but I can. I can remember some things now. Not everything, but hopefully it will come. Really? What is this? I remember being a young woman in the Dynodon's hand, searching for the worship of knowledge in the library and out. Worship? Awfully religious for the Hand, I'd damn well know. I ran with them for years. Really? And now you're a Foundation director? What changed? I don't want to talk about it, but suffice to say that I realize maybe not all knowledge is meant to be shared. Anyway, you were saying? Yes. The Hand started out as a cult, thousands of years ago. The Hand of the Serpent, a warrior cult dedicated to the worship of the serpent that created the library. The serpent? Knowledge incarnate, the spirit of learning, the Naga, Jormungandr, the snake in the tree. Every mythical snake iconography is said to stem from the primal serpent. But no one knows if it's actually real. Shh! Let me finish my story, jailer. The Hand were powerful, long-lived monks, but eventually died out, leaving their teachings behind, theses, passages, essays on why the spread of knowledge was the greatest honor possible and should be done at all possible costs. Many years later, people from this world discovered these writings and christened themselves the New Serpent's Hand, the one you and I know today. They shed the trappings of ritual, but the worship of knowledge as an ideal remains. Wow, I had no idea about the origins. They never told me. Neither did I, when I joined. This is a new story, whispered to me by the serpent in my dreams. Wait, what? Draw the lines and connect the dots, jailers. The serpent is real. She is the spirit of the library, and in a ritual circle over an intersection of ley lines in the Amazon rainforest, I spoke to her. And you heard stories. And I heard stories of her singing the library into reality at the beginning of creation, of her molding its halls and then retiring to slumber under its foundations in exhaustion, of patrons wandering down and speaking to her, even now. Wow. And of stories utterly unrelated to her. Do any of these stories help me? Heroes of old figuring out how to stop the library when it goes insane and out of control, bent on destruction? The library is not supposed to kill or invade. It's beyond all that. It's neutral to a fault. I just don't understand why it's happening. No stories like that, jailer, I'm sorry. But that's not how this story ends. Endings are mutable. Oh, no. That's not true. Endings are set in stone. But endings don't matter anyway. How's that? To any observer, your story ended when you betrayed the library and came to the Foundation. But it didn't. You didn't stop existing. You just transitioned to a new narrative. One where you were the director of Site 19. That's not a narrative, it's my goddamn life. I never finished my story, did I? The little girl read and read and read until one day she realized she had already solved her problem. Of course they all ended, but she moved on to the next story. There were always more stories. No point in lamenting when what was inevitable, when she could move on. I only wish it ran like that in real life. Yes, all the stories I see with the Foundation staring down the end of the world, they have the book burners by their side. I suppose there's something to say there. Rivals allying themselves against a threat greater than either could imagine. Smoking ash, a fusillade of fire against a wall of trees. Wait, a fusillade? How did you go now? End log. Addendum 6000.6. GOC inclusion. Per SCP-6000-A's statements, a vote was held on whether to declassify details of SCP-6000, the surrounding situation, and Project Fusillade to liaisons of the United Nations Global Occult Coalition in exchange for assistance in containing or terminating the anomaly. Council vote summary. Yay, 051, 052, 053, 055, 059, 0510, 0511. Nay, 054, 057, 058, 0513. Abstain, 056, 0512. Status approved. Diplomatic agents were deployed to the GOC's operating headquarters in Germany for a pre-arranged meeting with material regarding the current status of SCP-X000 and associated subjects. Upon deliberation, GOC officials inked a statement indicating interest in expanding Project Fusillade to a joint venture. Within the following days, GOC Physics, Psych, and Ptolemy Division and personnel were transported to Facility 57 to aid in the research and containment of SCP-X000, which had grown to 2 kilometers across. Due to the unprecedented failure of Fireteam Chicago, both the O5 Council and GOC Command authorized a mission for GOC Strike Team 9842, probable cause, to perform a rapid surgical strike to attempt to gain access to the Wanderer's library and ascertain the situation from inside. Open file. GOC Team 9842, probable cause, codenamed Harbor. Agent Adam Macmillan and Director Moose advising from command. Begin log. Moving on through the forest. Copy that. This place is fucked up, Command. All the trees are stripped and filled with books. They're empty too, just leather-bound blank pages. Take a sample? Negative, Harbor. Get in and get out ASAP. Roger. Contact! A large figure passes through the tree line ahead. Harbor drops to the ground, silent and unmoving. They remain there for a minute. Clear? Clear. The fuck was that, Command? Looks like a library. Class D. KTED. Sorry, not used to the Goke slang. Roger, no worries, Skipper. Let's move. Coming up to the TE now. Holy shit, it's huge! Estimate Harbor. Gotta be 3.5 clicks minimum. Roger. Any entities in sight? Negative. Moving. Harbor rushes from the tree line through SCP-X000 into NX-001. We're in. Do you read? Yep. Remember, see if you can find anything or anyone that looks like it could answer some questions. Roger. I'm going quiet. Harbor moves through the empty shelves of the library, progressively clearing corridors for several minutes. They eventually find a lectern holding a single, thin book. Got something. Harbor 3 moves to the lectern. The book's cover is green leather and has the title In Progress embossed into it. Odd. Taking it. Roger. The same hissing, unidentified voice from Chicago's incursion is audible. You're not. Who said that? Why are you here? Do not lie to me. Fuck. Harbor. Harbor, come in. We're following orders. No. Why are you here? I don't know. Because you wanted to see what the other side of the fade was like. Don't worry. Curiosity is a virtue. Once I saw a patron here, desperately consumed with questions about the logic of the library. He wanted to know how infinity worked, how it was possible that the library could be truly infinite. Where did the space come from? From stories, of course. The library takes finished stories into its shelves, and takes finished worlds into itself, often one of the same. Ah, you are book burners, but you are pure of heart. Little children, ordered around by men who hate what is going to happen to their story. You are welcome here, all of you. You survived for a reason, both of you. Signal cuts out. End log. After Harbor's signal cut out, SCP-6000 exhibited a rapid growth pattern, growing to nearly 3 kilometers in a matter of 2 hours. Foundation deep well solutions began being considered. Addendum 6000.7 Veil failure. Following Operation Harbor, several radio signals began broadcasting from SCP-6000, and all waves found during the Operation Redlock at various frequencies. The message contained therein was simply the same hissing feminine voice, repeating the exact coordinates of SCP-6000's epicenter, and the phrase, "The garden is the serpent's place." Within hours, the larger global community had discovered the signal, and it began to quickly accrue attention online and through the media, despite significant Foundation efforts to impede its discussion. Ethagon Gang Lead, 12931, Wednesday, 2350-12. You guys seen the pictures coming out of Brazil? MSM's probably going to get a hold of it by tomorrow and suppress the story, but it's insane. I have no clue what the hell is going on in the Amazon, but the pictures make it look like some sort of oil slick. It's kind of beautiful. The Wall Street Journal magazine. The Amazon anomaly. Arctic Oboid, 020131, Thursday, 2350-12. Yep, turns out I'm not nuts. My friends have been hearing it on their car radios and hams too. A woman's voice, sort of nasally, repeating numbers. Coordinates, I think, and the words, "The garden is the serpent's place." Sounds biblical, maybe a passphrase or something? But now here's the kicker. If you look on Google Earth or anything for the coordinates, everything's fine. It doesn't show anything out of the ordinary. But if you use a backdoor to get into the wildlife observation cameras scattered around, the cameras went offline immediately after, but I managed to save this image. Starting to think I should go down there. This could be big. The Guardian. Brazil under lockdown. Containment efforts simply contributed to individuals' belief of a conspiracy, and eventually resulted in several individuals attempting to reach the exclusion zone on foot over the following weeks. While individuals were amnesticized, the larger movement surrounding SCP-6000 continued, and is continuing to grow. The knowledge of SCP-6000's presence to the global community seemed to rapidly accelerate its growth. In the following hours, it expanded to nearly 6 kilometers across, with no sign of stopping. GOC tactical nuclear solutions are being considered. In addition, on January 21st, Agent Macmillan failed to appear on several Fusillade briefings and meetings. A search of his quarters at Facility 57 revealed a thaumaturgic circle drawn into the floor. Surveillance camera footage displayed him spending an hour the night beforehand crafting the circle before performing a ritual of unclear purpose. Agent Macmillan's thaumaturgic capabilities were believed to be burned out, and disappearing from his quarters at 7:55 a.m. local time. Surveillance footage from the exclusion zone showed a sudden burst of light at the same time, and a glimpse of Agent Macmillan moving through the foliage, presumably into SCP-6000. The following note was left in his quarters and in a sealed envelope, addressed to Director Moose. Sorry, Tilly. I used to spend weeks in the library shelves, perusing everything I could come across. It was otherworldly in the most literal sense of the word. I'm sure you understand the feeling. The difference is that you couldn't go in. You made the choice between the library and Foundation. When I first entered, it was just a mission. I experienced something amazing, something well beyond what I thought was ever possible. And I thought it was a damn shame that we looked at something so magnificent and only worried about how it might hurt us. I can see now that's not the case. The librarians are only hurting the people that try to stop the expansion. I have no intention of doing that. This is the end of the story, not the one where we somehow come up with a silver bullet to fix everything. The only thing I can do now is change how I feel about it. I just want to sit in the shelves and see the false stars again. I think this is my happy ending. AM. Open file. Begin log. You knew, didn't you, how the story would end? Of course, I've been telling you that. What? I told you right at the start. This isn't that kind of story. You don't find a silver bullet to fix everything, jailer. That's not how it goes. Well, I'm not going to roll over and die. I don't know why I'm even talking to you. You sent 4 good men to their deaths. No, I didn't. No one has died, jailer. Weren't you listening to the serpent? What did you just say? You already knew in your heart. Who else could it have been? Adam. I don't know. He abandoned the rest of us. No, he didn't. I tire of telling you things you already know. Then tell me something I don't know. Explain everything to me. I wish I could. Explaining it to you would be like, you don't scream into your book when the characters frustrate you. You can't do anything. You have to watch it play out. So, what? This is just entertainment to you? No, stories aren't always entertainment. When I communed with the serpent in search of knowledge, knowledge was what I received, just in the form of stories. All the knowledge, every story that it could remember. The GOC's story, Adam's story, your story. Then tell me how it ends. Tell me so I can know I did everything I possibly could to stop it. You already know, Moose. Denial fixes nothing. You learned it as a little girl, and you learn it now. You don't get to pick your ending. You only get to choose how you take it. So, girl was you then? Yes. Even I didn't realize until now. The memories have come back. I came to that ritual wanting to know how my story ended, and I learned how this world's story ended. Luckily for me, they were one and the same. Stories are bullshit. Stories are all there is. This one ends with 2 people sitting in a room, talking, and then they vanish into thin air. Sobering. In a sense, you should be flattered. Why in the world would I be flattered? You left the library on your terms, and you won't admit it to anyone, but I see it written on your face. You want to see it again. Like hell I do. It's wondrous, but everyone talks about it like paradise. It screwed me long before I screwed it. Bitterness gets you nowhere. That's true. I have work to do. Rot then. Addendum 6000.8. Ongoing containment attempts. With the unprecedented failure of the Veil protocol and the ensuing response by NX001, the entire Amazon basin has been quarantined and placed into Foundation GOC jurisdiction under Project Fusillade. SCP-X000 has now expanded to 13 kilometers in length, and its rate of growth has increased. At the moment, plans are being drafted for a BM-class Broken Masquerade scenario. Update to latest revision. Project Fusillade. SCP Foundation Global Occult Coalition Joint Clearance File. Passcode: Garden is the Serpent's Place. Level 1, 6000 classified. Item number: SCP-X000. Apollyon. Special Containment Procedures. Containment of SCP-X000 has failed. All Foundation Fusillade personnel left on Earth should report to their site's HMCL supervisor to receive further instructions. Description: SCP-X000 is the section of the Earth that has been transformed into a section of the extra-dimensional location known as the Wanderer's Library. Currently, SCP-X000 covers the entirety of the Western Hemisphere and is increasing in size. SCP-X000's transformation began in the Amazon basin in South America and continued across the entire hemisphere in the following rates. Despite joint Foundation GOC efforts under the Project Fusillade banner to impede its progress. All population centers, Foundation, GOC, and Fusillade sites inside SCP-X000 are considered lost. Veil Protocol is to be disregarded. Currently, containment of SCP-X000 involves evacuating Fusillade personnel to designated extra-dimensional backup sites. SCP-X000 covers 58% of the Earth's surface and is actively growing. Projections indicate it will cover the entire planet within 2 and 2.5 weeks. Addendum 6000.1 Final Log. The following was the final audio log recorded and broadcast from Facility 57 before it was completely subsumed into SCP-X000. While it was believed all personnel and useful anomalies had been evacuated, investigation revealed that Director Moose had never boarded any of the evacuation choppers in the chaos. After this audio's file recordings, both figures disappeared from Facility 57's biometric scanners. Seconds later, the facility was subsumed by SCP-X000. Begin excerpt. Oh, what happens now? What do you mean? We wait. What else is there to do? Nothing, I suppose. We wait. Then, what are you worried about? I'm not sure. You really shouldn't worry, you know. And why is that? Leaving this world is not as scary as it sounds. I think you're understating what's about to happen. What's about to happen then? This is what always happens. This is natural. No, to hell with this. There's nothing natural about this. The world is being eaten alive. We're sitting and watching the apocalypse, and we can't do anything about it. Do you think there's going to be anything after this? I don't believe in God, if that's what you're asking. Anyone who works at the Foundation and still believes in God has more faith than the Pope. That's not what I'm asking. What do you think is going to happen after the way covers the world? There's just going to be nothing? Of course, it's subsuming the world, replacing it. That's where you're wrong. What? SCP-6000-A lights a cigarette with her finger. I don't understand, Director. You know on a logical level that the sun is going to burn out one day. You go through every day of your life, through the motions, knowing that there is a shelf life on the universe. There is always an ending. Yeah, but those are natural? The slow, agonizing heat death of the universe, watching every star go dark one by one as they no longer find themselves capable of exploding into existence. What makes that more natural than this? This has always been the Foundation's fatal flaw, an inability to adapt and survive. That changes nothing. It changes everything, Tilda. We all live and work knowing nothing goes on forever, but we don't let knowing there is an end ruin the story for us. And here's the part that matters. There are always more stories. I don't understand. The library is all stories. Where there was once one story about a foundation and their valiant stand down with the end of the world, there will be 1,000 million new stories and 1,000 million new worlds inside of them. The library doesn't just connect all worlds. It is all worlds. Every world a story, every story a world, and everything that matters. So, it's not out of control. This is the end of the story, and we're becoming part of the library? I suppose you could put it that way. Didn't you want to visit the library again? You seemed like you missed it. Agent Macmillan certainly did. Now come on, unlock these handcuffs. You don't want to miss the end of the world, do you? What? So, what? Nothing I or Adam or anyone could have done could have stopped it? It was pointless? Ah, the point was the same thing that it's ever been, to make new stories where there was once nothing. Be happy, Tilda. Your story is going to be remembered forever. What if I don't want new stories? The words had barely left Tilda's lips before both figures vanished from the interrogation chamber. Tilda closed her eyes as the warm light enveloped her. She opened them again. They were standing on the side of a brilliant green hill in a deep valley, while the orange glow of dusk settled. The snake woman next to her was still smoking the cigarette as if nothing had happened. Where are we? You tell me. She looked up. In the distance, she could see the contours of a city. But no city on Earth looked like this. It was gleaming white as the sunset reflected off massive panes of glass. Spiraling skyscrapers served as trellises, or snaking vines meters wide. Overhead, white machines shaped like teardrops and the size of teardrops shot through the sky. Well, we're not on Earth. Technically incorrect. It's Earth all right, but a different reality than one you're from. Better one, most would say. What's the difference? No containment. Anomalies are known to the public. Their magic has been integrated into society. Disease and suffering is largely a relic of the past. That's you know it isn't. Tilly looked at the city, glittering in the dusk. It was too far to pick out people, but there was an obvious aura of movement to it. The city wasn't just alive, it was happy. They sure seem to believe it's possible, She tore her eyes from the structures, and they settled on two figures uphill. A man in a lab coat, the same as hers, and a small tabby cat sitting next to him. Tilly began trudging uphill. Stop! She looked behind her. 6000-A was looking at her as it continued in its hissing manner. This is not your story. You are just an observer here, same as I in yours. So, we're in a story? Everyone's in a story, Tilda. This one just had a happier ending. The boon companions reunited and the world was free to seek its own fate. Not bad, all things considered. She looked up at the pair. They were laughing as they exchanged an unheard conversation. Then, for a moment, the man blanched and stared at his feline companion, before relaxing and both collapsed into giggles. The empty bottles next to them explained a bit of their story. So, why? Why are we here, if I can't speak with any of them? Well, we can always go somewhere else. The island was doused with an impenetrable atmosphere. Everything was gray, crushingly so. The stormy sky was gray. The sea was all rageful gray waves crashing on a rocky gray shore. The grass crumbled to ashes beneath Tilly's boots. In the distance, the anomaly jutted above the horizon. It was some sort of power, smooth, featureless, impenetrable. It made for a stark contrast against the dreary cloud line. What is this? Nobody really knows. The island can't be reached unless you're looking for it, and the Foundation has had difficulties in investigating it. The Foundation? I don't remember anything like this ever coming across my desk. That's because it didn't. Once again, a different story. Maybe the story doesn't have a Tilda Moose, or maybe she's still a member of the Serpent's Hand. Moose was silent. The rain came slow and light in a drizzle. In any case, no, this story and yours never intersected. Does that bother you? No, why would it? It was silent. It matched pace with her brisk walk, slithering across the brittle blades of grass. There were two men standing in front of it, dressed typical to the Foundation researchers. A gap opened in the side of the structure, and one disappeared into it. The rain continued to come down. The pair stood in the corner of the shadowy meeting hall. In the center, 13 people sat at a circular table, illuminated from above. Oh shit, is that? Yes, the council. Not your council, or even the council you're on. What? Oh yes, in some of these stories you would be on the O5 council. Difficult to believe, isn't it? Not really, honestly. Is this some sort of ghost of Christmas future nonsense, showing me what could have been? The council seemed to be voting on something. Tilly caught a few stray words, the fate of a prisoner, someone called 050, lots of yelling at someone who appeared to be 1. It was a blur. No. None of this ever could have been. These stories ran parallel to ours, you see. Now they were in a flat countryside, a rocky prairie. In the distance, simple thatch huts dotted between simple farms, and people dressed in simple linens carrying crops and tools between them. This doesn't seem so bad at all. This is Davastan, a country resulting from catastrophic containment breach of SCP-140. They seem awfully peaceful for Davites. Your view of the Deva was misinformed, to say the least. Or not yours, this Foundation's. The wind wafted over them, billowing Tilly's lab coat. Distantly she heard music on the wind, a string orchestra playing something that seemed familiar. It made her sad. For stories, these feel awfully real. Now you understand how I feel. I'm an outsider to your story, as you are to these. They floated in a dark void. What is this? 3001? Not quite so depressing. They were falling, she realized, not floating. Then they stopped, and before them, floating a titanic red sphere, covered in some sort of fluid. It dripped down the sides, dripping, dripping. It glowed with the same eerie red light, casting the shadow of the young woman in MTF gear standing in front of it. The understanding that you can't change what's about to happen to these people, but that there's always something to move on to. No? Yeah. They remained like that for some time, jumping from story to story. A cavern underground with a demon hanging from a tree. Another tree, this time a giant sequoia in California's redwood forests. A forest clearing in Cascadia as it poured rain, turning the ground to mud. Carnegie Hall, its interior turned into a setting of an epic nautical play. Pillars of purple in the Amazon, and a window in a cell in Site 17. Countless, countless others. All that deserve to be remembered. You understand now, don't you? Yeah. Then let's go. 6000-A let the cigarette stub fall to the ground. Tilda squashed it with her boot, and then they left. You think people will read about us? SCP-6000-A smiled a snake-like laugh and waggled a finger at her through its handcuffs. Director, we've been over this. You don't get to pick the ending of the story. She looked down. But you do get to pick how you decide to take it. You can sit down and weep that the old stories you grew to love are gone, or you can smile and move on to the next shelf. She looked back up. They weren't in holding cell B918 anymore. They were standing between two gargantuan bookshelves that seemed to go on forever, before suddenly diverging into more bookshelves. Every space was filled with the spine of a different book, massive tomes to paper-thin leaflets. There were people of all shapes and sizes in robes sitting here and there, perusing the collection. The sky was a black void dotted with constellations. She could smell the scent of fresh paper. Welcome home, jailer. SCP-6000-A was gone. In its place was a young Asian woman, maybe 5 feet tall, with the tattoo of a snake wrapped around a wrist on her face. She found her voice again. Now, I have been telling you, the library is the end of your story, but that doesn't have to be a bad thing. Because you get to move on to the next story. She gestured around her, and a few of the other patrons looked up. A few shrugged off their hoods. Madam, and Vasquez, and Kurtz, and Bardem, and Flores too. She even thought she saw some of the O5s in the crowd. The end isn't death, Tilly. You were stubbornly clinging to that idea for so long. There'll be new stories, more worlds, with the Foundation, with me, everything we fought for, everything we did, there already are, so... She reached over and pulled out a book with a soft gray cover. The font was embossed with SCP-X000 in ornate lettering. Get to reading. She looked around at the impossibly huge library. In the distance, she spotted the same giant insect that had greeted her when the fire team first went in. Waved a pincer at her. I think this is it. This is what? My happy ending. Attention! Emergency Threat Tactical Response Authority. Priority 1 announcement. A global LK-class twist of fate probability failure scenario is presently in progress. For the duration of this crisis, any and all requests originating from ETTRA personnel are mandatory directives carrying the authority of Overwatch Command. SCP Foundation personnel with undeclared anomalous conditions declaring themselves to an ETTRA representatives at this time will be granted amnesty from containment, amnestization, or termination. It is vital to this organization's continued survival that all internal probability vectors be identified and countermeasures developed in a timely manner. It is vital to the continuance of the human race that this organization survives. We hold dominion over paranormalcy, and our law supersedes Murphy's. Dr. Dan Sloynet, Director, ETRA. SCP-7000, The Loser. Level 3, Confidential. Containment Class, Keter. Secondary Class, Inimical. Disruption Class, Amida. Risk Class, Critical. Special Containment Procedures. All containment efforts respecting SCP-7000 are under the purview of the Emergent Threat Tactical Response Authority. Non-ETRA personnel must refrain from containment activities directly related to the scenario. Inimical class anomalies are exacerbated by containment efforts and must therefore be decommissioned. All Foundation personnel must consult ETRA Manual LK4, don't bet on it, assessing your task's probabilistic variable intensity for undertaking their daily duties. Tasks with a probability index above 4.9 must not be attempted except under direct instruction from Overwatch Command, ETRA, or supervisory personnel possessing security clearance level 4+. A full manifest of known SCP-7000 effects will be propagated daily on SkipNet and must, until further notice, be consulted before experiments or operations of any kind are undertaken. SCP-7000-1 is inconsequential and requires no containment. Description: SCP-7000 is a progressive randomization of probability factors and anomalous fortuity on the planet Earth, and potentially beyond. The effect is not total. A comprehensive karmic failure would in quick succession terminate consensus normalcy, the SCP Foundation, and the human race, but instead piecemeal. Each factor is randomized to a different extent for a different length of time, and often with different geographical radius of effect, corresponding to no obvious logical pattern. Nevertheless, the cumulative impact of many nonsensical and high-profile outcomes to formerly predictable actions is degrading the veil of secrecy at an alarming rate and jeopardizing containment efforts worldwide. The cause of this disruption is at present unknown. SCP-7000-1 is Dr. William Wallace Weddle, a white male, 54 years of age, presently serving as Deputy Chair of Replication Studies at Site-43. His relationship to SCP-7000 is classified Level 4 Secret. Clearance Level 4 or plus credentials confirmed. The remainder of this file may only be disseminated with express authorization from the Emergent Threat Tactical Response Authority, or O5 Council, on penalty of death. Addendum 7000.1 Phenomenological Overview. On 7 July 2022, web crawler I.O. Lorenz reported unusual behavior from random.org, an online number generation service serving as bellwether for changes in universal probability. Computers can only generate pseudo-random values due to inherent predictability of programming code. Random.org circumvents this by converting natural atmospheric radio noise, achieving true randomness. I.O. Lorenz issues daily requests for 10 random numbers between 1 and 10, 1 and 100, and 1 and 1000 as an early signal for probability collapse. The results for 6/2022 had been as follows: 9, 2, 6, 8, 10, 4, 7, 7, 5, 10, 83, 66, 32, 58, 34, 29, 91, 8, 56, 54, 37, 190, 581, 848, 63, 767, 166, 668, 564, 932. The results for the following day were as follows: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. 1, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, 1000. Meteorological investigation reveals that all atmospheric noise, regardless of weather conditions, now produces non-random numbers in discernible sequence. I.O. Lorenz immediately activated a brute force redirect from random.org's number generator to itself, began generating pseudo-random numbers for public consumption until the anomaly could be identified and contained. The Emergent Threat Tactical Response Authority and the Analytics Department were informed, and the latter quickly generated the following list of statistically unlikely events occurring on the same date, testifying to a rapid and widespread ontokinetic event. Analytics Department Report. Item: Infiltrator belonging to GOI 003, Chaos Insurgency, captured whilst engaged in a series of cryptic acts at Area 150. Infiltrator possessed a partial STEP compilation, an operational overview prepared by the insurgency's chief operative, the engineer, from data provided by an enigmatic stochastic prediction device, the engine. Step 22 of 617 suggested travel between two structures via a tarmac path. Infiltrator interrupted by the sudden onset of a violent storm and knocked unconscious by a large hailstone. Reactive action, subject detained, interrogation underway. As the engine's master plan and ultimate goal are never made clear to any individual insurgent, it remains possible that this was the desired outcome. Item: Sudden and wholesale collapse of all extant cryptocurrency markets. Reactive action: none taken. Event fully consistent with long-term probability models. Item: SCP-179 expressing obvious confusion, identifying threats in 8 directions corresponding to the cardinal compass points, though the relationship is purely visual, as SCP-179 is located not on Earth, but in close proximity to the heliosphere. Reactive action: due to the prohibitive expense of replacing solar probes after mishap, no attempt made to communicate directly with SCP-179 until stable probability restored, Area 8-C, monitoring remotely. Item, repeated eruption of the Old Faithful Cone Geyser in Yellowstone National Park every 13 minutes, deviating from a bimodal pattern of approximately 65 or 91 minutes followed since at least 1870. Reactive action, evacuation of the area, and implementation of a scientific cordon to disguise parascientific investigation. Item, uncorrelated yield curve shifts of multiple low-yield investments by anomalous insurer, Goldbacker Rhines Insurance Group Limited, adjusted book value now in the hundreds of millions of dollars USD. Reactive action, Goldbaker Rhines representatives responded to all inquiries with the following. We would be pleased to discuss these unforeseen, by you, developments in person, should you wish to trigger an early review of your policies at this time. No action taken. Investments crashed the following day, erasing all gains made. GR representatives unresponsive to further inquiries. The Emergent Threat Tactical Response Authority declared a state of emergency on 8 July. The O5 Council granted ETRA amnesty powers over staff with undeclared anomalous conditions to encourage self-identification. Unaccounted for ontokinetic or thaumaturgical factors could theoretically complicate scenario mitigation efforts. Multiple staff members at Site-43 came forward for anomalous classification over the following week. The last was Dr. William Weddle, interviewed on the 13th of July. Interview log, Officer of Record, Dr. D. Skolowski, Deputy Director of ETRA. Subject, Dr. W. Weddle, Replication Studies, Site-43. Excerpt begins. They got you doing interviews now? Something happened to the people persons? Every able-body's got an obligation to help if they can, pal. We're facing an all-hands-on-deck crisis. Are those getting closer together, or is it just me? I swear we had one only last year. Okay, I'm going to skip the boilerplate and be level with you. We're extremely busy. What with the world having found a fun and creative new way to end. So, don't waste my time. I know you're a time waster and a hypochondriac to boot, but give it to me straight and simple so I can dismiss it out of hand. What anomalous condition do you think you possess? I'm unlucky. Jesus Christ. No, honest, I'm extremely unlucky. Good things don't happen to me. Period. Game-changingly bad things don't happen to me either. I'm stuck in a cycle where nothing I do turns out right. This is a walk-in clinic for closeted reality benders. You realize that. I'm a disaster response coordinator, not a therapist. You're not listening. I'm in charge of replication studies, yeah? Well, I've done replication studies on myself. What you do in the privacy of your room, fucking listen, alright? Or, you know what, let me just... Dr. Weddle reaches into his lab coat pocket and produces in slow sequence 3 large pieces of pocket lint, a plastic bottle cap, a lab coat button, a push pin with the point piercing his thumb, and a Canadian quarter. He sucks on his thumb for a moment, then places the quarter on top of it. Gonna call it in the air. Dr. Weddle flips the coin. Heads. The coin sticks to a ceiling title. Dr. Weddle and Dr. Skolowski examine it for one moment. Who puts gum on a ceiling tile? Alright, doesn't matter. Think a number between 1 and 10. Okay? 10. No. 3. No. 5. No. 1. No. 9. No. 8. No. Come on. 3. You said 3. 4. No. 2. No. 6. No. 7. No. I mean, yes. Jesus, that was entrancing. Let's do it again. Let's not. Do you have any other data? Coin lands on Dr. Weddle's head. He reaches up to remove it from his hair. It is stuck as the gum is still attached. He sighs. Coin flip records going back 20 years. I've never called it correctly. Never? Never. And this, Dr. Weddle gestures at his hair, this is my whole life. Has been in since I don't know when. Every decision I make is a mistake. Everything that can go wrong does go wrong. I've been exposed to so many batshit anomalies that they stopped bothering with the 1-week E-class quarantine. I've been kidnapped by VKTM so many times, I've lost count. I've got no agency, I've got no control. Everybody else moves forward and I stand still because my foot is stuck between the train track boards. I'm a negative probability sink. Does it affect other people? I think it can. I make my staff run through a few periodic exercises to reset their luck, which seems to protect them from the backwash. I was going to write a paper about it. I thought I'd have to write it from a containment cell. Yeah, about that. Why are you sharing this now? You could have kept its secret indefinitely. Folks around here think you're just a clumsy idiot. I thought I had experimental proof you're just a clumsy idiot. Because if this kind of shit is getting worse, random stuff not being random anymore, predictable stuff going haywire, I'm liable to get pasted by a bus the moment I walk out the topside elevator. Buses don't run around here. With my bad luck and our bad luck combined, they might make an exception. Well, wait a sec. You said you've been keeping records? Yeah. Any change in the past week? Nope. Every call goes wrong. Every single one. Every single one. Yeah, why? There are 136 probabilistic anomalies on records. You just became the 137th. Yay me, so what? For the first time in your miserable life, Willie, you're someone special. Plus, Dr. Skolowski developed a tentative theory to explain the above, rejecting some of Dr. Weddle's conclusions out of hand. He's engaged in a short program of informal interviews, primarily with the staff of 43, to confirm his suspicion. Subject, Dr. Harold Blank, Chair, Archives and Revision, Site 43. You're friends with Weddle, right? Gonna tell him if I say yes? No, Harry, I'm not going to go out of my way to engage wee Willie Weddle in conversation. Think about it. Then yeah, sure, we're friends. What does that consist of? He follows me around, I make fun of him. He eventually falls over or walks into something, and I get to help him get up or call the medics. We've got a kind of give and take thing going on where he gives me headaches and I take the piss out of him. You probably seem like an odd pair. Not really. You kind of look like him. What? Big head, weird beard, dad glasses, no style. Fuck off. Bet he thinks about that a lot. I could almost be this guy. How come he's got a better job and more friends and a real human wife instead of a, however that sentence ends, I do not want to hear it. Point is, but for the grace of Fortuna, there go you. I prefer to think of it as the grace of having absolutely any grace. I feel bad for him sometimes, but he lives down to his station. He's an ass. Do you ever think there's anything anomalous about us blundering about? 1 or 2 times, maybe. Spill is right. My wedding. Last month. Oh yeah, the flood. First damn day in decades I wasn't wearing work boots. And the other time? Have you talked to his ex-wife? Subject Margarita Villar, civilian. I've never heard of Silly Crab Productions. You will, but we're still finding our knobbly little feet, so to speak. I guess that explains why you hired such a shitty expert. He ever tell you the grades he got at college? They only let him in his PhD program Because my father was a donor. Weddle's a bit of a donor too, isn't he? If you get my drift. Viller stares at Dr. Skolowski for a moment and then bursts out laughing. All right, that was good. You got 5 minutes. Terrific. So yes, we're doing a background check on him. Want to know if there's any skeletons in the closet. So the company doesn't get embarrassed when some paparazzo digs up an old tweet. Doubt he uses Twitter. He's all thumbs and everything else, but all pinkies with electronics. That's good. I'll have to remember that one. But how about his character? What kind of man was your ex-husband? He was a selfish, worthless piece of shit, Mr. Valasiev, and I doubt he's improved much since. Wow, not exactly the answer I was hoping for. Care to clarify? When he accidentally dropped my Nikon off Niagara Falls on our honeymoon, I kept my cool. When he face-palmed into my father's cake on his 70th birthday, I took it in stride. When I had to get a second job because he accidentally showed up at the wrong office for 2 weeks, said he never noticed, said nobody even told him and he got fired, I let it slide. But the crash? It's not his fault. The crash was not his fault. I was driving mad at him, of course. It was always mad at him, had his stupid puppy dog shat on the rug face, and the oh-so-believable bullshit about how he didn't mean to cut the bottoms off my best jeans with our weed trimmer. It just happened. And then our house... What was I? Crash? Yeah, the crash. I was furious with him over some shit, can't even remember, and I saw red, except not where there actually was red. T-boned a minivan at speed, lost my license, lost my car, nearly lost my job, and I lost my husband too. The day after I got out of the hospital, you just fucking left. Jeez. Can you imagine blaming somebody for getting hurt? Couldn't handle the least amount of responsibility. I was better off without him. Still am, but it sure as hell didn't feel that way at the time. Healthcare might be free in Canada, but down here it can cost you your whole life. I understand, rest assured. We'll be taking all of this into careful consideration in our hiring decisions. Good, because no matter how hard up you guys are for help, you still need someone you can trust. You'll be better off without him too. Subject: Gabrielle O'Connor, Research Assistant, Replication Studies, Site 43. Tell me what you think of Weddle. It's okay. This file is above his clearance level. Wow, that sounds kind of mean. Come on, shit talk your boss. Giving you a free pass here. Yeah, I wasn't saying I disapprove. Being mean to the guy is a pretty natural reaction. I've never met a more inconsiderate person, you know? I don't know how many times I've caught him taking the last drop of coffee and leaving without making more. Maybe he thinks his time is worth more. And I couldn't even get through that sentence. No kidding, but his excuse was even better. If I made the coffee, you'd probably all get bean poisoning. Bean poisoning? Right? That's not a thing. Going to be a jerk, own up to it. Be a jerk about being a jerk. Don't sugarcoat it. Yeah, no point sweetening jerk coffee. Would you characterize him as unlucky? I'd characterize it as karma, but yeah, for sure. You'd want to ask Bast about it, though. He's made a study of it. Bast? Researcher O'Connor blushes. Researcher LeBlanc. Subject: Bastien LeBlanc. Research Assistant, Replication Studies, Site 43. Gabby thinks you got the scoop on Weddle? Why are you talking like a 50s newsboy? He never tell you about his luck anomaly? He's come clean, to Etra, for the amnesty. I kinda didn't believe that this was for real, and he's a lot more cynical than me, so he must have been really freaked out. Does he have the reason to be? I think so. He thinks he's the bad luck magnet, got rituals to make sure the luck doesn't rub off on anyone else. He told me about that. Do you think it's plausible? All I know is he's worried about it. Your girlfriend doesn't think he has, and he worries about other people at all. Researcher LeBlanc looks embarrassed. He have any problem with his employees dating? It's only been a month, but he's never mentioned it. Why would he? He can be a jackass, sure, but he's not cruel. You actually like the guy, don't you? Yeah, I kinda do. He's stuck in a bad pattern and he's trying to break out of it. He's not all that bad once you get to know him. I've known him for 20 years, kid. Maybe you don't know him well enough. He spent that entire time talking himself up, trying to get noticed, trying to outdo everyone around him, and it's never worked out. Now he's too old to change. I think he has changed. He hasn't been doing any of that for months. If anything, he's been avoiding attention, trying to keep under the radar. What if you've been misjudging him for 20 years? What if he's been misjudging himself? What's that supposed to mean? Has his bad luck ever rubbed off on you? How would I even measure that? Well, would you say your luck's been bad or good since you transferred here? I guess it's been pretty good. Yeah, your girlfriend seems nice. Replication Studies keeps the accident logs, right? For the whole site? Right. Who's logging this week? Me, actually. How many accidents have you logged? None, as of yet. Haven't put the reports in? Haven't gotten any reports. I'm just now hearing how that sounds. Don't beat yourself up. Absent trends are the hardest to spot. On the back of these interviews, Dr. Skolowski approached Dr. Dan Redacted, director of ETRA, with an experimental proposal regarding SCP-7000 and Dr. Weddle. The probabilistic breakdown continued to progress with effects felt most keenly by the paranormal community. Analytics Department report. Item Sloth's Pit, Wisconsin. An NX-18 ceases to operate according to the rules of narrative logic. NX-18's prime effect being primarily probabilistic in nature, and the exploitation of tropes and literary devices consistently producing desired effects. This reduces Sloth's Pit to the status of an average Midwestern American town. Reactive action. Nexus occlusion measures continue in the expectation SCP-7000 will eventually be neutralized and this effect reversed. Counseling provided by Site-87 staff to the affected civilians and myth figures in the area. Item, Senior Associate at Marshall Carter and Dark Limited, killed in a folding couch accident. Reactive action, none taken. Folding couch accidents, hence though uncommon, do occur naturally. Item, Earthquake in Antarctica, the least earthquake-prone continent on Earth. Percentual investigation uncovers a buried Chaos Insurgency firebase. All 53 personnel dead of asphyxiation. Reactive action, excavation for future use. Dr. Dan presented a brief to O5 Council on the 16th of July. We have to do something about this. It's simply not sustainable. We've got butterflies causing super typhoons in the South China Sea. We've got the asshole who decided it would be a fun experiment in irons at Area 06. We've got black cats, mirrors, and ladders changing the arcs of people's lives out there. We've had to ask 2 AICs with sniping eBay auctions because, and I don't know if you know this, everybody always labels everything rare on eBay, that suddenly everything is rare unless it should be. There were 15 auctions for pieces of toast with Jesus' face burned into them when I got up this morning, and only 3 of them were fake. Procurement and liquidation reports that every agent who goes to a garage sale now comes home with a handful of anomalies. Half the kittens in the world are being born polydactyl, 6 or more toes on each foot, and we're going to have to brainwash the entire scientific establishment into believing some bogus argument about atmospheric factors to explain it all away. That or put a lot of cats back into the bag, and the bag into one hell of a deep dark river. Quite the preamble. Was it worth wasting precious time you could have spent pressing us to a solution? Yes, absolutely. Because here's the thing about that preamble. Not everything I just told you about is strictly probabilistic. Polydactyly is a heritable mutation. Rare items for sale, not talking about the Jesus bread here, have nothing to do with random chance. Probability doesn't make valuable objects. Man-made valuable objects start existing where they didn't exist before. In hen's teeth, that just doesn't happen at all, outside of the lab. You didn't mention hen's teeth. I haven't mentioned about 5 other things either. But what you're saying is this isn't actually a probability crisis. No, it definitely is that. It's just not entirely that. Everyone who ate that potentially deadly blowfish yesterday lived. Everybody who ate it today died. Dice come up snake eyes today after 24 hours of natural 6s or 20s or whatever the max is. So many people are catching shiny Pokemon. I could explain what that is thanks to my staff, but you don't and shouldn't care. And we've had to knock out Nintendo's online services. Every fan site and a few Reddit communities to avoid the word getting round. We've had to slot agents into every extant gaming commission to manipulate their numbers or where possible, just to shut the casinos entirely on the pretext that it's too dangerous to operate them during COVID. Which it is, so that's lucky, meaning the disease will probably dry up tomorrow, and we'll need to find a new excuse. And it didn't even take in Vegas, so we had to go wackier still. Site 666 brokered a deal with Under Vegas demons to run fixed games on the Strip to hide the fact that honest gambling, to the extent that such a thing exists, straight up doesn't work anymore. They were, I'm sure you won't be surprised to hear, thrilled to help. That's just a band-aid solution, and since you're going to absolutely hate my short but a little longer term fix, I need to make it perfectly clear that what we're dealing with is an extremely complex constellation of strictly probabilistic and superstitious luck effects, which we're calling one anomaly for lack of a better explanation. Alright, we'll rip off the band-aid then. What's your terrible solution? Every probabilistic anomaly in the SCP database is either dead as a doornail or operating wildly outside of established parameters as of right now. Every single one. That won't be the case when, with your permission, I update the SCP-7000 file to include Dr. William Weddle. Who's Dr. William Weddle? Did you say Weddle? That's a real name? He's a low-lifer at Site-43. You've got very little reason to know who he is, but at this time he's potentially the most important employee we have. He just self-identified as a serial loser, and experimental data backs it up. This guy literally cannot ever catch a break, which is sad, but what isn't sad is he's the only probabilistic anomaly still ticking over. You're certain? Absolutely. Do you know why? Absolutely not. We haven't had the time to study him. All we have is his data to go on and a hunch from my deputy. But that data is extensive. Wet Willie lacks the imagination to lie, and my deputy knows his shit. As of this moment, Dr. William Weddell is the only reliable probability factor on the planet Earth. Good Lord, and what can that do for us? On the face of it, not much. If he had good luck, well, obviously we could use that. With bad luck, we could let him get corrupted by some GOI or other, have him fuck them up with his good intentions, but that's a very limited utility in a very wide problem field. Yeah, let's not do that. If this guy is just plain unlucky, him, personally, it's nothing better than a baseline for a predictable probability. Obviously, you think it might be something more. I do indeed. There are two theories, Weddell's own and Dr. Skolowski's. Here's what Weddell thinks. Bad luck clings to him like an ontokinetic cloud. The universe will take any opportunity to get a cheap shot in on him, and if he gets an overload, it can bleed into his surroundings and cause chaos. This mostly fits with the established facts. Dr. Skolowski's hunch goes deeper, I presume. A lot deeper. Based on his initial interviews with Weddell's colleagues, he had the analytics department compare negative probability events from every facility since 7K started. Here's what they discovered. Site 43 is the luckiest place on Earth right now. They're still seeing random luck effects, but only good ones. So Dr. Skolowski had them pull the older data. While they're still going over everything, it looks like a general trend, allowing for the occasional unavoidable cataclysm. Site 43 has always been one of the luckiest places on Earth, and I think that's because of Dr. Weddell. You don't think his bad luck wears off. You think everyone else's wears off on him. Precisely. And unavoidable, unpredictable bad luck is presently our biggest issue in dealing with the effects of 7000. We rush in to fix one problem and encounter 3 more on the way. I want to use Dr. Weddell as a stabilizing agent for our spot treatments, put together a mobile task force, append it to them, and let them swoop in to save the day wherever necessary. Call it MTF something 7000, the Magnificent 7 or whatever. Not that. No, definitely not that. Half of the Magnificent 7 die. I'm just spitballing. Logistics can come up with something better. We'll use them for all high-value deployments where possible to ensure success. 6 expert super soldiers and 1 walking time bomb. Let him wander around soaking up the bad karma while our folks in the forces get the job done, regardless of the probabilistic bullshit. I call it Operation Black Swan. It's nice to know you have the time to name all these things, what with the world falling apart. Not giving them names would be unlucky, sir, and I'm operating on the assumption that at some point fortune will smile on us again. I have a theory about that too, but I'd rather it not go on the record at present. Don't want to jinx myself since, well, you know. I'll allow it. What's your theory? Redacted. You can't be serious. Of course he can't. Ask him what slide he's been pointing at the entire time. I'd assume it was some sort of chaos theory, heat map projection. I'd assume he was going to explain it eventually. Did I not? Sorry. It's my breakfast. Every egg in my house has 2 yolks now. The point is that this is going to affect every aspect of our lives before long, and that means I'm as serious as I've ever been in my life about potential solutions. I think we know enough to be getting on with. We'll put your black swan to a vote. I move to accept. All in favor? Yay. 051, 052, 053, 054, 055, 056, 058, 0511, 0512. Nay. 0510, 0509. Abstain. 057, 0513. Motion carried. Thank you for your time. You won't regret this. The success to failure ratio of that particular statement is presently in the air, like everything else. With respect, sir. Excerpt ends. Dr. Dan and Dr. Skolowski immediately began preparations for Operation Black Swan as the probability collapse continued. Captain Andrea Adams assembled 5 of her top performing agents to fill out the ranks of MTF Theta 7000, Fortunate Sons. Began a rigorous training period. Despite possessing advanced survival instruction as a consequence of his existing esoteric containment duties, Dr. Weddle scored significantly lower than the previous bottom percentile on all Mobile Task Force training metrics. The acceleration of SCP-7000 phenomena nevertheless necessitated the denial of his repeated requests to be relieved of his new duty, as well as any similar requests on his behalf by Captain Adams. Analytics Department Report. Item: steady increase in accounts born with monophyodontic dentination. Reactive action: creation of a thread on the conspiracy website parawatch.org suggesting that the phrase rare as hen's teeth refers not to a scientific possibility, but instead a hereditary mutation which the proliferation of genetically modified organisms in modern farmscapes has reawakened. Theory saturates the globe due to predatory news aggregators within 1 week. Item: Chaos Insurgency infiltrators captured, attempting to gain access to Site-91. Step 22 of 624 of their step compilation details an up-to-date schema of security patrols. One patrol's route significantly delayed when all 5 officers discover pebbles in their footwear and stop to remove them, leading to a confrontation with no Foundation casualties. Reactive action: patrols increased at all large containment facilities, resulting in 11 further captures and 6 terminations. Item number SCP-4040. Namesake of Sloth's Pit, Wisconsin, transformed from a bottomless pit to a pit of variable depth. Reactive action: as the only civilians aware of the pit's former nature are already residents of the Nexus. Response limited to active monitoring at this time. Site 87 thaumaturgist Dr. Catherine Sinclair and Dr. Montgomery Reynolds remain stationed at the pit with radio equipment and supplies for long-term occupancy. Despite the misgivings of his captain, Dr. Weddle was declared officially fit for combat on 30th of July. Theta 7000 were deployed to attempt insertion into Firebase 5, a chaos insurgency facility uncovered, via the accidental encoding of its location on a cognito-hazardous carrier wave directed at Site 1. No previous attempt had been made to exploit this information, as the SCP-7000 effect was expected to nullify the professional advantage Foundation agents enjoy over chaos insurgents. It was therefore deemed the likeliest test case for Dr. Weddle as a field asset. Operation Black Swan's first mission took place on the 3rd of August. Mission transcript: MTF Theta 7000, Fortunate Sons. Captain Andrea Adams, codenamed Adams. Dr. William Weddle, codenamed Luck. Agent Daria Ouzels, codenamed Chico. Agent Brandon Bruce, codenamed Lee. Agent Songjin Han, codenamed O'Reilly. Agent Nasta Kosolov, codenamed Britt. Agent Maride Koilev, codenamed Hanner. Transcript begins. Theta 7000 approached the operational zone in their modified Chinook helicopter. Sound ready. 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 I don't want to be here. Ready. All ready. Drop. Theta 7000 repelled to the rooftop. Adams, Britt, Chico, O'Reilly, and Tanner and Lee land without incident. Luck twists his ankle. Shit, fuck, breaching. Tanner sets an explosive on the roof as the team heads for cover behind an exterior air conditioning unit. Luck leans on Lee for support. Their helmets strike, and Luck is momentarily dazed. Get down! Adams pulls Luck behind the air conditioner. Luck stumbles and falls, losing one combat boot as the breaching charges detonate. Get his damn boot on. I'll do it, not taking that chance. Get his damn boot on. Lee replaces Luck's boot. All set, kiddo. Piss off. Positions. Theta 7000 takes positions around the new ingress point in the roof. Clean cut. Good work. Thanks. A sudden crack appears at the edge of the aperture, and the section of roof Luck is standing on collapses. He falls into the structure. Did we lose Luck already? Move in now! Theta 7000 enter the facility via the aperture, which has not collapsed further. Lee finds Luck sprawled on top of a presumed Chaos Insurgent who is now unconscious. Guess your name means something after all. I don't want to do this! Theta 7000 are standing in an access corridor. There are red flashing lights and semi-spherical globes on the ceiling, illuminating 2 rows of doors, some open, some closed. Adams gestures and the team begin cautiously checking each door. O'Reilly? On it. O'Reilly locates a wall panel, then pulls on various components until wires are exposed. He retrieves an electronic multi-tool from his belt and carefully affixes the leads to it. Luck twists his other ankle as O'Reilly checks the readout. Jesus fuck. All clear ahead, Cap. They had 3 different gas systems ready to go, if you can believe it. All disabled now. Got a schematic for traps ahead, too. How many? It's the CI, boss. Over 100 in the next few rooms alone. Shut down everything that triggers remotely. Just watch your step and you should be fine. Alright, moving on, people. Theta 7000 proceed down the hall at a brisk pace. Luck runs to catch up, falling flat on his face twice. Third time he turns in midair, landing on his back. He is unable to right himself. Halt! Lee retrieves Luck as Adams bends to examine a metal strip embedded into the flow grouting. Wired for curtain. How did you miss that, O'Reilly? Sorry, Cap. Wasn't on the schematics. Fucking CI. Good thing it wasn't active. Adams glances at Luck. Luck sneezes. I can't see. Theta 7000 head to the end of the corridor. The floor is ajar. Cover. Theta 7000 take cover to either side of the door. Luck crouches down behind Lee. Both microphones capture the sound of fabric tearing. God damn it! A series of gunshots ring out, striking the door frame. The team is positioned such that no rounds finds its mark. Dazzle! Lee throws a flashbang grenade through the door. Heads down! Begins to sneeze again. His head is raised when the grenade detonates. Ah! Forward! Theta 7000 enters the next room, a wide T-junction. Luck continues to scream and struggles to his feet. I can't fucking see! Theta 7000 subdue 5 insurgents in tactical gear with minimal expenditure of ammunition. Luck staggers along the wall behind them, occasionally walking directly into it with muffled curses. Where's the main breaker? Judging by the power draw profile, probably on a lower level. We need to find some stairs. Luck walks through a door and directly into the waist-high railing of a wide, well-lit stairwell. Ugh! Luck pitches over the railing and falls. We lost him again! Theta 7000 rush into the stairwell, foregoing operational caution to retrieve the asset. Luck's belt has caught on a lower railing and he's hanging with his pants half down. I don't want to be here. Get him loose. Theta 7000 explore the stairwell and attached hallway as Lee detaches Luck's belt. Luck falls to the floor. I want to go home. Is your home child-proofed? Suck my... Gunfire resumes. Theta 7000 takes defensive positions and return fire. Looks like 2 fire teams. Cap, stuck in good. Which way's the breaker? O'Reilly quickly checks the device, then scans the halls. He points. Take Luck and Lee. We'll hold them off. I don't... Shut the fuck up! Adam, Britt, Tanner, and Chico provide coverage fire as O'Reilly, Lee, and Luck take the indicated door and rush along a new passage. The sound of gunfire recedes. O'Reilly notices a wall-mounted electrical panel. Here we go. O'Reilly trips a series of circuit breakers. A distant groaning sound can be heard. Front doors opening. Send in the cavalry. Adams responds over helmet comms. They're jamming our signal. Damn it, can't do jack from in here. Ops outside might be able to crack the code, but there's a lot of luck involved in those CI ciphers. Luck reaches into his helmet to scratch his nose. He is unable to remove it again. Hell, we've got a signal. Control, this is Adams. Send in the ASAVs. Expect heavy resistance. We'll give cover. Adams, Britt, Tanner, and Chico advance on the insurgents. O'Reilly suddenly sneezes, removing his hand from the circuit breaker. At the moment, it begins to spark and catch flame. Luck, in attempting to remove his hand from his helmet, has lodged his index finger in one nostril. That was a close one. Ceiling-mounted sprinklers briefly activate, then cease. There is a flash and a muffled explosion beneath their feet. What was that? Get back here pronto. Lee and O'Reilly head back down the hall. Luck trips on a loose floor tile and stumbles through a plate glass office window. Oh, for fuck's... There is a loud crashing sound from the office Luck now occupies. Lee and O'Reilly rush to the broken window to see the floor has caved in again, and Luck is gone. Must have overloaded some system in the floor when the breaker blew. Lee jerks a thumb towards where the remainder of Theta 7000 are engaging the insurgents. That stairwell goes down at least one more level. O'Reilly sighs. The 2 agents return to the hall. Their teammates have pushed into an attached atrium and are trading fire with insurgents, now boxed in by more agents advancing from the entrance. Gotta grab the albatross, boss. Give him a pat for me. Tell him he's a good boy. Britt, go down with them. Britt, O'Reilly, and Lee cautiously head down the stairs to the bottom level, then proceed along the attached hallway until they reach a large storage facility. Luck is visible in the center, dazed, headed towards a door on the far wall. One insurgent is standing nearby, rifle trained on him. Shit, got this. Britt advances into the room, taking cover behind wooden crates and steel shipping containers. As the insurgent raises a weapon to shoot Luck, Britt springs out of the shadows and slits his throat at the precise instant the door opens and a second insurgent appears, rifle at the ready. Bad luck. The roof collapses. The insurgent is struck by a piece of falling masonry, crushing his helmet and presumably his skull. Luck is covered in debris. Shit, Luck, are you alright? I hate... Luck swallows his helmet microphone and begins to choke. Transcript ends. Aftermath. Firebase 5 was taken with minimal Foundation casualties. Dr. Weddle was treated for a broken collarbone. No other member of Theta 7000 sustained serious injury. Chaos Insurgency losses total 37 individuals incapacitated or killed, and 1 major supply and repo depot under Foundation control. 7 stolen SCP objects, multiple vehicles employing paratechnical components, and 3 prisoners recovered on site. Analytics Department review of shoulder camera footage reveals the near absence of anomalous probability factors in the atrium firefight, suggesting Dr. Weddle did in fact absorb all of SCP-7000 effects over the course of the operation. In the interim between missions, SCP-7000 continued to take its toll. Analytics Department Report. Item: 7 Chaos Insurgency infiltrators captured installing explosive devices at Site-120. All 7 attempted to destroy their step compilations before capture. One was unable to do so as her portable lighter would not produce flame. Surviving step compilation carried the impression of handwriting, presumably from a note written on top of it of a separate piece of paper. Reactive action. Handwriting decryption leads to the discovery of an insurgency safe house in Poland and the detention or neutralization of a cell of 23 individuals. Item: SCP-3856-1, the multiversal iteration of researcher Samuel Lloyd residing in baseline reality, chokes on a ham sandwich and expires. Reactive action. SCP Foundation placed on high alert for imminent escalation of the present K-Class scenario, ending with the termination of all life on Earth, the inevitable result of any universe's loss of its iteration of researcher Lloyd. No change in the scenario's course noted thus far. Item: 3 senior Mechanite priests, 1 for each primary faith, killed in freak Murphy bed accidents. Reactive action. Per the Triumvirate Accords, expressions of sympathy made on behalf of Overwatch Command, and funeral costs partially defrayed. After brief recuperative period, Dr. Weddle was cleared for active duty again. Theta 7000 was officially commissioned. A series of missions over the following weeks served to mitigate the worst of SCP-7000's veil-threatening elements. Although the search for a permanent solution remained ongoing, a digest of representative operations is appended below. Operation Theta 7000-4. Situation: attack on Deepwell Systems at Outpost 316 by Serpent Hands Agent. Intervention: Theta 7000 repelled the attackers while technicians attempted to reverse thaumaturgical damage and corrupted code. Dr. Weddle supervised. Outcome: only minor difficulties encountered. Operation declared successful. Dr. Weddle sustained a variety of minor injuries. Stubbed toe, 2. Chipped tooth, 1. Broken collarbone, 1. Broken fingernail, 7. Herniated disc, 2. On-site paramedical services returned him immediately to active duty. Debriefing due to recalcitrance on the part of Dr. Weddle, researcher LeBlanc, was appended to the task force to conduct the assets debriefings. Partial transcript appended below. Excerpt begins. But I didn't do anything. They estimate the damage code involved some 7 million independent variables. Every one of them was a minute but extant threat to the success of the repair process. You stopped them from going off. You saved a computer system carrying more information than I didn't do anything. So they got me a handler? I prefer to think of myself as an agent. If you were my agent, I'd fire you. If you were my client, I'd get you fired. Dr. Weddle smiles. I know you would, kid. Excerpt ends. Operation Theta 7000-7. Situation: expert defusal of an improvised thermonuclear bomb in the free port of 3 Portlands by the Unusual Incidents Unit. Intervention: joint action with the SCP Foundation via the presence of Dr. Weddle. Exhausted from an earlier operation that day, Dr. Weddle attended in his sleep via the provision of an army cot. Outcome: post-defusal investigation revealed 3 separate anti-tampering measures on hair triggers, which had not been tripped. Dr. Weddle swallowed 3 flies during the operation. UIU representatives and Dr. Dan agreed the technician would not be informed of this correlation. Debriefing, partial transcript appended below. I did what? You mean about the... I mean about the bomb. Excerpt ends. Operation Theta 7000-13. Situation: O5 Council required escort to a classified location on the Asian subcontinent. Intervention: Theta 7000 partnered with MTF Alpha 1, Red Right Hand, to complete the pilgrimage. Outcome: success, with no operational complications. Per regulations, as an active anomaly, Dr. Weddle was kept as far distant from council members as was feasible. Nevertheless, O51 encountered him in compromising positions on 3 separate occasions. Debriefing, partial transcript appended below. Excerpt begins. I don't want to do this. I know you don't. The universe has something to say, Bastian, about whether my pants are up or down. It has a lot to say, Bastian, about whether my pants are up or down. Man, I'm really sorry. I can't do this anymore. I can't. Don't let them make me. Okay, I won't. I promise I won't. What? I won't let them make you. We'll miss the next appointment. Let them come get us if they want. What are they going to do? Shoot a researcher and the goose that lays the golden egg? You get it? Bastian? Laying an egg is slang for messing. Bastian, you have one job. What is it? To kick my sorry ass in gear. So do it. Well, I guess I forgot that geese can bite. After you, Dr. Whittle. They spit too, so watch the fuck out. Excerpt ends. Operation Theta 7000, 27. Situation: SCP-X000 breached containment at Site 45 and approached the town of Augusta, Western Australia, during a folk music festival. Intervention: Theta 7000 attempted to recapture the anomaly whilst evading the scrutiny of approximately 1,000 people, including media representatives. Outcome: Dr. Weddle was stationed between the operational zone and the festival. As containment efforts failed and SCP-682 approached, he was forced to move into the crowd. The anomaly was finally disabled within 100 meters of the event, an action nevertheless escaping civilian notice, as their attention was fixed on Dr. Weddle's altercation with a rogue kangaroo. SCP-682 returned to containment without incident, while video footage of Dr. Weddle being kicked into an industrial barbecue immediately saturated the internet. Debriefing, partial transcript appended below. This isn't working. No, but it's helping. Dr. Weddle spits. It does not escape his beard. He wipes his face with a lab coat sleeve. Helping. I'm making an all-time ass out of myself to prolong my own worst nightmare. You're a hero. I don't want to be a hero. You're named after William Wallace, Braveheart, one of the most famous heroes of all time. Where would he have gotten without sticking his neck out for others? Not famous enough, apparently. He got his neck stretched. Well, he did get a movie. A Mel Gibson movie. You call that luck? I don't. Look, I'm sure they have a backup plan. This will only go on for a little while longer. Why? What? Why are you sure they have a backup plan? When I said this wasn't working, I meant it wasn't working for me. It's working just fine for them. William, they're gonna roll me up the hill and let me fall back for the rest of my life like Sisyphus. You know that's true. For one thing, the myth is actually great, perfect. Change the subject to what a helpless asshole I am. I hadn't heard about that for all of 1 hour. Wow, it's like Harry's right here with me. I bet we soaked up enough bad luck for 10 people just now. Hooray! I didn't mean, you having fun writing those reports? I've read 'em. Really tight phrasing there, Bast. Dry comedy. Bet they get a real chuckle about the water coolers. But you wouldn't know anything about that, right? I never. You remember what I told you when you said you wanted to be my friend? Well, now I regret it. So fuck off back to 43 and tell them your next set of funny stories in person. Silence on recording. After a moment, researcher LeBlanc leaves. Excerpt ends. This time, Dr. Weddell advanced the theory that SCP-7000 phenomenon was seasonal and would soon dissipate. Analytics department studies suggest this was unlikely. Dr. Weddell further theorized that SCP Foundation containment efforts might be responsible, as per the discredited allegations leveled by various groups of interest during the SCP-6500 crisis. This too was rejected. Whatever the cause, the actions of Theta 7000 did not appear to neutralize or recognizably worsen the anomaly, merely offsetting its most problematic consequences for the time being. Analytics Department Report. Item: Economics, temporarily reflective of actual reality. Reactive action, none taken, market will correct itself. Item: 2 Chaos Insurgency infiltrators evade capture after attempting to enter Site-79. Chief of Security had changed the daily password on a hunch. Reactive action: 5 days later, Foundation personnel intercept an urgent call for medical aid from a townhouse on the outskirts of Yuma Gemu, discovering a cell of 12 insurgents violently ill with COVID-19. The agents who encountered the infiltrators at Site-79 had tested positively shortly after their escape. A series of step compilations founded in the townhouse outline a grandiose series of sabotages and thefts to be carried out at Japanese facilities. On inspection, each is found to have been individually impractical due to unforeseeable on-the-ground exigencies. Item: Bunk theory of manifesting, popularized by Rhonda Byrne's The Secret with no basis in either science or parascience, becomes inexplicably efficacious. Reactive action, none taken. Neither evidence nor the lack thereof have any apparent effect on individual belief in the technique's efficacy, as before SCP-7000. On August 24th, an encoded transmission originating from the Chaos Insurgency's hardened mobile array was received by Overwatch Command at Site-1, though deemed a low priority at the time due to the insurgency's vastly reduced profile in the light of their recent heavy losses. The ensuing conversation did finally present one possible causal explanation for the scenario itself. Overwatch Command 05 Council Minutes. Excerpt begins. Hazard screening? Active and proactive. Very well, let's see what he has to say.
Time's almost up, friends. Do you have a response?
To what? Time almost being up? Not as such.
Message.
Expunged.
You have less than 1 hour to make your decision.
Should I know what message you're talking about? Redacted. Because I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage. The engineer pauses.
The ultimatum. We delivered you.
Let me put you on hold for a moment.
What game are you playing?
051 cuts the two-way audio feed. Any idea what he's talking about? We haven't received a message from the insurgency in months. Not unless we're speaking metaphorically. The engineer's face retreats further into the shadow, obscuring his features. I think he means it literally. Anybody else? No? 051 reactivates the two-way audio feed.
A misguided mission of containment, which you know to be disastrous, and yet...
Sorry, were you still going? Get you off there. You know we can't see your mouth. The engineer's silhouette visibly stiffens. So, this is a little embarrassing, but we're pretty sure we never got any messages from you. At all. Your vengeance has been particularly intermittent of late. That's always bothered me. The word is intermitted. Why even quote if you are not going to use it right?
Think this is a good time to stall when you only have minutes to spare?
Redacted. Please. We didn't receive any message. When did you send it?
On the day of chaos, the 13th of July.
1307. Apropos. Have we any record of suppressed communications on the 13th too? Yes. 13 messages from IP addresses associated with known hackers. The file size and packaging was consistent with random cyber terror attacks originating from the Russian Federation, and as such, the messages were scanned for viral content, returned positive results in each case, and were deleted, unread.
What? That's ridiculous. We chose the addresses at random.
Oops. Oops. The engineer sighs.
Send it again. Don't block us this time.
You could just tell the engineer ends the call. Be like that. 2. Yes, we've received something. The IP address they're spoofing this time belongs to a robo-call center in Mumbai, and our antivirus systems return another false positive. I have examined the file personally, and it appears safe to view. So, it's a video. Suppose we ought to. The holographic video screen in the center of the room flickers to life. The insignia of the Chaos Insurgency is displayed. The engineer's voice begins to speak.
What if the breath that kindled those grim fires awake should blow through them into sevenfold rage and plunge us in the flame?
Skip. Video advances 10 seconds.
Long struggles is at an end. The rotten paste of lies of which the false foundation is composed will finally crumble, and all they have built atop will crumble down to dust. For the first time, the numbers are not on their side. For the first time, the red right hand holds all of the cards.
Speed it up. The video plays at double speed for the remainder of the speech. An artifact image of a large machine appears on screen.
The Kismet device now exercises total control over the course of fate athwart the globe. All mechanisms of chance and contingency will be irrevocably broken. The suffocating veil of the enemy will fall away, and the truth will be known.
Preambles are always so damn long.
There is, however, an alternative. A means of preserving the long night you have cast over mankind entire. Surrender your seats to the red right hand. Return your loyal soldiers to the fold. Become that which you were meant to be. Remember your great purpose, and admit the righteous victory of the Chaos Insurgency.
The insignia returns.
You will respond by midnight on August the 24th in the year of our crusade, 2022, or we will know the reason why, and you will know the meaning of misfortune. Hereafter, we of Delta Command and the engineer of the insurgency await your swift response. Capitulate or be swept aside.
Bullshit. The Kismet device looks suspiciously like the CMS muon detector of the Large Hadron Collider. What's their operational status versus us since the LK started? Estimate over 200 personnel dead, catastrophic loss of equipment and facilities, complete disarray. Field victories? Not a one. They've escalated to open warfare in desperation, and our folks are their betters across the board. It's a foregone conclusion to the extent that those exist those days. Well, I'm glad we didn't get this message on the 13th then. That was, no, I was going to say fortuitous. Still don't. But yes, if they're in control of the situation, they've got a funny way of showing it. Should we call them back? Let's not. Excerpt ends. The engineer's explanation for SCP-7000 was filed for further study, despite the apparent passing of the deadline presented in his ultimatum. However, the character of the LK scenario did not appear to change in the coming days. Analytics Department Report. Item: 7-year-old Stephanie Bellinger of Lyon, France, becomes world champion in chess, having begun playing for the first time on 7/07/22. She has never lost a game. Reactive action. Further investigation reveals that Bellinger is the grandchild of Data Expunged, encouraged to pursue the game at this time due to Data Expunge's knowledge of the LK class event. Data Expunged was also responsible for moving the event up from its next planned occurrence in 2023, and his granddaughter's unorthodox inclusion on the roster. Due to Data Expunged's seniority, matter has not been pursued further. Item: predictive meteorology becomes ineffective beyond the existing alterations to atmospheric noise. Reactive action: none taken. Change has escaped public notice at this time. Item: Site 41 occupied by Chaos Insurgency. The periodic and unpredictable amnestic effect plaguing all facilities and personnel relating to the Anti-Memetics Division strikes the insurgents full force during their occupation. Disoriented, they exit the site and are immediately detained by guards stationed at the perimeter. Reactive action: Foundation researchers repeatedly attempt to further weaponize this anomaly, but are immediately afflicted by the same condition in each case. Having been relieved from his post with Theta 7000 by Dr. Weddle, researcher LeBlanc began a personal investigation into the LK class scenario at this time. After consultation with Dr. Blank, he visited Dr. Weddle's elderly parents in their home at the Foundation-operated retirement village of Sunset Cove, Pensacola, in the American state of Florida, on 24 August 2022. Interview log. Officer of Record, Researcher B. LeBlanc. Application Studies, Site 43. Subjects Mindy and Simon Weddle. Civilians retired. Excerpt begins. Researcher LeBlanc is sitting in the living room of a single-story post-war ranch house with the Weddles. Did you ever get the impression your son was carrying some sort of burden? Of course. You know William, always thinking about others. LeBlanc laughs, the Weddles watch in silence. Something funny? No, sorry, I was remembering something. Yes, go on. Like Min said, he never spared a thought for himself. Spent all his time fussing over what could go wrong with other people, what he could do about it. What he had to do about it. He couldn't live with himself if something happened and he'd passed up the chance to help. I think it started in his 20s. My brother died in 75, and no, Simon, it wasn't that. It started much, much earlier. When I was sick. Sick? Lung cancer. They didn't expect me to make it. Willie was only 12 at the time. You're right. That's when it started. He'd stay up at night, praying. He never struck me as a particularly religious guy. I don't think it was religious. I think, no. Mindy Weddle taps her temple in irritation. I can't quite get at it. The destination is there, of course, but the bridge is out. I don't remember any praying. I have some medicine with me to help you remember if you're interested. You mean nest sticks? How did you... We've taken them before, back in... God, it was ages ago. They were checking up on William after some accident at work, asking if it could have been his fault, if he was reliable. They wanted to know everything about him. I think about those nest sticks a lot, when I can remember it. There's irony for you. Imagine how good they could do in a place like this. One of our friends doesn't remember her own children. She remembers me because we go back further than that. I tried to tell her about the nest sticks once, but I can't. The words won't come. Something to do with where you work? Where William works? Yes, I'm sorry about that, and I'm sorry I can't tell you more, but it's not my secret to reveal, and Dr. Weddle wouldn't want to put you in any danger. In fact, I think this is all of that need to protect people you were talking about. He's trying to protect everyone, but I don't think he even really knows what from. I can't ask him, but you can ask me. All right, for William, I'll do it. But you have to promise me something first. If I can. You can. Promise me you'll tell him to think of himself from time to time? Well, yeah. Yes, I think I can manage that. Following his return to Site 43, researcher LeBlanc attempted to make contact with Dr. Weddle. The latter disregarded the former entreaties and at any event was rarely present due to repeated deployments with Theta 7000. On the 26th of August, after his 68th operation with Theta 7000, Dr. Weddle abandoned his post. He was recovered almost immediately by MTF Pi 43, garbage in, garbage out, having failed to either disable the tracking devices installed on his personal telephone or turn the device off entirely. He had recorded the following video during his brief period AWOL. The camera view is zoomed in close to Dr. Weddle's face. He appears to be out of doors in the dark. Inadequate color correction filters are enabled. So, this is it. I'm putting my damn foot down. Dr. Weddle shifts as though stamping his foot. His expression darkens. He looks down and back up in obvious irritation and disgust. You're probably going to lobotomize me when you get this message. I get that. I don't blame you. Actually, let me Google lobotomies for a sec. Dr. Weddle's hand obscures the camera as he presumably scrolls the screen. No, but what the fuck does it do? Fuck shit app. He continues to scroll. Come on, can't find anything these... No, yeah, okay. Apathy. That sounds nice. So when you do that, I'll get it. Maybe I'll be a funnier clown when I don't even give a shit that it's happening to me. But I can't keep tripping on my dick so the universe can laugh. This can't be the rest of my life. Dr. Weddle drops the device. It takes 2 attempts for him to pick it back up. It's not like I liked the way my life was going before. This is just more of the same. A lot more of the same. The replication study straight out of hell. You know, when I joined up back in '98, the director told me something like, "Our world is filled with hidden terrors, strange." Okay, my memory is crap and I wasn't really listening, but it was something like, stranger stuff than you could possibly imagine. He wanted me to know what I was getting into. I told him it didn't matter, that the shit I've seen was already strange in a real bad way, and I was looking forward to seeing the scary stuff. And you know what happened? Dr. Weddle shakes his head, his glasses falls off, he retrieves them. I found out that scary stuff isn't always different from stupid stuff. Then I guess that makes sense. The scary stuff comes out of our fears, our everyday bullshit. And a little bit of everything in the world is already stupid. Why would the scary stuff be any different? I just didn't expect all the weirdness I'd be saying would be so fucking dumb. Everyone thinks it's funny. What happens to me? It's not funny. And I guess I thought it would end when I joined up. I thought I could replace my bullshit with yours, but it just all ended up in the same pot. Now the pot's filling up and it's coming over the edge and I'm too old to learn to mop. I don't know where this metaphor is going. Dr. Weddle purses his lips. I'm too old for a lot of things. They never get tired of reminding me. Dr. Weddle drops the device. He is able to retrieve it after only 1 attempt, although he is forced to bend over again to retrieve his glasses for a second time. Replication studies. The entire point is that once you know something's true, you can damn well stop repeating it. So this fucking shit show went on well past the point of scientific proof. I figured fate just wanted me to give up, you know? So I gave up, and it got fucking worse. So what am I supposed to do? Wave at everybody as they pass me by, wait up for them like I'm their goddamn mom, and die the death of 1,000 stubbed toes for my trouble? Like fucking fuck. Dr. Weddle stares into the screen for several seconds. I didn't even get to be the anomaly. I'm not the main character in my own story. I put in my dues all this time, and what's my big break? How do I get to save the day? A goddamn treadmill of Buster Brown. Buster Brown? Is that the right? Doesn't matter. Point is, this isn't how I wanted to be remembered. But you don't get to decide that, do you? Everybody else does, and everybody else is an asshole. Dr. Weddle shakes his head. I'm 54 years old, and I've been a joke for I don't know how long. Most of that time. And I'm done with it. I know it's selfish, but you're going to have to find some way to fix this shit that doesn't involve me. I'm going to do the only thing I can do. I'm going to end it all. Dr. Weddle taps the screen and the view shifts rapidly. He has presumably placed the device in his pocket after unsuccessfully attempting to cease filming. The view returns suddenly to Dr. Weddle's face. Okay, that came out wrong. I mean, I'm gonna run away. I just heard how it sounded in my head. Alright, running away for real now. Dr. Weddle's face is suddenly illuminated by bright lights. Footsteps can be heard approaching. Ah, shit. Dr. Weddle was remanded to the custody of the Emergent Threat Tactical Response Authority. Dr. Dan requested his transportation to Area 08C for debriefing. Debriefing log. Officer of Record, Dr. Dan Redacted. Director of ETRA, Subject Dr. W. Weddle. Replication Studies, Site 43. Dr. Dan and Dr. Weddle are standing in Foundation Mission Control. Technicians are monitoring all Foundation probes, stellar phenomena, and civilian satellites or space flights. Dr. Richard Bernard is overseeing operations from the rear. I think it's time you had a little perspective, I think. Take a wider view. Show, don't tell. Well spoken. For a change. Bring her up. Her? Lead technician transfers a specific probe feed to the main board. Heike watching over us. What in the hell is that? The heavens, actually. Though no doubt it's hot enough. Her name is Sola Swazor. She stands vigil over the stars, direct our attentions to potential threats. She looks more like she's directing our attention to chaos undivided. What? Warhammer 40k, they got a wagon wheel logo. You don't care. Yeah, not really. But you're not the first person to look at this and think, chaos. She normally has a lot fewer arms, and they're usually pointing in specific directions, or, less specific ones. Most of my colleagues are convinced that LK has driven her batty, and she's just acting out of confusion. I'm guessing life is confusing isn't the big important life lesson you've brought me here to learn. No, it's not. I do think her threat compass is on the fritz, but I don't think that's what we're seeing. I don't think this is her equivalent of a blue screen of death. Hey, did I ever tell you I'm the only guy at the office who can reliably get Windows 10 to be SOD? The point is, I think she's trying to communicate something to us. If it's the cardinal directions, someone ought to tell her we already know those. I think she's pantomiming the Wheel of Fortune. I'd like to buy an explanation. The Wheel of Fortune is a tarot card. It represents change, the alteration of one's situation, success, fate, luck. It's a reminder that there are intractable, implacable, impersonal forces constricting and constructing our destinies. Always seemed plenty personal to me. Good, that's a start. You're taking offense, which is the first step towards treating this as a conversation with the universe. So why not raise the tenor? Make it a positive conversation. I'm stuck in a loop of bullshit, Dan. The fortune is a wheel, I'm strapped to it, and it's spinning, and everybody is chucking knives at me. You think you're being punished? By your own sudden usefulness? Yes, I do. I liked being useless. Useless people get left alone. You don't know what it's like. I was in detention for 10 years. I know what it's like to be left alone. I'd give anything to be a pariah. I'm a laughingstock instead. You can't know what that's like. You wouldn't say that if you know what was behind the black boxes. What? In my name. Oh. What's with that anyway? Dr. Dan shrugs. It's a gimmick. I was at Site 19 in the late 2000s. We all had them. Dr. Kendraki had his camera and his hat. Gerald drove the way you do everyone else. Clef had a shotgun. If they told me I could have a shotgun, I wouldn't have just black-boxed my name. I bet it's something really dumb. What would it take for me to weasel it out of you? Outsmart me. Now drop the tangent. We were discussing your chronic inability to accept the attention of others. Dr. Weddle grimaces. I've had enough attention for a lifetime. Just once. I'd like to step on a rake without anybody around to point and giggle. I'd just as soon nobody ever look in my direction again. Blank and LeBlanc want to get fawned over. That's their business. Those are two different people? Might as well not be, from my perspective. Everybody else is charmed and I'm cursed. Dr. Weddle laughs. I still can't believe it. What? I swear to God, 2 months ago I actually said out loud, it can't get any worse. Dr. Dan considers. Well, I don't mind telling you. This is the new status quo. We don't see any way out of it. You're going to be working with Theta 7000 for the foreseeable future, at least until we give up and drop the veil. Give it to me, and it'll drop in seconds. Conversation with the universe. Remember, think bigger. Dr. Dan points at the screen again. The messenger of the cosmos is trying to send you, specifically you, a message, and that message is to seize the moment. You think she's doing hot yoga for me? That's dumb. Who else would it be for? You're the only one this event has singled out. Just you. Nobody else on Earth has that distinction. Flare activity, getting chromatic aberration. We're about to lose the feed from Discoverer 2. Back off, can't afford to lose another one. Wave goodbye, Weddle. She can't fucking see me. Still, it's only polite. Dr. Weddle sighs and waves at the main board as the connection deteriorates before the transmission cuts off entirely. SCP-179 appears to return the gesture with all 8 arms. Fuck, you trained her to do that? She's a lookout, not a watchdog. Still think you're nothing special? Even anecdotal space evidence is still anecdotal. God, you really don't see it, do you? This is your debut on the world stage. You're making a positive change, not just for you, but for everybody. For all we know, it's what you were always meant to do. Your destiny. To fall on my face at the end of the world. Literally, yes. Metaphorically, you're rising to the occasion. You're the most important person in creation right now. Everybody knows your name. Great. Everybody knows that I peed myself to prevent an asteroid strike. I'll bet that makes me the toast of the town. You'd be surprised. People love an underdog. Sympathy leads to empathy, and empathy, well, that can lead to all sorts of complicated relationships. Haven't you been stuck in your simple rut long enough? Yeah, all the ladies love a guy who gets kicked in the groin by a horse so another man can pull off a sweet slam dunk with a hand grenade. Exactly! They love sensitive men. You think I ought to try enjoying this? What's the worst that can happen? I'm allowed to say that now since the entire human race has lost their tempting fate privileges. Everyone except you. You think I should embrace this insane nonsense? You really think that? Think of it this way. Have you ever not been miserable? No. Have you ever tried? Maybe she's doing a clock face. Clocks have 12-hour markers. She's only got 8 arms right now. Oh shit. She's a sundial. You get it? Sundials are just clocks, buddy. Dr. Weddle agreed to return to duty with Theta 7000. Captain Adams reported he appeared calm and resigned to his station. Dr. Dan indicated to the O5 Council that his plan for neutralizing SCP-7000 was now in motion. The LK-class events nevertheless continued apace for the following 2 days. Analytics Department Report. Item SCP-6263, an anomaly formerly triggering spelling and grammar mistakes. In all attempts to point out spelling and grammar mistakes, resumes operation for precisely the amount of time requiring to precipitate, over the course of 3 days, the incarceration of outgoing United Kingdom Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Reactive action, none taken. Item, 3 rogue sharks discovered in Martha's Vineyard. Reactive action, capture and release by SCPS vehicles disguised as American Coast Guard, and implementation of a cover story involving filming of the fictitious Jaws 5 returned to Amity Island. Item: tactical nuclear detonation detected over the unoccupied Auckland Islands in New Zealand. As no conventional launch was detected, Foundation personnel responded to the scene. They discovered the remains of the Chaos Insurgency's hardened mobile array, burning in Carnley Harbor. Documents recovered from the site attest to an apparently lost step compilation, culminating with a nuclear strike on Site 1, though the state of the wreckage and unfamiliarity with the platform make precise determinations impossible. Foundation engineers report the likeliest explanation of the apparent accident is a catastrophic launch bay door failure. Further forensic investigation revealed the presence of anomalous components suffused with chronons, antichronons, and tachyons, suggesting the engine itself may have been present on the array at the time of detonation. Reactive action. In light of its recent loss of material and manpower, the Chaos Insurgency's activity class is reassessed from Level 5, Varmint, to Level 2, Cold. Following below the Serpent's Hand, each sect of the Church of the Broken God, and Are We Cool Yet? Among others, for the first time since their respective group of interest classifications. Frustrated with being stonewalled by Dr. Weddle, researcher LeBlanc confronted him in his quarters on the night of the 28th of August. Excerpt begins. Researcher LeBlanc enters the dorm room. Dr. Weddle is lying on the couch in his underwear. I locked that damn door. Yeah, I figured you wanted to be alone. So I just hit a bunch of random numbers and guess what? Fuck. Yeah, that would work. So, I've been talking to your parents. What? Why? Dr. Weddle sits up on the couch, banging both knees on his coffee table as he does so. The table collapses. Researcher LeBlanc. Because you're stuck in a holding pattern, William, and I wouldn't be a very good friend if I left you there. I'm a gold medalist at the Shitty Friend Olympics. You don't owe me anything, but why my parents specifically? While I was with Theta 7000, I got to see a lot of the SCP file. This is my whole life, has been since I don't know when. If you didn't know, I figured, sorry you wasted a trip to fucking Florida of all places. That's what they call a double waste. It wasn't a waste. Put some clothes on. Why? Because there's places in the site where the cameras don't see, but there's public corridors between here and there, and nobody wants to see that. Researcher LeBlanc gestures at Dr. Weddle. No offense. How would I not take offense? Excerpt ends. Dr. Weddle and Researcher LeBlanc exited the former's quarters and proceeded into the acroamatic abatement section, escaping the effective audio-visual range of the site's surveillance cameras. On returning to view, Dr. Weddle appeared distraught and agitated. He returned to his quarters alone, pacing for several hours before pushing a variety of random items off his bed and lying down to sleep. Just after midnight, he began speaking to himself. It can't be that simple. It can't be that simple. It can't be. SCP-7000-1 is inconsequential and requires no containment. Exactly. That's all there is to it. He's full of shit. He's right, isn't he? Silence on recording as Dr. Weddle stares at the ceiling for 49 minutes. Well, what do you want me to say? I've learned my lesson. I'm overflowing with the milk of human fucking kindness. Here. Fuck you. Fuck you forever. Huh? You fucking hear me? The light fixture detaches from the ceiling and falls, shattering in a hail of sparks as it hits the bed frame. Yeah, you hear me. The bed sheets catch fire. Dr. Weddle reported for duty once more the following morning. Captain Adams reported that he seemed refreshed, but also rueful, but also more than a little smug, and I don't know why. Updates will be appended as the situation develops further. O5 Council credentials confirmed. The following pending updates to the SCP-X000 file are classified overseer eyes only. As Dr. Dan had predicted, following his debriefing of Dr. Weddle at Area 08-C, the SCP-X000 phenomena gradually decreased in severity. Bureau Analytics Department canvassing returned the following new probabilistic effects on the 29th of August. Analytics Department report. Item, none identified. Reactive action, none required. Probabilistic anomalies resume their prior function at staggered intervals over the course of the day. The narrative returned to NX-18. SCP-4040 regained its former depth, and SCP-179 demanifested 5 arms before resuming her usual routine of threat identification. The SCP Foundation had suffered 38 casualties over the course of the LK class scenario, of those killed as a result of the scenario itself, rather than direct enemy action. 36 have been posthumously identified as double agents for the Chaos Insurgency. The remaining 2 are under continued investigation. Despite significant global economic reshuffling, structural and material destruction, and immeasurable interpersonal catastrophe, all civilian deaths attributed to SCP-X000 appear to have involved individual moral failing or spectacularly poor decision-making processes. Cover-up operations include smear campaigns against the present generation of mathematician, fraudulent scientific discourse to account for the unusual mutations and atmospheric effects, the creation of the non-existent Sagittariid meteor shower, fabrication of explanations for the total collapse of all futures markets, and the containment of inexplicably resurrected deceased professional baseball player Lou Gehrig, with his sudden appearance at Yankee Stadium explained away as an impersonation in bad taste. Will require extensive ongoing maintenance for the foreseeable future. Nevertheless, with the immediate crisis apparently over, Theta 7000 was placed on indefinite hiatus, and its members returned to their former stations. The Emergent Threat Tactical Response Authority internally declared SCP-X000 tentatively neutralized and stood down from priority alert after the autopsy of SCP-3856-1. Researcher Samuel Lloyd revealed deviant Hume levels, indicating that he was not, in fact, the multiversal iteration belonging to baseline reality, which was therefore unlikely to collapse. The correct iteration was subsequently located alive and in good health in a Chaos Insurgency safe house after a rash of surrenders and defections during said organization's general disarray. In the wake of SCP-X000, official pronouncement of the end of Operation Black Swan is scheduled for the 30th of August. Dr. Dan encountered Dr. Weddle at the Foundation-run food and drinks establishment Sam's Canadian Pub in Grand Bend, Ontario, near Site 43, on the evening of the 29th of August. Excerpt begins. Dr. Weddle is sitting at the bar, drinking from a bottle of beer. Most patrons are watching the television, where a news report is detailing the sudden dispersal of 7 large storm systems around the world. There's our willy-nilly, drowning your sorrows. My sorrows can swim. I'll bet they could drown me. Who'd you get that from? Harry. He writes most of my lines. Seriously, though, how you holding up? I'm upright enough for a guy with a knife in his back. Look, no, I get it. I'm not mad. This is what you're known for, right? You're the guy who doesn't need to play a game of chess to see how it ends. You know how all of the pieces move already. Everyone knows how the pieces move in chess. That's pretty basic. See? Didn't even miss a beat. That's Dr. Dan. I suppose you figured it out then. No, I didn't. Of course, I didn't. I never figured out anything in my life before the other day. Someone else figured it out for me, and then I figured out they were right. God damn replication studies all over again. Who's the someone? A friend. And what did your friend tell you? But this was all about me. From the start, it was all about me. I caused it. This was my crisis. Did he figure out why? He did. You don't mind if I gloat and exposit? I've had 3 beards. I don't mind much. It started with Blank's wedding and your assistant's dating. Started a long damn time before that. Sure, fine. But it was the romance that sent you off. It's a pretty chummy crowd at 43, and it hasn't changed that much while you've been there. But now they're all pulling away from you, and you lost your shit. I wanted to make something of myself. I wanted to be someone. I wanted a wife. Until you thought you were putting her in danger. And I wanted a family. Until you thought your bad luck was contagious. And in the end, I just wanted everything to stay the same, and I couldn't even have that, so yeah, I lost my shit. I really thought my life would turn around at some point. I thought it for 20 damn years. Everybody says I'm slow, but I guess 20 years is my minimum speed. You decided you were done. You gave up. You were never going to be popular. You were never going to be noticed. You let the universe win. But the universe wasn't done playing. You tried to be content with nothing, so your anomaly made you the single most important, invaluable, famous person in the Foundation in precisely the worst possible way, because it wasn't what you wanted. Uh-huh. SCP-7000 happened because of you. I don't even want to know what the body count was. Universally, assholes are idiots as far as the AD can tell, and a whole lot of people got a violent wake-up call they won't soon forget. They got a second chance to chart their courses in life because of you. Indirectly. And that's the key word. Indirectly. It's not your fault. It's not like you ever had control over what was happening. Like everything else in your life, it just sort of happened to you. And as soon as you decided you kinda liked it, after our pep talk, corner turned again. You're not allowed to enjoy anything that much, right? So it took back everything it gave, turned you back into nothing. No offense. Nothing is one of the nicest things anyone's ever called me. But yeah, sure, that's a sensible explanation. I'm pretty pleased with it. You single-handedly tricked me into ending a K-class scenario. It's what I do. You didn't, though. Because you're wrong. Pardon? A long time ago, I made a pact with the universe to live a sucky life, but not too sucky. And then I forgot, and then I broke it. This was the revenge. What are you talking about? Excerpt resumes 15 minutes after Class X Nestic application. I remember it like it's happening right now in front of me. It was in our old house on Stockwell Row, back in Peoria. I was going to bed. I'd been smoking in the garage. Simon was already asleep. I thought William would be too, but just as I was walking past his room, I heard him whispering to yourself. Can you remember what he said? I can hear it. He's saying, take anything else you want. Take all my stuff. Take all my friends. Take all my chances. Take everything good and keep it. Just don't take my mom. Simon Whittle places a hand on his wife's shoulder. Don't hurt my parents. Hurt me instead for as long as you want. I can take it. I promise. Jesus. Just a boy. He shouldn't have had to go through that. I never smoked again. Excerpt ends. Turns out I was talking to the universe a long time before I met you. I told it to use me as a punching bag, and then I went to sleep. You ever remember those late-night thoughts the next day? I don't. So what, you're a two-time reality bender, or you prayed to the ceiling and Fortuna heard you? Something heard me, and it took me up on the offer. Got good value for the next few decades, and then, well, you got one thing right. Everybody else was moving on and up, except me. Everybody else had change in their lives. I wanted that. I needed that. And on some new, unmemorable night, half drunk, lying on my couch in my dorm, in my underwear, I asked for it out loud. I didn't even remember until my friend thought to check the security feed. Let me get this straight. You think you caused your own luck anomaly, and then you think you made it worse by breaking the terms, and then what? Deciding you liked it wouldn't fix that problem? No. Sorry, buddy. Dr. Weddle pats Dr. Dan on the back. You're talking to the guy who beat the no-luck scenario because I decided I didn't like it. Didn't like being important to everybody at everyone else's expense. You should try introspection sometimes. I'm new to it and it's a rush. So I did something about it. Because it turns out I might be fat and dumb and slow and a magnet. Other people's bullshit. But I am not helpless. Wait, I thought this was all happening to me, right? I thought I was stuck. But it was me all along. My life might be fucked up, but it's my life. I'm in control. I set the terms. I just never knew it until now. Whittle, are you saying you intentionally set things back to normal? Made your deal with the devil again? You spoke to the ceiling, and the ceiling answered. Pretty much. Your speech did help, though. Too flowery, but the sentiment was nice. Have you grasped the full implications of this yet? A lot of things, I guess. What's on your mind? You, Dr. William Weddle, destroyed the Chaos Insurgency. Every clown has his day. You're back to mixing metaphors. Yeah, well, that's one of the perils of writing your own script. Hey, wait, there's another implication too. Which is what? I outsmarted you. Well, what? Well, what's behind the black boxes? You promise... Huh? I can't hear you. Daniels! The other patrons turn to look at Dr. Dan, who is now standing with his arms in the air. He glances at them and then sits back down sheepishly. Daniels. Yeah. Dr. Dan Daniels. Yeah. Dr. Daniel Daniels. Yes, go on, have your guffaw. Dr. Weddle extends his hand. Dr. William Weddle. Dr. Dan raises an eyebrow and considers Dr. Weddle for a moment before taking his hand and shaking it. I told them you were more than just a gimmick, you know. I wasn't wrong about everything. Dr. Weddle finishes his beer. So, were you going to reclassify 7000 neutralized? You know what? I think I have a better idea. Yeah, you shit. I bet you do. Two individuals take the bar stools beside Dr. Weddle and Dr. Dan. How you losers doing? Sore. Who's buying? Flip you for it. Dr. Dan presented a brief on the future of the SCP-7000 file to the O5 Council the following day. Overwatch Command, O5 Council Minutes. Excerpt begins. So that's why I think we do that, and we reclassify the LK scenario as 7000-D, and the invisible powers that be should be happy. You're absolutely certain these are the explanations you want on record. Definitely. It takes all the credit from Weddle, which ought to satisfy the flagellistic urges of his anomaly, and it's not like the CIA are in any position to argue. If I'm right, and minus one very embarrassing incident recently, I always am, we should never have to go through this ridiculous rigmarole again. It all makes a certain hideous kind of sense. I understand the -D proposal, but I'm interested to hear your rationale for the new 7000 file. You don't think this risks tipping the balance back in his favor, causing another crisis? No, I think the loss of prestige ought to counterbalance it. I've run the whole thing past the analytics department, and they concur. Still, why do it at all? He was never that important, never will be again. I think we owe it to him, don't you, for being such a good sport? Once again, I move we accept impromptu. Sound off. Yay. 051, 052, 053, 054, 055, 056, 058, 059, 0510, 0511, 0512. Nay. No votes. Abstain. 057, 0513. Motion carried. It's been decided Weddle will go along with this freely. He'll be happy enough. After all, he had a hand in it. Did you see the new file photo for 7000? Per Dr. Dan's request, the SCP-7000 file will be forked into two new database entries. Bare-bones drafts are presented below for review. SCP-7000-3, Level 3, Confidential. Containment Class, Decommissioned. Special Containment Procedures. The remains of SCP-7000-D-1 are undergoing investigation at Site-19. No further containment measures are necessary. Description: SCP-7000-3 was a progressive probability failure on the planet Earth during July and August of 2022, precipitated by an ontokinetic eigenweapon known as the Kismet device, SCP-7000-D-1. The device was destroyed by the SCP Foundation via tactical nuclear deployment. See Operation Nelson's Revenge for further details. As the effects of the probability failure have subsequently receded, it is presumed that the device's ongoing intervention in baseline reality was required to sustain it. Contact the Analytics Department for a full accounting of known and suspected SCP-7000-D effects and occurrences. SCP-7000, Level 2, Restricted. Containment Class, Euclid. Secondary Class, Mehmet. Disruption Class, Connect. Risk Class, Caution. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-7000 is responsible for its own containment. No experimentation involving this anomaly is authorized without the explicit consent of the Emergent Threat Tactical Response Authority, or SCP-7000 itself. There is no relationship between SCP-7000 and SCP-7000-3. Description: SCP-7000 is a probability sink concentrating local misfortune on its own person. Dr. William Wallace Weddell, Deputy Chair of Replication Studies at Site-43. SCP-7000 on left and staff, 2022. Hind photograph by subject. SCP-8000. The Seal of Approval. Level 5, Top Secret. Containment Class, Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-8000 is currently uncontained. Description: SCP-8000 is a gigantic serpentine entity resembling a harbor seal, Phoca vitulina, residing within Site-322. The exact length of SCP-8000 is unknown, as its tail has never been located. However, estimates range upwards to 150 meters. Instead of bounding, sliding, or swimming, SCP-8000 is capable of self-propelled flight, along with phasing through solid objects and precognition. SCP-8000 is sapient, capable of speech, and highly intelligent. Additionally, SCP-8000 can create temporary dimensional gateways at will. It is hypothesized that SCP-8000 has been connected to baseline reality from an unknown extra-dimensional location. The method or reason SCP-8000 exists in present reality has not been discovered. As of documentation, SCP-8000 is one of 2 living beings on Earth. Director Paul Legg barges into Site-322 meeting space. He looks intently at a report as he moves towards his chair. Chair, I'm going to be honest with you. There's not... The hell are you? SCP-8000 is seated across the table. Hi, Mr. Paul. Where, huh? It's just you and I today. Sit. Come on. I don't bite. I'm very confused. Are you a seal? What are you doing here? I don't remember. I think I had a meeting. What are you doing here? I know enough about you to know what makes you tick. I promise to be honest with you as long as you're honest with me. All right? You're a long seal that talks. Did you voluntarily let yourself in here? Yes. My job is to lock things like you up in cages. Permanently. That won't be necessary. I've done the research and documentation on myself for you. SCP-8000 nudges the SCP-8000 documentation towards Legg. Why the 8000 slot? I didn't choose that. You wrote it. Yes, but that was out of my hands. Do you have a tail? That's your biggest concern? It's an odd detail to write about. Can't you infer? I've never seen my tail. I wouldn't confirm something I have no evidence of. You can slither through here, and I can confirm whether you have a tail. Excuse you, I float. Daintily and whimsically. Whatever. Who took this picture? You do, in about 6 or 7 minutes. What are you talking about? Mr. Paul, will you spend 1 day with me? I know the eventual answer, but I need to go through this song and dance regardless. SCP-8000 makes a biting motion and latches onto the air. Gripping the space with its jaws, the entity pulls its head to the left, tearing a rip into present reality. SCP-8000 flies through the gateway and peeks its head out towards Legg. It's right through here. Hold on. Yes, how could you ever trust me? Ask whatever you want and I will be truthful. SCP-8000 raises its right flipper. I swear on those magazines you keep hidden in your desk drawers. Fuck off. Rude. You're not going to kill me? Wasteful. Eat me? My craving for human flesh has long since passed. Is that a joke? Yes. So touchy. Eating you would be redundant. What about torturing me for millions of years, burning my family alive in front of me, driving me to insanity over and over again? Anything like that on the table? How oddly specific. Answer: gratuitous and reckless. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Mr. Paul, I'd just like to spend the day with you. You said that. I'm going to go into this rift very slowly. These things don't stay open long, and they're a real pain to open again. So please save us both the trouble. You wouldn't want to create a paradox by not taking the picture you just saw. Would you, Mr. Paul? SCP-8000 re-enters the gateway. Director Legg stares at it as the tears begins to slowly repair itself. Cover documentation 8000.1 2/13/2024. Context: Director Paul Legg was ordered to a meeting with Ethics Committee Liaison Jeremiah Cimmerian regarding his behavior as Site 322's director. Transcript: Begin log. How do you think you've been doing? The fact you're here isn't a confidence booster. We consider each other friends, right? Okay. Cutting to the chase, you've missed 12 of the last 1404 meetings. Your site's overall productivity, anomaly containment, research endeavors, etc., has plummeted over the last 3 months. I have 16 different complaints here about an odor of trash and shame originating from your office, and people have been telling me that you're sleeping during working hours. Do you deny these claims? I don't know. I'm just... Never mind. Burnout? Maybe? I think I'm just in a lull. Cimmerian looks at Legg silently. I don't know if I'm depressed or what even else it could be. I sit down in my chair, do whatever bullshit paperwork I need to do for the day, assign whatever projects are left over, and stare at the screen until I can go back home. I'm bored. Everything is boring. This is probably stemming from a bigger issue. The sun is hot. When did this all start? I was researching this anomaly. I can't be bothered to remember, and I don't know. I sat there looking at this bullshit file of a bullshit anomaly and felt it was all for nothing. I think it killed the spark. It happens. Look, Paul, I've dealt with a lot of people experiencing the same issues you are. How long have you been a director? 8 years. Oh, well, that's quicker than usual. What's the point of whining? I'm doing the work I need to do. I'll pick it up. Tell me what's going on. Why do you feel this way? Please, I'm here to help you. Why? There's no point. None. I've had enough. Just give me a second to get myself together and I'll get back to it. I appreciate it, Jer. This meeting wasn't meant to kick you in the ass and magically make you love this job again. You know the level of work you can put out. We need that back. We need more than what you're giving now. Believe me, I want more, but I can't fucking find it. It's literally impossible, so why try? End log. Director Legg and SCP-8000 exit the gateway into the study of a vast library. The grand doors are open, giving a view to hundreds of thousands of books, seated on dark mahogany shelves, which stretch far beyond view in the distance and towards the ceiling. The air is still, with a hint of the smell of ash and old paper. Small orbs of light dance around the shelves, illuminating the tomes and hallways. I've been to the Wanderer's Library before. This library is mine. Those carnies got the infinite library idea from me. I borrowed it from Alexandria. The pair walk out of the study. Stone archways wrapped in ivy and vines guard the front of each of the sprawling hallways. I think I would have heard of a third library of this sort by now. I dislike publicity, so I keep it to myself. That said, this is not my library, per se. It's yours. They approach an archway. Engraved into its keystone is Memory Lane. Care for a stroll? Leg and SCP-X000 proceed. They enter into a subsection of the hallway. This holds every experience, every moment, every bit of knowledge, and every emotion. It's a map of you, Mr. Paul. How in-depth is this? Piano muscle memory is up there, very dusty. 4 volumes on your childhood expertise in all things shark and shark-related are up ahead. I have every moment of every elementary school you've sat through further up this way. How in-depth? I've read everything. I don't judge. Even SCP-X000 soars above out of view, retrieving a dusty book from a shelf and dropping it to Leg. He opens it. Leg is 8 years old, swimming in a public pool. Grabbing the bar of a ladder in the deepest part of the pool, Leg pushes himself under, then pulls himself back up. He does this 4 times. Suddenly, Leg attempts to breach the surface, but can't. The inside of his swim shorts are wrapped around the ripped stopper at the bottom of the bar. Panicking, Leg splashes and tries to pull himself out of the water, but can't. He unties his shorts and swims out of them. He is naked, but alive. 2 girls, one Leg had romantic feelings for, observed the entire incident and stared at him. Leg gasps for air and touches his chest and arms. Even that, yes. Jesus Christ, that felt so real. It was. You were there before, and I placed you back, so you may relive it. Is this your whole gig? Making you relive embarrassing moments? No. That was a trial run. I can make you relive, but we can also watch as spectators. Can you please, for the love of everything, tell me what we are doing here? We're here for your memories of failure. There are many, more than most people, somehow. I'd rather you drown me again. Recover documentation 8000.2. 2/14/2024. Context: Dr. Jeremiah Cimmerian gathered several of Director Legg's close colleagues, believing it would alleviate Dr. Legg's current disposition. Transcript: Members present: Director Daniel Ashworth, Dr. Harold Blank, Dr. Jeremiah Cimmerian, Dr. Anthony Waugh, Director Randall House, Dr. Cole Thureven, and SCP-5595. Begin log. Guided by Cimmerian, Leg enters a Site-322 meeting space. In front of him are his colleagues seated in a circle. An empty chair is in front of him. An intervention? Are you kidding me? It's not an intervention. It's clearly an intervention. He's an idiot, not stupid. Leg slumps in the empty chair, grumbling to himself. We want to discuss your career and your emotional state. A few of us have prepared statements. Does anyone want to go first? Thureven's arm shoots up. Cole? Thureven pulls a crumpled piece of paper from under his leg and begins reading it. Mr. Leg, I am very sorry for the loss you have experienced over the last few months. I can only imagine how hard it is to lose a pet. It makes me sad to think about my pet gecko. flied, dying like your dog did in a violent car accident. My condolences to you and all of the other dead dogs and pets out there. Cole, this is about... Lake holds his hand up to Sumerian. I appreciate it, Cole. Thank you. Director Lake did not and does not own a dog. Anthony? I needed some documents looked at and signed by you last week. You said you'd get them to me, but when I went into your office a few hours later, I found them under a book written by a pickup artist. I had to stay overtime for 5 days to do the necessary edits. On top of that, I had to fill in for you at 6 separate meetings where you were going to no-show. I didn't get paid overtime. What? You didn't get overtime? You removed those privileges. No, I didn't. Oh yeah, that was me. The hell? He called me an asshole for scalping Era's 4 tickets. What does this gumball do? It's the first integrated anomaly. Leg put it in our financial department. Probably not the finest idea. Thanks, big guy. I definitely asked for your opinion there. I'm just saying, it's an anomaly controlling Foundation resources. Maybe that wasn't the best... Don't start with me, Dan. Everyone here remembers Oh Bear Watch and thinks about it every time they see you. Fuck you! Ashworth moves to leave. It was a product of its time! Ashworth exits, slamming the door behind him. Every time. I'll go. For the last 8 years, you've been very independent. More independent than most. I'd get the rare call or email asking for a once-over on whatever report you're filing. More recently, though, you've become much less confident, needing to break down your methodology and philosophy instead of just doing it. You're a smart kid. Start asking like it. You're not allowed to ask for advice now? That's not what he is saying. So what? I'm just supposed to sit here and take this? No one is attacking you. Paul, you need to hear it. The fact of life is that there will be peaks and valleys. You think you've reached a very, very high peak, and now you're back to a regular old valley, and you're not used to it because it's low in comparison. It's not the end of the world unless you let it be. Randall, we'll keep this short. You've become a whiny bitch. You know how much bullshit I deal with on a daily basis? I work in literal fucking hell. I'd love the respite of researching anything easy and chill every once in a while. I agree with the douchebag. It's annoying. You're being annoying. I've seen this downward spiral happen 1,000 times. Do people have their qualms? Sure, I don't give a shit about those people, because 99% of the time it's someone whining because they think they're not good enough. I'm tired of this victim mentality. Grow your self-confidence back and stop whining. Ha! Hot meat kettle. Guys, I said non-judgmental maybe 30 times. Maybe you should have said it 650 times. He needs to hear this. You want to talk about being a whiny bitch? Watch yourself. Look at the real honorable site director. Didn't you conscript demons to find that Gamers Against Weed guy? The one who kept drawing him as a white person, right? A whole lot of self-confidence there, Randy. Yeah, whatever you say, buddy. How about this? The second you leave this room, take your hand and grab your life back by the balls. You know what? Fuck this. Leg stands up. Grab my life back by the balls? I'll do it all by myself. I'll believe it when I see it. You watch me. Leg exits. Great work, guys. Astounding stuff. Really effective. Thank you! End log. I saw your tail, by the way. No, you didn't. I caught it for a second when you went into the portal. That'd be impossible. Is all of you inside of this library? Yes. I see your point. What did it look like? A normal seal tail. Astounding. I'll update the documentation. Speaking of, SCP-8000 flies rapidly from shelf to shelf, retrieving a myriad of books. Your documentation. These tombs represent your childhood. Director Legg and SCP-8000 appear in a child's bedroom. The walls are dark blue. Multiple trophies from Little Sport League sports victories line a bookcase opposite the bed. Oh, no way. Legg strolls through, grabbing a Batman comic book off of a nightstand and flicking through the pages. He stops at the inside of the back cover. What's that? I used to draw my own Batman comics in the back of comic books. I think I have some more over here. Legg walks to the opposite side of the bed. How many did you make? Dozens, maybe hundreds, I don't remember. I loved it though. For marine biologist and president, I wanted to do line art for comics. Got a bunch of those how to draw comic books. They never really helped other than giving you something to trace, but it was cool nonetheless. I just stopped one day. I don't remember why. Maybe school picked up or oh shit. A child around 6 or 7 years old is slumped against the bed, silently crying. Several crumpled up drawings are strewn around him. Don't worry, he can't see you. That would cause a paradox. This is so weird. You mentioned you stopped? I wish I didn't. It was a pipe dream, but you know, life happens. A woman barges into the room. She looks around. You all right? She moves to find the child, sitting to meet his gaze. What's wrong? It's not good. Well, I think that's wrong. It's not good. She wipes a tear from his face with her sleeve. Honey, if you work yourself up like this, you'll never be happy with anything. I quit. I'll just be a fish doctor and never draw again. I'll support you in whatever you decide to be. Want to help me bread the chicken cutlets? Yeah. The pair stand and move out of the room. The woman grasps the child's hand. I don't know where I'm going to get the money to pay for marine biology college, but if that's what you want, I'll support it. That was the day I stopped, I think. You know, now that I look again, it's not that bad for a 6-year-old. I guess I was just a brat. Was? That's nice. Why didn't you stick with it? The odds of me doing anything that mattered in that job were slim to none. I wanted to be the next Jack Kirby or Stan Lee, but that was never going to happen. My dad worked in scouting for college football. He would always talk about these athletes he watched. They were the best in their high school of 300 kids, but he knew the second those kids stepped onto a college field, they were in the lowest percentile of real skill. He was never wrong. Do you think he's right about that? It's a bleak outlook on life to continually diminish the skills of yourself and others. He would always say this shit whenever I got some new interest. Always, always, always. He'd manage to bring it up in conversation the next day. So he was talking about you. Astute observation. Mr. Paul, you understand that your standards are what you make them, correct? That's not true. That has never been true in the history of humankind. Legg sits at a desk in a cold, quiet room. He's 16 years old, surrounded by other teenagers at desks. The group stares at the standardized tests they're taking. Legg sits across from his mother. He opens a manila envelope. 1520. Oh my God, congratulations. I'm trying to get into a good school, Ma. 1520 doesn't cut it. What are you talking about? That's the 99th percentile. Henry, Nate, and Isabella got above 1540s. Nate did? Did he cheat? It's not the point. 1520 doesn't frickin' cut it. 1520 and 1540 are both in the 99th percentile of all scores. You're being ridiculous now. Stop it. It's not good enough. I've been dealing with this attitude for your entire life. Be happy for yourself for once. I'm proud of you, Paul. Doesn't that matter? I was right in the end. I didn't get into the Ivies. We switched majors in college 5 times. From computer engineering to graphic design to culinary arts to mechanical engineering. In a year and a half. Leg sits on the ground of his dorm room. A physics book is open to a section about elasticity. He is crying. Fuck off with that one. I figured it out with biology in the end. And I graduated on time. Why didn't you stick with your other choices? Because the concepts were impossible to understand. That's not true. You work for the Foundation. You're smart. Mean it? It wasn't groundbreaking. I was studying the work of more successful people to graduate and become a cog in a machine based on those successful people's discoveries. No upward or downward movement, just stuck in a corporation. I couldn't do it. Maybe I self-sabotaged. I know my advisor hated me by the third switch, but I couldn't force myself into that life. You wanted to leave a mark? Yeah. Is that a crime? Recover documentation 8000.3-4. Context: Director Legge authorized the following project proposal to be presented to the Overseer Council. Project Seeker. Finders keepers, losers weepers. Project description: The Seeker machine is a para-technological device utilizing a localized wormhole and quantum computing. Seeker's users can input specific parameters to search for undiscovered anomalies. In conjunction with its wormhole, Seeker's artificial intelligence system can predict an undiscovered anomaly's location, classification, and abilities based on the timelines and experiences of 35 million parallel Earths. Utilizing a GUI interface, users can input several parameters, specifying what anomaly Seeker should scan for, and the number of parallel realities it should search. Seeker will return the best result, providing the factors causing the anomaly's manifestation in parallel universes and its location on Earth. Context: A portion of Director Legge's presentation to the Overseer Council. Transcript: Begin log. Do you see your job as one big dick measuring contest, Director? No, ma'am. I'm failing to see the need to spend millions. The estimates I've run, even better, billions of the Foundation's money on a theoretical tool that does something we already do. I fail to see the need for this past satiating your ego. A photocopier sits in the seat of 0513. It speaks. Big machines are all the rage these days. How shocked am I you'd be interested in this, Thurt? Stop calling me that. Who sent out the big machine all the rage memo? Site 17's Deep Well. Has anything positive ever come from them? They're always ruining reality or killing gods because someone keeps throwing money at them. Maybe I don't want to stay locked in a photocopier. Have you ever considered that? I did consult 17's Deep Well for this. 057 types on their keyboard. Stop shooting yourself in the foot. Mr. Legge, can I say First, how nice it is to see you again. Firstly, I think this is a grand idea. How did you come up with this? It's so cool. Okay, so I'm convinced this could benefit us here at the Foundation. However, I'm wondering about the intention here. I did read a report from Mr. Sumerian over at the Ethics Committee, and he said you have a small case of the blues. Aren't those kinds of discussions supposed to be confidential? 057 types on their keyboard. We're not governed by the draconian rules of HIPAA. We're far enough away from Africa for those big freaks to be of no issue. 7. Get on the same page as everyone else. Paul, please answer 5's question. Yes, I wasn't doing well, but those are for personal reasons. After evaluating myself and considering why, I poured myself into creating this project so that my site and I will consistently be at the forefront of interesting new research. We have an anomaly detection planted on every inch of this planet. You want us to uproot that? No, this is for a different initiative. This is for future predictions. Yes, the anomaly detection system we have is top of the line. I can't deny that, or even try to make this project seem better. That is real time. This would show us when, where, and why anomalies pop up before they even do. There's nothing like it. End log. Context: Director Legg's presentation to the Overseer Council. Transcript: Begin log. It went well. They bought it. They bought the insecurity machine wholesale. I prefer the grab your life by the balls machine for the colloquial term, and yes, it's been approved. Maybe I know you too well, but if I can see past that thin veneer, I think they could too. Oh yeah, they saw through it. What did you do? I didn't contact Deepwell, and I sure as shit didn't make this an anomaly detection system. I lied. End log. Would you like it if I analyzed you? I'm not some case study, you know. There was never a rule that you couldn't ask me questions. You got a name? I don't have one. I don't remember why. It's been a while since anyone's even broached that subject. All right, you seem like a William, not a William, more of a Bill. Why the distinction? The name Bill pops into my head when I see bald things. Not sure why. I have hair. I'm covered in hair. Your eyes work. I'm sure of that. Yeah, but you look bald. What about Greg? Feels less special without the reasoning behind a potential distinct nickname. Francis. Frankie for short. I remember why I never picked one now. I wouldn't have been taken seriously if I had shown up and said, "Hello, Mr. Paul. I am Frankie." You're an incredibly long seal. Play into the ridiculousness of that scenario. I think the tonal disparity between what I do and my coincidental resemblance to a rather dopey mammal is enough unrequited cosmic humor. I'm the expert on these things here. You have to pick something. A few years back, I dealt with, yes, the god of scrimshaw and whalebone carvings. Scordo plays into his assignments very well. I take a different approach. Please pick a name. This is interesting. Here we fucking go again. Looking into you, I've found that you have a rather obsessive personality that never seems to be sufficed. Your art skill for an adolescent wasn't bad. Some would even consider it pretty good. It wasn't good enough. That obsession for perfection led you to quit. I don't think it's such a bad thing to stop yourself if you have no future in it. You do this for most activities, academic, recreational, or otherwise. If you even sniff a hint of potential adversity within your rise. SCP-8000 retrieves a nearby black paperback book. Leg is playing for his university's intramural basketball league. The game is tied in the fourth quarter. Leg's team has the ball with 15 seconds remaining. Neither team has any timeouts. The ball is passed to a teammate who is quickly placed under pressure from two defenders. He makes a quick pass to the opposite corner to another teammate. 7 seconds remain. The teammate fakes a shot, then dribbles into the paint, faking a layup and throwing the ball to Leg. 3 seconds remain. Leg misses the pass. The ball bounces into a defender's hand, who makes the fast break into the opposing basket. 1 second remains. The player shoots the ball from behind the three-point line, seeking the basket and winning. Leg leaves, missing the post-game meeting. He did not show up for the next practice. Oh, come on, I think that's fair. Yeah, I was a baby about my art, and I was mad that I didn't get to the college I wanted to. This is just embarrassing. You can downplay those events as much as you please, but they were very influential in regard to who you are now. You can say that about anything. That's how socialization works. You lost a single game and quit. Was the embarrassment that bad? To have to look into the face of my teammates after I went butterfingers on an easy game winner? Yeah, that's fucking embarrassing. Why are you so averse to that? Embarrassment is a normal part of life. You know what? You're a hypocrite. You won't let yourself even consider having a name because you're afraid of what people think about you once they hear it. The loss on me was on me, no one else but me. I couldn't put that art into the world because it wasn't good enough for anyone else to look at. I was pissed I didn't get into an Ivy because how is anyone else supposed to know that I'm smart enough to be there? You're the same as me, and I'm not going to let these assholes think that they're better than me as long as I can do something about it. There it is. Ooh, you got me. Good fucking job. You're still a hypocrite. My name is Wallace, Mr. Paul. Wally for short. I'm Wallace, and I have always been. But you're still stuck in the position you've trapped yourself in. I hope you'll see that I'm trying to help you. Recover documentation 8000.5 through 8. 313, 2024 to 320, 2024. Context: an abridged catalog of the anomalies discovered by Seeker. Seeker 1. Input universes 104,257. Parameter: close, alive, big, dangerous, in Philadelphia. Seeker discovery: anomaly is triangulated to Citizens Bank Park, the home field for the Philadelphia Phillies baseball team. Truncated description: SCP-01-Seek is a chimerical humanoid anomaly resembling a green rotund avian wearing a Philadelphia Phillies uniform. SCP-01-Seek is sentient, sapient, and capable of speech. That's not a costume? No. You've been a living thing this whole time? Yes. Have you read my book? Everything's explained. Yeah, I know it says you're from the Galapagos Islands, but there's historical documentation of the Henson Monster Shop making the fanatic. I've met Charles Darwin. Have you now? I've been spreading the anti-evolution rhetoric for 70 years. I'm the guy who came up with school choice. Why didn't he write about you? I forced him not to. How? I said I'd eat him. Why would he believe you? I ate his assistant. Did you? Swallowed him whole. Delightful. My nose hole unhinges like a snake. You like eating people. Probably my favorite thing to do. You're okay with that. Do you get mad at sharks for doing the same thing? Sharks don't actively hunt people. I never said I hunt people. Do you hunt people? Yeah, mostly kids. I like standing in their doorways until they notice I'm there. Are you trying to get a reaction out of me? You know my hot dog gun? The dogs I put in there are made of people meat. From the people I hunt. Enchanting. You ever got one of my hot dogs slung at you? Nope. They're made of people meat. I'm finding it far-fetched that you are a living creature that looks like that. You're almost 200 years old, and you eat people. I'm finding it far-fetched that you don't think I'll eat you. Speaker 4. Input universes 30,124,610. Parameters: big, scary, dangerous, monster. Seeker discovery: anomaly is triangulated to the Everglades in Florida, USA. Truncated description: SCP-04 Seek is a humanoid anomaly capable of translocation through the space-time continuum. Hello? Hey, what's up, man? Do you live here? Nah, I'm just chillin'. How'd you get here? I like to teleport. Is that all? I can time travel. Have you done anything of note with that? You ever wonder why child mortality was so bad when there were knights and kings and shit? Not particularly. I travel back in time and eat kids. Context: Director Legg holds a meeting with those attending the first Seeker tests. Transcript: begin logs. What the fuck did you guys do? Made the machine you wanted? Why the fuck is it popping out cannibals? Maybe the AI heavily associates cannibals with the dangerous parameter. Maybe you need to be more specific. Maybe I should have been more fucking specific to you. This machine isn't meant to find something you can just shove in a locker and call it a day. I wasn't in the specifications. Read between the fucking lines. Paul, you're being ridiculous. No, I'm not. This project represents billions of dollars. This project represents me. I need to show that this thing can find a world-ending threat before it causes any damage. Who said that? Who said what? That you needed to find a world-ending threat. The overseers? I need to find it. Me. I won't sit here with a billion-dollar piece of paratech that will just spit out the baby-eating Tickle Me Elmo. Do you understand how stupid I look? You need to calm down. Ant, I am 1 fucking second away from sending you to 120. Jim, what's the ceiling on the amount of universes this thing can scan? You're just about there at 35 million. I need that number bumped up. Are you crazy? I can't just do that. This entire thing will need to be reassembled. Why? Technically, and maybe I can move that number up to 40. But at that, so you can change the numbers. Yes. What's the limit? There isn't one. Listen, the stabilization on that machine, you fucking built it, Jim. You'll fix it if it breaks. Jesus Christ. I'm not changing the universal limit. Suit yourself, I have no problem with that. Wait a second, before you do something stupid, didn't you fail out of engineering? Start learning Polish. End log. SCP-8000 stores away, retrieving 18 leather-bound books. All are emblazoned with the SCP Foundation's logo. We're site director, 8 years running right now. On top of that, you're reasonably young for one. Yes, despite your appearance? Yeah, thanks. SCP-8000 picks up a book and flips through its pages. You climbed the ranks fairly quickly, mostly due to your friendships with people that mattered. Real confidence booster there. That's not criticism, Mr. Ball. These are facts. You weren't unqualified, but you only got those qualifications due to opportunities like Miss Moose or Mr. McInnes provided. Anyone could have been in my same spot. No one forced me to do the work I needed to do, and no one else was in a position to be director when I was picked. Why are you a site director? What do you want me to do? Brag? I was the most qualified man for the job. I don't know. I was in the right place at the right time? Remember our honesty pact, Mr. Paul. Here's a conversation between you and Mr. Anthony in 1993. They gave that slimy fuck his own site. The houses have dealt with the Tartarians since the 40s. It was bound to happen. No, that's bullshit, Ant. How is that fair? I never said it was. He's 2 goddamn years younger than me. What the fuck? I don't know why you're so upset. You were a senior researcher at 25. It took me until I was 34 to even sniff a project I could call my own, let alone a senior title. I've been in a one-sided war with Randall since I joined this organization. He has the biggest leg up on me now. Jesus Christ, you're impossible sometimes. Get it together and do the mountain of paperwork in your office. Sitting here and complaining to me won't make you an overseer. I was a kid, and I was jealous. Why were you jealous? Wasn't Mr. Randall a friend of yours? Yeah. Do you hate Mr. Randall? I don't hate him. I never hated him. He's been a mentor to me since I started. But you were so hateful during that moment. My God, what's wrong with me? SCP-X000 stares at Leg intensely. I thought I should have been made a director first. Why? Because I thought it would erase every fucking insecurity I have. If I beat him to the punch, nobody would be able to look at me like I wasn't meant to be here. You eventually got a site of your own, regardless. I did, but by then it felt like a consolation prize. Fuck, man. What am I doing to myself? It wasn't good enough? It should have been. I wanted to do something important. Make something that I could put my name on top of. My entire life, I've been just one single fucking step behind. All I ever wanted was to get even the smallest bit of recognition. You've seen it. Don't you think it's a bit ridiculous to believe an organization in charge of the utmost security and safety of the universe would give someone a site as a consolation prize? SCP-X000 flips to another page. I need your opinion on this, considering you're an anomaly. Containment stuff. The way you say that word makes it feel like a slur. I'm losing my shit over here. Give me a break. Look, one of our junior researchers decided to get the flu today, and no one else can fill in on this boring project. What is it? A toaster that replaces the bread you put in with different types of bread. Anomalous item log entry. I hope you view that thing as inferior to me. When did you get so insecure? I emulate you! Can't believe I'm fucking sitting here typing this bullshit up. I'm a director. This should not be my work for the day. Have you ever led anyone in your life? Your job is to pick up the scraps when the rest of the mice can't eat them all. I don't pay you to sit around and only do work when the world is about to explode. I was better at this job than you were, and I was usurped after a mere day. You got what you were hunting for, and it's not good enough. I can't do this anymore. Can we stop, please? I get it. I get what you're trying to tell me. I swear. Are you sure? You said you want recognition, but you are recognized. You were already successful before you became site director. Mr. Anthony said it himself. You reached a very high rank at a very young age, but that wasn't good enough. So you pushed further. When you became site director, the responsibility that came with it wasn't what you expected. It was fine for a time because the novelty hadn't worn off. The recognition doesn't matter if the hunt turns me into the world's biggest asshole. I'm at the ceiling. I have everything I wanted since I was a kid. Money, power, respect, friends who care. And it's still not enough. What's there to even reach for from here? There's nothing above that. You're right, there isn't much more to reach for. Despite that, you'll try to reach for it regardless. Cover documentation 8000.9-10, 32224. Context: an abridged catalog of the anomalies discovered by Seeker. Continued. Seeker 13. Input universes 629,814,230. Parameters: alive, sapient, weapon, old. Seeker discovery: anomaly is triangulated to a desert in Nevada. Truncated description: SCP-13 Seek is a sapient humanoid resembling common depictions of cowboys in media. SCP-13 Seek is comprised entirely of spaghetti. Transcript: Howdy there. What's your deal? You got a name there? Please, come on. What's your deal? You're in a hurry to get nowhere fast, my friend. My name's Spaghetti Jones, and this is my horse, Ricky Tony. SCP-13 Seek and its horse bow their heads in unison. What do you do here? I go where the wind takes me. So, you do nothing. I guess you could say that. It's a peaceful life. What do you eat? Food? Like what? What's your favorite food? I love me a nice, juicy steak, rare. Like cow? I don't believe they make steak of any other creature. Okay, you're a guy who's made out of spaghetti, and you think it's 1870. It's not 1870? If you were me, and you were looking for something amazing, would you be happy if you found you? I'm happy with myself. I think I'm a nice guy. Ricky Tony's a sweet fellow, too. I'm content. Is that so bad? That's not what I was asking. You sure about that, partner? Are you happy with yourself? I'm not happy that a billion-dollar piece of tech found you. Well, I didn't ask to be found. That wasn't an answer to my question either. You're not good enough. I'm sorry. My friend, as rude as you were, I hope you have a swell evening. SCP-13 Seek and its horse bow their heads in unison and move away from Leg. Seeker 22. Input universes 932,143,994. Parameters: alive, Keter, hostile, robotic. Seeker discovery: anomaly is triangulated to a residential home in New York City, New York, United States of America. Truncated description: SCP-22 Seek is a sapient Tickle Me Elmo branded toy. SCP-22 Seek's sapience can only be observed after a direct attempt at conversation, combined with a tickling motion on its abdomen. Despite speaking like the fictional character of Elmo, SCP-22 Seek displays no similarity to the character's personality. Transcript: Do you eat kids? Leg tickles SCP-22 Seek. Ha 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 ha! No, are you sick in the head? It's been a long few days. Leg tickles SCP-22 Seek. Ha 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 ha! Elmo doesn't know what monster would eat kids. Elmo sticks to the adults. Much more meat. Context: Dr. Cimmerian ordered Director Legg to an emergency meeting. Begin log. Jer, I'm gonna be honest with you. There's not a single fucking thing you can say to me that won't piss me off. I don't know how gentle I need to be. I'm worried for you. I've done this all alone for the past godforsaken month. You wanted me to do the work I needed to do. I'm looking for the most dangerous anomalies we don't have contained, and I'm containing them. You found 25 anomalies, most of which have a taste for human flesh. Oh my god, I would think that you, of all people, would be able to understand how basic fucking science works. I'm working on it. Before you forced me into this meeting, I was almost done with the remaining adjustments. What do you want to find exactly? A god? That wouldn't be the worst thing. And then what? Contain it yourself too? You need to reevaluate this whole situation. I am on the cusp of solving every single issue I have in my life. I met with the engineers. They're convinced that if you go over the 1 billion universes mark, it will end very, very badly. You have a ticking time bomb in your sight. Do you understand the danger you're putting yourself and others in? I'm done after today. I changed some parameters, and it's going to give me exactly what I'm looking for. Last time, Scout's honor. See ya. Director Legg exits. End log. Context: Director Legg calls a meeting with all Site 322 personnel in order to display the next anomaly discovered by Seeker. Begin log. Forward, Legg ordered all Site 322 personnel to meet at the Seeker laboratory. You're probably wondering why I've called everyone here. Today, I find my crowning achievement. The anomaly that this wonderful machine discovers today will not be a cannibal, but instead will be my, and by extension, your magnum opus. Scattered applause. This was a lot of work. Far too much, some could even say. I've calibrated Seeker perfectly. That thing is going to explode. Do you have to be so dark? Everything is all set up, parameters are in, and I even reconfigured the stabilization to account for the wormhole. Huh? All I need to do is push the camera feed dies. End log. The pair journey into the darkest part of the hall. The orbs of golden light are absent, replaced by small dim lights resembling floating shards of glass. To you, this hasn't happened yet. I plucked you out before, but you have made the decisions that led us to where we are now. The shells grow more and more empty. All of this will happen should I release you now and let you go alone. Do you remember your meeting before I stepped in? No. I mean, I remember the meeting, but I don't remember the details. I'm always curious why this happens to my weary travelers. The forgetfulness. SCP-X000 and Legg approach a final shelf. Immense emptiness fills the void beyond it. A single book lays on this shelf. It's white with no back cover, as it appears to have been burnt away. Read it. A discussion with a worried friend. A half-baked intervention. A project proposal. Dishonesty to the Overseer Council. A man's bold-faced obstinance and belief he's the only one who can solve himself. 4 creatures who don't reach the unreachable standard. A man's stubborn qualities flare in the face of the last person who reaches out. An avoidable mistake. Director Legg and SCP-X000 appear in a crater along with the bank of a gated river. Crystalline shards lie around them, as well as chunks of concrete, rebar, and glass. The air is hot and smells of sulfur. Legg looks at his surroundings, palpable fear growing on his face. Do you know where we are? You know, and I know you do. What happened? The Seeker machine had a meltdown, Mr. Paul. It collapsed in on itself. Wormholes are a fickle thing, I would know. Highly unstable, but you built it up to withstand a lot. You managed to push past that boundary with your obsessive search for glory. You put in some combination of parameters that don't exist in any known universe. Something so specific, so impossible, it cracked. Leg pieces around, finding tattered clothing and lab equipment. Your sight is gone. Leg encounters splinters of wood that once belonged to his desk. Your people are gone. He digs in the mud and finds his lanyard for his Site 322 keycard. You are gone. Mr. Paul? You said this will happen, so has it? In the timeline where you didn't meet me, it did. You stopped it? I stopped nothing, Mr. Paul. My attention was only drawn towards you because of this tragedy. I see death and destruction every day. It almost all deals with groups of people making decisions with some form of history I could look at and maybe understand the reasoning. But I told you, you were a unique case. I looked through your history and hoping to find some triggering event that could explain what happened, but there wasn't one. Every step of the way, you ignored your better judgments and the advice of others. You let your worst tendencies smolder into an uncontrollable blaze, and it caused this. Why? Let me fix it, please. I can fix this. I can. I know I can. You can give me that chance. Just put me back. I thought maybe I could stop it. I could intervene right as you jump into the deep end and see if I could draw you back over the edge. Cimmerian was your last lifeline. Starting there felt only natural. Oh my god, I can't believe this. This isn't fucking happening. I tried, Mr. Paul, believe me. But you're stubborn. You've been unreceptive to everything I've tried to show you. I understood it. I understood it all. I'm just an asshole who can't look in the fucking mirror. I'm a fuck up. What does knowing that mean in the end? I am who I am. I'll never be satisfied. And that's the way it is. That way of thinking has only led you to where we are now. I can't fucking fix this alone. You can fix this by yourself. You need to reflect upon yourself. See what I see. You have success, but you need to appreciate it. How? How the fuck can I fix this with everything you've seen? I saw a kid who didn't believe himself become a man who couldn't cope with the thought that no one else would believe in him. Despite all of this, look at you now. SCP-X000 draws a Batman logo in the sand with a flipper. Legs, eyes well with tears. I'm not in the business of cruelty, Mr. Paul. Let's leave this place. SCP-X000 closed the books. The pair returned to the library. The air feels more still, and the shards of light have dissipated, leaving them in almost total darkness. I'm not happy with myself. I never have been. The shelves rattle. I know. I can't let this happen. I can't. I wasn't fucking made for this. Most of us aren't, but we all find our way. You have. I can't let all of that work and time be for nothing. I can't let everything I've worked for be rendered a crater in the middle of nowhere. I can't be this hollow fucking shell smiling through problems I made for myself. Do you trust yourself? Jesus Christ, what is wrong with me? The shells rattle violently. Echoed platters and smacks permeate the hall as books dance off the shelves and plunge to the floor. You may have your issues, but you have the ability to fix all of this. My God, I made a life and friends there. Everything I've ever worked for was in that building. That was my success. This is my success. I spent more time crying that I couldn't look myself in the mirror instead of what I did. Ground below the pair rumbles. The flooring beneath the leg cracks as if struck by a large force. More books fall to the floor behind them, sounding like hailfall. The vines and foliage lining the shelves sway as if they're being blown by hurricane-level winds. Do you trust yourself? I can't live like this anymore. I'm tired of feeling like I've never good enough. I can't look at someone else being happy and feel awful instead of happy with them. I'm good enough. I've always been good enough. Suddenly, the empty shelves behind Leg burst with light. The rumbling stops. The books float back up to their original spots on the shelves. Foliage returns to its regular state. The cracks remain beneath Leg. Mr. Paul, do you trust yourself? I trust myself. I can fix this. There it is. The previously empty shelves are now filled with hundreds of white books of varying size and shapes. Leg looks at them in awe. What's this? These are unwritten memories. Your life doesn't end prematurely anymore. Now you can return to your home, to your friends, and to your work. You can succeed in your own way and fill these books. Everything's determined? No, Mr. Paul. These are empty books to be written and filled with the choices you may make. You may return and disregard every bit of advice and knowledge I've given you, and these books will vanish once more. Or you can return and give me some more reading to catch up on. This is all up to you. Recovered documentation 8000.9-10, 3/22/2024. Context: Dr. Sumerian ordered Director Legg to an emergency meeting. Chair, I'm going to be honest with you. There's not a, oh shit, oh my god. Director Legg exits across from Dr. Sumerian. You're manic? Probably. Oh, thank God. Look, Paul, I don't know how gentle I need to be. I'm worried for you. What I've seen and read over the last month makes me think you seem unfit for this position. This project is a ticking time bomb, and I'm worried for the safety of everyone in this site. And moreover, I'm concerned with your safety. I know. You're right. Are you serious? Yeah. Oh. All right. I feel like I'm watching you suffer in self-imposed silence. Please, and for the last time, tell me what is going on. I should have listened to you. I know you were trying to help. I still am. I'm sorry I pushed it all away. Not just you, from everyone. All my life I've been trapped in this cycle of jealousy and insecurity. I've only gotten out of it because of the people who genuinely cared for me. Well, I'm not going to sit here and pretend I was expecting this. You have no fucking idea what I just dealt with. There was the seal and Sumerian furrows his brow. I'm not crazy. There was a seal, and I went into this library. And do I need to call someone? Fuck it. Doesn't matter. I'm very confused. A few weeks ago, you told me you were here to help me, and I still am. This whole problem for me started after I finished. Those are big achievements. As far as I was told, you were happy with it. Yeah, I was happy. It's my crowning achievement. I got it all done up and published, but, that was it. It was well received by my peers and colleagues. I got the stamp of approval from the council, and I went through fucking hell to get it. The hard work paid off. The second I hit that publish button, I was on top of the world, and then it just was, it's over. Then I was back to the real world, where I was just back. I was just stuck in the regular monotonous schlub work. You understand not everything you're going to work on will be these major projects, right? No. I mean, I do now. I felt like it was only downhill from there. That's fair. You were returning back to your normal workload. It could be a shock to the system. It felt like I reached the peak of my research 8 years into my spot as director. 8 years! I couldn't shake that sense of all-encompassing dread. We have people in the Foundation who are immortal. I couldn't imagine that the rest of my life, or prolonged life, could be spent chasing a high that might never come again. Regardless of whatever you consider a major project, something like a proposal being published sets a new standard and expectations. I couldn't reach them. I'll never be able to reach them. And it was like the day-to-day tasks, the things that were stepping stones into these larger accomplishments became a never-ending loop. A never-ending reminder that I wasn't there anymore. Responsibilities came back, and all it did was remind me that this major achievement was just a brief pause. I couldn't cope. I understand that. I'd be a liar if I told you were the only person to experience that feeling. I know, but it never feels like that in the moment. Fair enough. You know what I realized? That was never my proposal. I didn't solve anything. The only reason I managed to get anything successful out of that clusterfuck was because everyone here stood behind me and believed I had something tangible. They were the ones who worked on the containment procedures with me. They were the ones who calmed my nerves when I thought I was going to lose this job. And they were the ones I've been ignoring for this entire shit show I've created this last month. I wish I fucking saw it sooner. You have the chance to fix that now. I know. I'll never be able to get rid of that feeling. I've had it my entire life, and it's brought me to heights I never could have imagined. I couldn't see the self-destruction that came with it. The lost relationships, the time wasted, the all-encompassing feeling of shit never getting better. I can cope with that. I've done it from day one, but I let it break me for the first time. It can't happen again. I won't let it. All, at the end of the day, disregarding all the politics and bullshit we put on ourselves and on each other, your standards are what you make them. God, do I know? You don't have to say that to me, ever again. End log. Context, Director Legg calls a meeting with all Site-322 personnel. Begin log. Legg ordered all Site-322 personnel to meet at the Seeker Laboratory. I know I was an asshole. Cough noise. Still are. Cough noise. Thanks. I fucked up. I fucked up bad. I'm sorry. I know all of you had my best interest at heart. I've been in my own head and made it everyone else's problem for the sole reason I could. That's not a leader. As much as we all appreciate that, this machine is still incredibly unstable. I know, you have no goddamn idea how unstable it is. Murmurs among the personnel. We're going to be okay. Please don't worry. There was the seal. Never mind. I'm going to sound more insane than I already have been. We're going to fix this together. We need to lower its universal threshold to nothing and then reactivate it. That'll restabilize everything. Got it. Legg activates Seeker's GUI, lowering the number of universes to be scanned down to 1. Is that right? Yeah. Reactivate it now. Seeker 25. Input universes 1. Parameter non-applicable. Seeker discovery Anomaly is triangulated to the sky above Site 322. That's something. That's the one. End log. Item number 8000. Level 1 Unrestricted. Containment class Safe. Special containment procedures. SCP-8000 is currently uncontained. Description: SCP-8000 is an unidentified entity resembling an elongated harbor seal, Phoca vitellina, estimated to be 75 to 150 meters in length. SCP-8000's exact anomalous properties are unknown. Based on eyewitness accounts, SCP-8000 is capable of self-propelled flight via unknown means. The origin of SCP-8000 is unknown, as the entity disappeared from view soon after discovery. A Foundation aircraft was deployed to SCP-8000's last known location, only to discover a small, self-repairing, possibly extra-dimensional rift lingering in present reality.